welcome, ladies and gentlemen, here to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge for North America, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9, of course. My name is Kyle Harris, and I'll be your host throughout these next 2 days for the tournament as it stands, as we have 40 teams from across the entire region looking to try and compete for 15 spots down the line in the tournament as a whole. Welcome to the analysis desk, and welcome to the two esteemed gentlemen that are going to be joining me here throughout the tournament as well. I have Mr. Powerbang and I have Seven Worlds Gaming. Gentlemen, excited to be here?
I am absolutely thrilled to be here. I've been watching a lot of these teams over the past several days, trying to qualify for this exact tournament. We've got 40 of them in the house today, and we're going to be looking at 15 moving on to the next round, the finals, which is going to be going down next month.
Definitely, and I want to go ahead and see if all the hard work they have put in to get into this position is going to go ahead and pay off. And I'm just ready to see some action, baby.
Absolutely, and it's going to be good. It is going to be good, as we're going to have 8 games throughout the next 2 days, which are going to show, between these 40 teams, of course, who is going to be able to qualify and earn the most points. And speaking of points, we can break down for you exactly how all these teams are going to try and qualify for those top spots as it stands. Not only are you going to get points for placement, but you're also going to get them for kills as well. Why don't you break some of that down?
Absolutely. Taking a look at the screen, guys, we've got the points breakdown for you. As you can see, #1 overall in each of these games is going to receive 500 whopping points, and it's going to drop substantially from that point, 365 per second, on down the line. But as it sits all the way down the list, even the teams that place last will be getting a handful of points. So I think everybody's going to be in this till the very end, especially if they can place well in some of the games. Seven, tell us about the kill points.
As you mentioned, not only is the placing, it's also the kills. They will be getting 15 points per kill, which we have seen third place actually go ahead and pass first place in just points by them just going in and getting a bunch of kills. So I'm ready to see a lot of action. Hopefully no corner campers, no bush wookies. We should be good to go.
Yeah, we've seen aggression really pay off in a lot of tournaments throughout PUBG's history as well. If you're able to rack up like 12 kills, for example, that can be a huge move up the board of placements.
Absolutely. We're going to be looking today at a first-person game to start off in game #1, and then carrying on into third-person as we move on through the tournament. So stay tuned for that for sure.
That's a really good point that you bring up. And of course, everyone's going to have to be looking out for that as we continue things on. And obviously, being aggressive is a very good way of being able to earn points if you're able to make it work, of course. But there are some things that might not work in PUBG. But don't worry, because if you want to know some of those, Mr. Seven's got you covered.
Welcome to PUBG Mobile, How Not to Be a Noob, presented to you by the 7 Worlds Gaming. In this video, we are going to be showing you some situations that you might want to go ahead and stay away from so you don't become the first person to die. And this first one right here is, make sure that if a game is about to go ahead and start, do not go AFK, because somebody might go there with you and you might end up getting punched to death. Also, please don't loot in the middle of the street or you might end up dying. And if you are a driver of a car, please keep in mind the vehicles are not amphibious. If you end up going into the water, more than likely you are gonna go ahead and drown and die. So please don't be a noob and end up sleeping with the fishes. Please remember, grenades can be used both ways. You can use it to kill enemies, but if you hold it for too long, you might just end up blowing yourself up. And when you are traveling throughout the map, please keep in mind to watch where you're going, or you just might end up looking like a pancake. Now that you have not died to cliffs, please make sure you do not bring a pan to a gunfight, or you just might end up getting killed like this and having somebody telling you to sit your butt down. Now that you have been killed a couple times, you might want to go ahead and stay inside a building in a bombing zone, or you might end up being a doofus and dying to one of those bombs. Well, if you have made it here, I definitely have some trust in you, so make sure whatever you do, try to stay inside the zone. If not, more than likely, you might go ahead and become a noob by dying to the zone. And if you are in the zone, please heal up in time, or that might happen right there. Thank you so much for watching. Now let's continue with the Star Challenge.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seven, of course. And obviously, a lot of potential mistakes that might go on there. Do you echo those sentiments?
100%. I believe that he really clarified a lot of my early mistakes early on in PUBG, and now I don't make these kinds of mistakes, and it's thanks to videos like that, Seven. So really exquisite job on that.
I'm glad. Yeah, I have run into a lot of those issues myself, especially jumping off of cliffs lately on Miramar and Sandhawk. So it happens every now and then, but we're getting it down.
Sometimes you just get stuck. Sometimes you have to jump off that cliff because you just can't get down any other way. away, and it's a risky fall, unfortunately. Let's take a look at our groups. Groups A and B that are going to be playing here throughout the next 2 days. We're going to be playing those games alternately throughout the days as they go by. So why don't we run down these groups?
And in Group A, the first 10 teams, we got Blagoons, Derek's Killers with a loaded squad. They got Diablo and the Gainstars, also a really good-looking team that I'm going to be actually paying a lot of attention to. We got GB, Lights Out, my boy Powerbang right there, Midwest Wolves, Muis Skirm and Friends, Orion Esports, Schiffer Squad, and Chicken Shrimps and Honey Mustard, which that actually sounds delicious. I might be having that after the stream.
That sounds delicious indeed. That font, very tiny. That chicken strips, hopefully the chicken strips are a little larger than that at your lunch. But we've also got Taserface in Group A. We've got the Lejeune Squad featuring Chad of PUBG, PC Fame. We've got the Last Minute Man with Chilled Chaos leading them. Team Pleb with Girl versus Dumb. What is she insinuating here? We've got Team Miss KK. We've also got Team Solid FPS. Gonna have my eye on them for sure to see how he does in his second run at the mobile platform. We've got Team Winsanity, and we also have Vision Gaming, Wicked Gaming, and to cap off Group A, we're looking at the Zen Gamers.
And of course, we have 20 teams in Group B as well. Why don't we kind of fly through those two?
Definitely. And we also have Daylight Fractopia, which is actually really interesting. They have actually like a good squad there. So another team that I'm going to be looking for. Hammer Esports, another great squad. Lady Hammers is actually the lady version of Hammers Esports, so that's pretty cool to see there. And we also got Marciano Gaming, Powerpuff Boys, maybe the best one.
I love the
best name.
I
so
love
far.
the name, Powerpuff Boys.
Rectify, Just Some Dudes, Gertie Dingoes, and Team Claytano. So a lot of good squads there in Group B as well.
Absolutely. To wrap up the second half of Group B, we've got Team Fandy, the Pachinki Bandits with Hothead leading the squad there. Team V Gaming with Miss Vixen. Team Firefox. We've got just soon, very short and sweet, with P90 Princess. We've got Team G25. We've got Team Gates featuring Rolex and Squad. We've got Team Hectic with Metalcore. We've got Those Guys featuring Lights Out That Guy. And we've got Underrated You Are.
Those are the teams as they stand, the 40 teams overall. Guys, what are some of the rosters that really jump out to you? You're already mentioning some like Gangstars, for example. I think someone like Beowulf is a guy that I've seen many interviews on. We've seen many highlights from him. Who else stands out to you guys?
Absolutely. You mentioned Gangstars. I had them on my short list here for teams to watch. I'm really kind of curious to see how Solid FPS does transitioning into his second PUBG Mobile tournament. The first one went okay. I'm curious to see if he can kind of increase placement here in this one. And then, of course, I've got my eye on the 3 Lights Out represented squads. We've got Those Guys, we've got Lights Out, and we've got Team Gates. So I'm watching you guys for sure.
Yeah, not only those, we also have Team Hectic, Metalcore, and the ASAP squad is going to be super loaded. I know they like to go for kills, so I want to go ahead and see how they're going to go ahead and play off. And as you mentioned, we do have some PC players. For example, Chad, he's pretty much a pro on PC.
Chad's
but
a
the
boss.
thing is I want to see if they're going to be able to transition, because they're not going to be using the keyboard and the mouse. They're just going to have to go ahead and use their thumbs. So it's going to be a huge leap, and I want to go ahead and see how they plays out.
Absolutely. It's a very different style. I imagine you guys have not only played on PC, but also extensively on the mobile version. So, just talk to us briefly about, the very big differences, because there are numerous, to say the least.
Absolutely. Some of the differences you'll see right away are the graphical differences. You'll notice less desks and tables and detail in the buildings. But as far as the interface itself, it's a little bit more on the screen to deal with. You've got to work with your thumbs. You don't have 82 keys to work with. So, you're using your thumb as a joystick, or for those of you that play claw, you might be using a few extra fingers as well. That could provide an advantage. But really, it's down to how you can get used to that mobile device, really execute on a lot of the more difficult things just with your gymnastics with your fingers. But yeah, what do you notice as far as being different from mobile than PC?
The difference is that it kind of lets you know where you're going to get shot from. And that's amazing,
That's a huge one.
And you also see footsteps as well, so something to definitely look an eye on. You cannot be as sneaky as you would like. They will definitely hear you coming, or they will see the icon on the minimap. So keep an eye out on that minimap. If you do hear shots, just look up on the top right-hand side, or they can actually move it around. As you were saying, it is mobile. You can actually go ahead and play different styles. For example, I play claw. I use 3 fingers, and my style is super weird, but it's something that I have come accustomed to, and it helps me out because, I got potato aim. So
there you go. You got to find a way some way. Let's get you guys involved as well on Twitter, and you can join in with us here for the Star Challenge North America as a whole. If you go over and hashtag chicken dance and send us your versions of chicken dances, you can join in with all the fun that's going down. You guys like a little bit of chicken dance?
Heck yeah. We got a chicken dance after each and every game, man. I don't know about you guys at home, but I know when I win a game, I'm chicken dancing. You know, we're boogieing. We gotta bust a move when we get that.
You gotta teabag somebody once in a while after all, or you gotta go ahead and tell them to just go ahead and be quiet.
Absolutely. Well, hey, in addition, they did just in the most recent update allow a few extra seconds at the end of the game. We've got like 10 seconds now to do a little dancing, use a little of those emotes. So I hope to see some of that today, maybe after a big victory.
That's right. I like a lot of showmanship that kind of comes through here when you're able to kind of get some victories, etc., and moving forwards. So we were going to potentially have the opportunity to talk to some of these teams. However, we're just kind of getting everybody ready to get into these games as they go forwards. One thing I do want to talk to you about that's a little bit of a difference between kind of the PC version and mobile version is something that you guys brought to my attention yesterday, which I didn't know existed, which blew my mind. There is a town that moves around, a point of interest that just does not exist on PC.
Absolutely, I call it the carnival. Some people call it the ghost town. It kind of has a lot of, the community really hasn't figured it out yet what it's called, right? It doesn't come with a label. It's not on the map. It doesn't have a name like Pachinki or Watertown or anything like that. But it's basically a mobile point of interest. They spawn in there as players, and when those players spawn in, you kind of get a chance to see where it is at on the map. So it's kind of a really cool feature that was just introduced and finished in the latest 0.8.0 update. Tell us one other thing that might be interesting, Seven. I know you're itching for it.
That's true. That's true. And he did mention finish, and that's because in the previous update, it used to be just a construction site. So as the seasons go on, the game actually progresses. And yes, it does move around. But not only that, with the new PUBG Mobile update, there's a flare gun that you can actually go ahead and find there, and the loot is just amazing. Pretty much point it up at the sky, shoot it, and you get some amazing loot. But you also got to watch out, because if you do that, everybody's going to go ahead and see the flare in the sky, and they know they want the hands on that too. So I'm pretty sure some of you have found the flare gun currently watching this.
Absolutely. I know when I find a flare gun, first thing I do is fire that sucker off. I don't care where I'm at. Give me a little daylight. I'm firing it off. If I see one, I am diverting course, and I'm going right for that crate. I'm going to steal it.
Yeah, absolutely. I was so, again, mind blown about this existing on Erangel, and it's really cool to see. The thing I noticed initially was that there isn't much cover in the middle, but as you mentioned, the loot is great. And we can actually talk a little bit about the map that we're going to be playing throughout the next 2 days. Of course, it is Erangel.
Welcome to Erangel, the land of destruction, where you and your mobile friends are welcome to battle it out to the death. So many wonderful landscapes to loot from. I hear the mansion is divine. Shall you gather your armor from Georgia Pole Harbor? Or perhaps a sniper rifle from the Sosnovka hangar? Choose wisely, because your life depends on it. I hope you have enough bandages. There are plenty to go around. You just gotta pick them up. Erangel will provide, and Erangel will leave you left out in the open. Let's see which team has the right plan and shows us that winner winner chicken dinner dance at the end of the round. Okay, teams, get ready to fly. It's time to put your parachutes on. Do you know where you're going? Get ready to jump.
And that is Erangel, of course, the map that we've all come to love across even the past couple of years now, I suppose, when I think about how long we've been playing PUBG at this point. And guys, talk to me about Erangel overall, because for me, it is just kind of the map truly synonymous right now with PUBG.
Absolutely. Erangel is kind of the map that got everything started in PUBG. It's the original, right? It's the one we fell in love with and what got so many millions of players playing this game. So it's something that I love, and the tournament today is going to reflect that as well. All of the games will be played on Erangel. Again, we're going to be looking at first person for the first game. The next 3 games after that, we are going to be shifting to third person. So we're going to see all the cool outfits of people in games 2, 3, and 4. Something that's pretty cool on mobile as you get a lot of these customizations.
And it is, yeah. One of my favorites is actually a football uniform with a bunny head. I like them to know that I'm coming. I even shoot sometimes in Pachinki just so they know I'm coming.
It's not very subtle,
Yeah.
but it works, I suppose. You actually brought it up there, Pachinki being a place of note. What are your favorite drop points? What do you like to go?
Oh, man. For me, Erangel, I love dropping on the military base if the zone kind of supports, if the plane path flies somewhat near there. I'm down for a hot drop anytime. In competitive play, looking at squad format, North Georgia Pole I find to be a very safe location to drop, and it's got all the loot in the world.
Look at this beautiful map here, sponsored by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And for me, I think it always has to be Pochinki. That is just my main bay.
Every game? No matter what?
It depends on the plane path. As you mentioned, the plane path can go anywhere, and it might not be able to go ahead and lead you to Pochinki. But what I usually like to do, and what we're going to probably more than likely see some teams do, is they're going to go ahead and drop towards their main location. For example, if it's not going to go by military base, the plane, they're going to go ahead and just hop on a car and start driving over there. So don't be surprised if you see just a team, a full team with some cars, and they don't have no loot. More than likely, they're trying to get positioned into this location where they're just more comfortable with.
That's something you'll see today. The strategy for a lot of these teams, you're going to see the plane path. It is dynamic. It changes each and every time you start a new game. When it's going across the map, you're going to see teams kind of scout out where the hot drops might be, and a lot of times they're going to avoid those because it's too much of a risk to drop into these highly contested areas early on in the game. So you're going to see them avoid that, drop probably 16 to 1,700 meters away from the plane at a garage where there's known to be a vehicle. They'll hop in that and move away to a more safe location away from the plane path, and they're going to be looting up there a little bit more safely.
That's right. Some of the center cities like Pochinki, of course, is great to be able to transition. Yasnaya and Milton, not too bad for central locations as well, so we could see some of that as we continue on. Make sure as well, not only can you get involved with hashtag Chicken Dance, but you can get involved with the hashtag StarChallengeNA as well on Twitter. And you can tweet at us who you think is going to be able to do well throughout this. You've got a lot of your favorite influencers who are going to be playing throughout the tournament as it stands, not only in Group A, but also in Group B throughout the next 2 days. So get involved over on Twitter. Tweet at us as well. We want to know your thoughts. And I want to know these guys' thoughts as well. I want to know who you think is going to be doing well. I heard you get a few little favorites out before, but who do you think is going to be able to rack up some good points here?
It's a great question. Oh, my goodness. Is
Putting
there
us on the
bias?
spot.
Oh, my gosh. First of all, guys, those of you at home, definitely tweet us with this, the hashtag StarChallengeNA. We do want to hear who you think is going to win. But as far as who I've got a root for either those guys, Lights Out, or Team Gates. All of them have players that I spend a lot of time with, so definitely pulling for one of them.
Yep, I think mine has to be Lights Out. It's something that I follow them a lot. I seen them play on some of the tournaments that I actually do. And also, not only that, Team Hectic has a really strong squad with Metalcore and ASAP, and as well as Gainstars. Those are the main three that I want to go ahead and see how they come out on the first game. And keep in mind, as we've been saying, the first game will actually go ahead and be first person.
Correct.
So I want to go ahead and see how they come out on the first game. And then on the second game, it will be third person. So I want to see what different tactics they're going to go ahead and use.
Absolutely. Gainstars is a team that has done exceedingly well in the tournaments online leading up to this particular event. So they're definitely going to be a team to beat here today. One thing in my heart of hearts that I really would like to see, I would love to see teams, you know, like with Hotted or Chad or Solo FPS. I want to see these PC guys come over and just absolutely dominate on mobile. I want to see if they can do it. I want to see if they're up to the challenge. I don't know. We'll see as the day goes on here for sure. But they definitely are going to bring the strategy, that background knowledge, how to play the game. But there's also things to consider, like the game meta itself, maybe a little bit different on mobile than what they're used to on PC.
It's a really good point that you bring up. I think that things like how to rotate still exist from one platform to another. That's never going to go away because it's the same map. It's the same kind of mechanics, as it were, in that regard. Let's focus on Group A as a whole. I had two choices and I missed it up. So let's focus on Group A here because that is going to be our first game here between these teams. And you guys have already mentioned Gankstars and things like that. How do you think people like Chad's team, for example, in the second half of this, are going to be able to fare when it comes to the mobile? Because again, shooting is quite different compared to
It
PC.
really is.
But beyond that, a lot of the games is very similar.
Tactically, a lot of the game is similar, as you've said. Timing is everything. How quick are the rotations? How snappy your team's moving from place to place? Are they able to get into cover quickly? One thing that you're going to see on mobile is how are they going to deal with the controls? That is the absolute toughest thing for these PC guys coming in. How are they going to deal with it today? The past tells me not well. But I'm hoping to see something a little more from these PC guys. I know they've got the smarts. They've got vast experience, and they far outmatch the mobile guys as far as their experience experience on the game itself.
Definitely.
I like the honesty, to be honest with you. I really do, because, you know, if you're transitioning from platform to platform, it can sometimes be difficult, and some people don't adapt that well sometimes.
And don't take it as me hating on the PC guys.
Sure.
I guarantee you, give me a keyboard and a mouse, and I will get slayed. I will get laid out. I will get pummeled, believe me. But on mobile, it's a different beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can always adjust the buttons too. That's the main thing. Hopefully that's something that they have already seen. So hopefully something that they have already tested out, just where the button layout, what's they're more comfortable with, because that's what it comes down to, something that you're just comfortable with. If you use the regular button layout, it might not be as good. You can maybe move the fire button a little bit higher so you can have faster access to it. So that's something that I did right away, and it helped me out a ton. And you'll see like a huge difference. So I'm hoping they have already tested that out, and I'm hoping they have already just changed the whole layout.
One of the last points here on mobile specifically, that's a great point, is the customization that you have with the interface itself.
Yeah.
You can take your device and move the buttons wherever is comfortable for your hand. So if the fire button falls naturally on the top of the screen, put it on the top of the screen.
Yeah.
It's really, really nice to be able to control all these things. It's similar to key bindings on the PC.
Right, yeah, indeed. I think there's even more customization potential as well. For example, auto looting compared to manual looting and things like that. That becomes a topic that can also be discussed.
It was made even better in this latest update. You can actually
Oh my
customize now what you pick up, how much you pick up, which is extremely helpful. I don't know how many teams will be taking advantage of that feature today, but it'll be cool to kind of pay
and
attention
also
to that.
the auto open door. That becomes huge too, because in case you're getting shot, you might not have the time to go ahead and press open. So you want to go ahead and just that door to go ahead and open up right away. That's another thing. And auto pickup, as you mentioned, it is so great now. It's amazing.
Great quality of life changes there from PUBG.
Yes, and I hope they're actually using it, because if not, if they actually go into the same house against another team, they might go ahead and get in a little bit of trouble if the other person has auto pickup and the other one doesn't. I wonder if we're going to see any type of situation like that, but I actually been in that type of situation.
Right.
I pick up the gun first, and the other guy's just staring there, just waiting to get finished.
Well, speaking of guns, what's your preferred loadouts? Just kind of quick thoughts here for a moment.
Well, with the new introduction of Sandhawk, I am really enjoying the QBZ.
Yeah.
QBZ 95 is an absolutely fantastic assault rifle, and it is kind of close to mid-range, you know, I don't know. It's probably the best in close to mid-range situations, but I still like to single tab from distance. Now, I'm known for the Kar 98 and these bolt-action sniper rifles, so I would be remiss if I did not mention the Kar 98. But my absolute favorite is now the M24, which spawns in the world. And that gun, there is no better satisfying sound than a suppressed M24 firing from a distance with that 6x scope on it.
That's true, and you just see the body just drop. Mine, I guess it has to be the M4, definitely. I think it's just the one to go to. But I actually been using the AKM lately, and oh my God, it rips.
Big AK fan here myself.
Destroys.
Close combat fights. Very, very nice indeed.
Yes.
Well, of course, that's your guys' preferred loadouts, and there are a lot of guns across PUBG as it stands here, and Mr. Powerbang has broken down some of the gun choices that you might be able to pick up across the game.
PUBG Mobile is an open-world shooter with weapons, ammo, and other supplies littered everywhere. Your goal? Be the last one standing, by any means necessary. This, after all, is Battle Royale. Once you drop onto the island from the plane, you'll want to quickly find the best guns, great armor, an adequate amount of ammo, and some weapon attachments so you have the edge in every single fight you're in. In PUBG Mobile, there are different classifications of weapons, and some are more rare than others. There are pistols, shotguns, submachine guns, assault rifles, light machine guns, marksman rifles, and sniper rifles. Heck, there's even a pan! Pistols and shotguns are great early game options when enemy players land directly next to you. Any weapon will do at this point, just get them off me. Beyond the start of the game, however, submachine guns and assault rifles will serve you better because of their superior range and their increased fire rate. The UMP is the star of the SMG class, as it's a very versatile weapon that'll serve you well in many different situations. But the clear favorite weapon of the entire game is an assault rifle, the M416, commonly referred to as the M4. This assault rifle handles beautifully and is the instrument of choice of many of PUBG Mobile's most ruthless assassins. Marksman and sniper rifles can also be found in the world, but they're just not as common as the ARs and SMGs. Pay special attention to the supply crates dropping from passing planes that land during the game. They can have special crate-only weapons containing some of the game's most powerful guns, like the vaunted AWM, the game's strongest single-shot sniper rifle. Keep it locked right here to see which weapons your favorite streamers will go for today. Which weapon is your favorite?
So a great question. Plenty to choose from here in PUBG Mobile and PUBG as a whole. You know, we're kind of talking about those loadouts, etc. I kind of echo your sentiments in that for me, for a long time, M24 was my favorite gun. When they took it out of the crate, put it in just kind of normal world drops, I was the happiest badger in the world.
It's such a conundrum for me right now. I don't know if I'm happy or sad about it because right now, I don't know where to go to get the M24, right? It's random. It's somewhere. I knew before that it was in the crate. You just go to the crate, right? Get the supply drop, and you got the M24. At least a good chance to get that. So I don't know if I'm happy or sad about it being in the open world, although I think I've been running around with it a little bit more often since the update. I've been finding it on more players that I kill, you know, since this latest change.
And as you say that, I actually been using the M24 a lot more too, and oh my gosh. It is just amazing. And you, let us know. You currently watching in the comments. What is your favorite gun? Because I would actually like to know. I like to know the pretty much different opinions. And the QBZ is actually amazing, as you mentioned earlier. Up close is maybe one of the best ones right now. But once you get to the mid-range, once you get to the long range, then it gets a little bit iffy with the 6th time, maybe the 4th time. It all comes down to the scope as well.
100%. I want to hear popular opinion on the ever present debate between the AWM and the M24. A lot of people that I know prefer the way the M24 shoots. They like the bullet drop on it, a little bit slower travel. The AWM's more of a laser. And I feel like a lot of the snipers that are, you know, they use the Car 98 most often because it's the most accessible. When they get that AWM, it's a little bit hard. You know, you get that potato aim on the first couple of shots, and then you kind of dial in. Which do you guys prefer? Is it the AWM for the power, for the raw speed of that bullet travel, or do you like the M24 for the way it feels? You know, it still hits pretty hard.
I feel like M24 is more forgiving as well, because you don't have your set 20 shots. You just have all the 7.62 you can find in the world, and then you can just keep spamming forever and ever and ever.
Absolutely. You've got, you know, plenty of ammo to be had with the 7.62 rounds, and that is true. I like to fire suppressing shots sometimes just to let people know I'm looking at them. With the AWM, that's a little hard to do. What if you want to knock out some tires of a UAZ or something? Do you really want to use an AWM round to accomplish that?
And that's something that a noob would do, and I say that because I actually do that sometimes. I use the AWM just to scare people. I want them to know that, hey, it is in place. So you might not want to go ahead and stay still. And that's something that a lot of people don't actually keep in mind. You do not want to stay still. And something that we actually saw on your video just now, people stay still maybe for too long looting. That's when the auto looting comes great. But if you don't actually use that, you're going to stay still for too long. And people are going to be able to hear those shots. And as we mentioned, they will actually know where those shots came from. So if they actually want to rack up the points in kills, they will go towards the shots and get you while you're just standing there picking up stuff.
Something that I have is kind of a tip for you guys at home that are wanting to snipe. I do a lot of sniping. I basically make a living sniping people in PUBG.
There you go.
But what I would like to implore you to do is be patient with your shots. Make sure that you're waiting for that moment when they do hold still, when they make sure that they're, you know, like scoping in on somebody, looking across an open field. At that point, then take the shot. Don't try to hit them when they're running and jumping around out in the open, dipping, dodging, and ducking. We don't want to be, you know, letting them know that we're looking at them, and then they have an opportunity to take cover.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's talk about some of the players that are going to be playing here again. It's from Gangstars. You already kind of mentioned them. Beowulf is a guy that really stands out. I listened to some extensive interviews with him in regards to his approach in PUBG Mobile, because I think for a lot of people, it's fair to say he is considered one of the very best in PUBG Mobile. Is that
Absolutely.
fair?
He's top tier for sure.
So he was mentioning like what loadouts he likes and which guns he likes that aren't exactly his most successful loadouts, but guns that he just likes in general. And one that he brought up was the Vector. What do you guys think about the Vector, its utility, and how it is being able to implement in the game as a whole?
I really like the Vector. I'm a huge fan of it. Constantly being taken down by Vectors. Very, very quick fire rate on these Vectors. They do a surprising amount of damage if you can catch somebody in close range. Now, at range, they're a little bit weaker. I'm not sure if I would choose that gun at range. And one gun that Beowulf has spoke about as well as having an affinity towards is the Mini 14. The DMR, the marksman rifle, really, really effective with that. You'll see that on display today for sure.
Yeah, and going back to the Vector, you actually see that one mostly at the start of the game. When the game starts, you'll see the Vector. The only thing is that it doesn't have that many bullets. So if you do have, if you kind of miss some shots, you have to worry about that. Now, the Mini 14, it's great, especially towards like the middle of the game when you might get into some long-range fights. You're going to be able to pick people off clean. Now, with the Vector, I have noticed with the 4th time, it can be very accurate if you just kind of like tap it. If you hold it down, it's going to go all over the place.
Absolutely.
But
Pro tip, use the burst fire.
Yes.
Use the burst fire on that Vector from range, and you can hit to the chest and to the head with one tap.
Yeah, I think you were mentioning it before, but something like an extended mag on a Vector is absolutely paramount when it comes to using it into a prolonged version of a game where if you're looking for like maybe other guns during down the line, I think.
Absolutely. If you want to run around with a Vector, extended quick draw is an absolute requirement for that weapon. Otherwise, it's kind of a bridge to get you to that AR or that sniper rifle that you might be looking to take for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely. So another team that I was looking at whilst coming into Group A was actually previously named Ruben Perez, but they're actually now Chifero Gaming, Chifero Squad even, I should say. And them as a team have been able to win back to back in practice constantly. So what do you think about their potential chances here, considering that in practice I saw massive win streaks for them in mobile?
Oh, wow. That's definitely incredible for sure. Anybody that's putting wins together back-to-back is definitely a team to watch out for. I, for one, will be watching them during today's production. Very excited to see how they do.
And the thing that it comes down to is also team chemistry. How long have they been playing with each other? Are they going to know when to start rotating at the end of a match or at the start of the match? That's something that we have seen maybe in the past too. Teams that might not have a lot of chemistry, they don't know what their other team is going to be doing in advance. So always knowing what your team might actually go ahead and do can actually give you that extra lead, extra chance to go ahead and win the whole game.
That's right. When you get that player knock, you knock somebody on the other team, they're down. Do you know if your teammate's going to instantly push and head towards try to get the finish the kill, or are they going to be a little bit more patient? Playing together a little bit longer and having that time together will kind of pay dividends later on in this tournament for sure.
Echo is one of the players that really kind of stood out to me in their practice games that looked good and on point. I mean, like 12 kills a game good in those wins as it was continuing.
That's not too shabby, especially when you consider there's only 80 on the field for these games.
That's right. That's right. What do you think about breaching? Because obviously that is a kind of a hot topic when it comes to actually like breaching a compound. What's your preferred method of breaching compound? I know that people like Beowulf have been saying you crash in with a car and you go in with your big guns, with your AKMs, with your potential vectors if you want to breach the compounds.
I think due to potentially some of the lack of precision that you might have on mobile, it's very difficult to defend a hard and fast breach. When somebody really comes at you at the compound, hits it hard and fast, climbs through the windows, hits the doors, it can be overwhelming, and it really puts the pressure on the defensive team to try to hold off that push, especially if, you time some grenades, come in on a side of the building where there's no window access or balcony access to your position, and that all comes down to strategy with the team that is ultimately crashing into the compound. Are they going to choose a spot where they're fish in a barrel and people can just shoot down on top of them, or will they hit a blind spot where there is no way to actually kill them off from the defensive team inside the building?
And just going off of that, it actually depends also on the compound, at least usually to my taste. If it's a house or if it's like a compound, it depends on the layout of it. If there's going to have a roof, then I have to kind of worry about maybe them having people on 3 different floors.
Right.
Now, if it is a house, then more than likely, usually for some reason, people like to go ahead and stay in the same room, which then you can just go ahead and throw a grenade, throw a Kobe in there and just blow them up and then go ahead and loot their squad.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I'm just getting word that we need a little bit more time here for our teams to get ready here for Group A's first match of the day. Again, remember out there, we're going to be doing 4 games today throughout the day. It's going to be Group A, then Group B, then Group A, then Group B. Our first 2 games are going to be first person, with our next games throughout the entire course of the tournament being third person as well. And important to note, again, that it is 15 teams that advance from these 2 groups. But basically what happens is that when you earn points in one group, everything is tallied together. So it's both groups that are in the same kind of leaderboard, as it were.
So Squad A, Group A and Group B, it does not matter which group you're in. The highest finishers of the day will be the teams to move on, and it looks like just over a third of the teams participating today will be moving on to the North American Finals being held next month here in LA as well. That's going to be a live tournament where all these teams will be here on location. Going to be pretty incredible. We've talked a little bit today about some of our favorites, some teams that we're looking out for. Definitely interested in what you guys at home are thinking, so make sure you're tweeting at us with the hashtag StarChallengeNA. We'd love to hear your thoughts, and we'll also be paying attention to the chat to see who's got that hype, baby. So make sure you guys are letting us know.
Absolutely, and we can take a look at the points breakdown as it stands overall coming into this tournament, because it's unlike some of the tournaments that I've covered in PUBG myself, where even if you're placing towards the lower portion of it, you're still getting not too bad amounts of points. 100 points even for those last places is okay.
Absolutely, and it kind of leads me to believe that aggressive play may be favored a little bit more, because snaking around and hiding for placement really, unless you can make it all the way to the finish line, really isn't going to buy you that much of an advantage because it is a risky strategy. You may not get the loot that you may otherwise get by wiping out squads. Wiping out teams, picking up those kills, getting 15 kills a pop is going to be absolutely crucial for the placement of teams today.
Yeah, just going off the kills there, 15 points per kill. I wonder which team is gonna go ahead and get the most kills per match, because we saw some records actually. We saw some numbers that we didn't even expect on previous tournaments. People getting 15 kills, people getting 19 kills.
Just driving around in vehicles, slaying out, going compound to compound, like, come at me, bro.
Yeah.
I'm hoping to see some of that today because it was certainly exciting.
Yeah, you got to be careful, though. You don't want too many people in single vehicles, otherwise you get blown up and then everything goes wrong.
Let's just say that the teams that were excelling on those kills never made the top 3.
Yeah. Not the best of spots, but at least you're getting some kills, I guess.
They were very exciting to watch.
There you go. Let's take a look at the group once again here for Group A, because we are almost ready to get into our first game. So it's important to recap exactly who's going to be playing. Again, lots of influencers that from across this region that are going to be playing things out.
And in Group A, we got Blagoons, Derek's Killers, Gangstars, GV, Lights Out, Miss with Wolves, Muiskerm and Friends, Orion Esports, Chifer Squad, and Chicken Strips and Honey. I just like saying that name.
Yeah, it's good.
Absolutely. Fantastic for the first half. Now we got the second half of Group A. Taserface, the Lejeune Squad. We got the Last Minute Men, Team Pleb, Miss Team KK, Solid FPS, Winsanity, Vision Gaming, Wicked Gaming, and Zen Gamers.
And that is that. And big thank you once again to our sponsor, Samsung Galaxy Note9, for joining us along this trip here for the Star Challenge North America. And with that, we are almost ready to start game number 1 here of Group A for the Star Challenge North America.
Absolutely. You can see the spawn point here at the Divine Mansion, or just south of it, rather. And we've got all the teams grouped up here so you can see where that point of interest is going to be during the game. It's going to be a nice little, run and gun session here by the mansion. I'm curious to see if anybody actually drops there, though, as it's not a popular drop spot here on the mobile platform.
Yeah, and it's going to go ahead and come down to what the playing path is. So hopefully we'll be able to go ahead and see that here. And I want to go ahead and see what teams are going to go where. And it looks like this one is actually going to go straight down by military base. And you also got Jasnava. I'm probably going to go ahead and butcher some of those names. So
Jasnaya Poliana.
There you, oh my goodness. Okay.
We got it. Look at the plane path, though. It's coming in from the northeast here, flying directly, slicing right through the middle of the map. So many great drop locations. You've got Jasnaya Poliana. We've got Stalber up top, which has got great loot, but is awfully isolated. You're going to see no one really go there. We've got Squad 10 actually jumping out to Kameshki, it looks like. And then we've got other great locations like Razak School. You've got Pachinki in range, Farm, and Milta, which is our man here's favorite, Milta. And then we've also got the military base at the end of the flight path. I really feel, though, as though Georgia Pole and the crates will be popular locations. You're going to see teams drop on the car garage at Roshawk. Expect an engagement there to start things off.
Definitely. We see a lot of teams. It seems like everybody's just jumping off early here. Look at Team 10 just going to Kameshki. There you go. Ooh, baby. And we actually got people going to school in apartments. So something definitely interesting that we want to go ahead and keep an eye on, because I want to see if we're going to have early engagements or if everybody's just trying to wait for the end to go ahead and engage. And it looks like we do have a couple teams there on the military base. And look at this right here. Trasher already has a pistol, looking around, level 2 backpack, level 1 helmet. Oh my gosh, look at everybody in Roshawk. We have 4 different teams, it looks like, in near Roshawk.
And as expected, Gangstars goes for the vehicle, and they are going to be hauling butt over to, looks like Georgia Pole. Not a surprise at all here. We've got teams spreading out all over the map. You've got a really hot southeastern part of this zone. And again, School Roshawk area definitely hot, but I think there's going to be a battle for the vehicles there. And again, teams will migrate to the east or the west. Look at this zone, though.
Oh my gosh.
Wow, what a southern zone. And wow, look at teams 4 and 18 there.
Zenly Gaming taking out Comfort Police already early, and they actually go ahead and finish them off. Insane Derpy being able to go ahead and get that kill. My gosh, we're actually seeing some action right here at the beginning, and we also got to keep an eye out on their circle because it is gonna go ahead and start moving. So it's something they want to go ahead and keep an eye on. And not only that, look at Zen Gaming. I'm loving what they're doing here, just having the high ground. And it looks like Chad already has a little bit of damage there. More than likely, they're not going to be able to go ahead and pick up their teammate. And it's something that we might actually see throughout the tournament. So if you see maybe a teammate down and their team just leaving them, sometimes it's better to go ahead and sacrifice. And just look at this map right here. Team 10 is definitely not even close. So they more than likely want to go ahead and find a couple vehicles and actually go with the strat. Do they want to go all in just one vehicle, or do they want to go ahead and take separate vehicles?
That's a great question. We've got some action early so far, and it looks like we're taking a look at the prison right now. We've got some fighting going on down in the little bowl here. We've got a couple squads going at it. It is going to be early fights are obviously not where you want to be because it's such a high risk to engage this early on rather than looting up first, but it's not going to matter here. It looks like Winsanity is going in. We got kills, people getting knocked left and right.
And look at this right here. They want to go ahead and pick up that teammate. Look at that person with no clothes on. They want to make sure they don't actually stay like that throughout the whole match because that will play part at the end of the match. And they are actually going for the revive. And let's look at this team. Currently 0 kills, making sure they loot up. They are kind of far away. Gangstars, once again, just on the top left-hand side. They're the type of team that they might not mind just getting a little bit hurt by the circle as long as they're able to find enough health, PB.
Absolutely. You see that Juicy and his squad Lights Out have gone up to the crates in Georgia Pole area as well. They're kind of off, separated a little bit. They definitely, these teams, a lot of them know each other, right? They know what their preferences are, and Gangstars has basically claimed North Georgia Pole as home turf. So you're going to see them definitely try to loot up over here. We've also got some great action going on down towards the prison, mansion, and down in Milta area as well. We're following Ava TK here. We've already got 5 kills off the board at this point. So all 20 teams still left alive, but there are a few players that have been pruned off to this point.
And it looks like they're currently in prison, and they are very close to each other. Team 19 just taking the top floor, and Team 8 wanting to go ahead and push up. As we were mentioning, how are they going to go ahead and breach this? Are they going to wait? Because the zone is not on them. They do have to go ahead and leave. They got to keep in mind that the positioning is a huge part in this game, especially once that circle starts moving on. And in case you're new to the game, as the game actually goes on, the circle just becomes a lot stronger and will actually do a lot more damage. So something to go ahead and keep an eye out on.
Definitely, these guys are going to be forced to move here shortly with the circle closing in. Again, it is quite wide at the current time. It's not going to be any time soon where these guys have to move, but at the same time, occupying multiple levels of the same building, when you've got another squad right below you, you definitely are watching your step. You don't want to make sure that you're giving them easy kills. So you're going to be having to watch that rotation here a little bit later on.
That's true. And look at Chad here with the level 3 helmet, level 3 out of his mind so far. One of his teammates do go down, and they're actually currently looking handicapped here because they got one teammate dead already and one down. So they want to make sure and be aware. And I'm loving the movement here by Chad. He's actually showing some great movement on mobile.
Absolutely. Chad's still alive, trying to carry his team. We've got another really solid squad here in Team 5. Pirateer and Night Owl leading the charge into the building, trying to finish off the knocks here on Team 13. That is Chad's squad. Chad off to the side, unable to support. Can they hold them off? No, it looks like Night Owl's going to get the knock and the finish here on both of these guys. Really nice work from him, and it looks like Chad is going to be all by himself off to the side with the Tommy gun.
They come through, and they're going to go ahead and find those skills, and more than likely now they know. They were down. All of the team is not dead, so they want to go ahead and find that last person, get more kills, get more points. And look at here by Georgia Pool. We have a couple teams, 4 teammates here, different teams. And the thing is, you got to look at the choke points too, right? Because more than likely, they want to go ahead and take the road so they can get to the safe zone faster. So I wonder if some teams are going to go ahead and just wait a little bit to see if they can get those skills, or do they just want to go ahead and start working on positioning? But yes, we mentioned there, Chad just by himself. I wonder how he's going to go ahead and play that out. And look at that, Sixless actually gets a kill. And we're currently just looking at Gangstars just trying to get some loot, as much loot as they can, as they do have Lights Out nearby.
Lights Out, Igmix picking up a kill there. Sick was picking up a kill as well. Very nice job to them. They are engaged right now at the crates here in South Georgia Pole. We've got an engagement going on. Juicy leading his squad of Pablo, Igmix, and Sixless here. They are wiping teams off the board. We do have one squad that has been eliminated thus far, so we are down to 19 remaining. One thing that you pointed out, Seven, on the rotation, it's going to be really interesting because a lot of these teams know that Gangstars does loot up in North Georgia Pole, and they have 3 squads currently in between them and a very southern zone. So rotating is going to be a priority here shortly. Will they cut each other off? Who knows? One thing that I like right now is look at that southern island. Who is down there? That is Team Solid FPS, bringing that knowledge, that in-game strategery. They are hanging out on that southern island, looting up all by themselves. They are going to be a force to be reckoned with as the game moves on.
And not only that, they actually have somebody right next to the bridge. So I wonder if they're going to try to go for that position as well. Just hold on the bridge, wait for people to start coming through, get those kills. But they also don't want to go ahead and get overpowered because people could end up using boats, maybe go ahead and start swimming, which sometimes in situations like this, I don't highly suggest it because you can get picked off really easy. But if you don't really have another option, if you don't have a boat, if you don't have a jet ski, and if you don't want to go ahead and take the bridge, then swimming is going to be your last option. And it looks like at the moment, that's where they're going to have to go. Now, going back a little bit towards GameStars and Lights Out, right? We saw them outside the zone, and we did see that Lights Out might actually be able to go ahead and set up a perimeter there and wait for GameStars to come through as we're looking at the map right here on the top left-hand side of your screen. And we actually see the zone now moving in, so that's something they want to go ahead and keep an eye on. And you can see GameStars is more than likely now looking towards the crates. They want to make sure nobody's there once they start moving. And look at Team 7 right here, just currently trying to make sure they go up this hill, don't get spotted because they don't really have any cover. If they want to do anything, they're going to have to jump off that cliff.
Absolutely. You can see Team 9 Lights Out and Team 1 Gangstars. They're playing a little do-si-do up in the northwest part of this map. Really kind of interesting to see the strategy behind that. Lights Out normally would try to take out Gangstars early, but that's also a huge risk here, knowing the stakes that are at play. The top 15 teams move on, so perhaps it's not wise to force that engagement early in the fight rather than waiting till later on. But we have the zone closing in. We've got all kinds of teams that are making their way to the circle. Again, for those of you new to PUBG Mobile, the first circle does not hurt that bad, but it will do damage over time. Once that blue circle overlaps your position, you are now in the blue zone. It'll tick a little bit, it'll do a little bit of damage, but we've got a nice little firefight going on right now here for Outsider of Wildcard and Team 3.
Yeah, and it looks like we got Wicked here. I wonder what they're going to go ahead and do, how they're going to play this out. One of their teammates is currently down here, Team 20, and we see Wicked squad just starting to move in. They want to get that kill. They want to make sure they get those points, and there you go. They're able to go ahead and finish them up, and look at this loot right now. Level 3 backpack. That means that they're going to be able to go ahead and pack as much stuff as they can in there, and hopefully they brought their lunchbox because it might be a long day for them. They went back to the main lobby already, and look at Team 20. Just pretty much really spread out. That's something that I usually don't like seeing in squads. Seeing squads too spread out unless they've been playing with each other for a while. And as we see the overall here, teams are now starting to move in, and it actually looks like Lights Out might be waiting for GameStars to go ahead and do that. Now we do have Team 5 currently waiting by Rosshawk, so something to go ahead and keep an eye on as all teams do start moving in. We obviously got Team 20, which we just saw into action there. They're more than likely want to go ahead and start pushing towards the zone. And Wildcard, even though they already have some kills, they definitely want to get their butts in the safe zone.
Absolutely. Team 12 and 6 are getting ready to square off here just a little bit south of Pachinki. We are going to be seeing them occupying different compounds. Both of these are positions of normal, pretty good strongholds here. The house is just off the road, and then the barn's just down the street. Both of these guys are in the zone right now, so no movement will be necessary from right now. The northern part of this map is where things are going to go down in just a moment on these rotations. We've got Team 1 and Team 9 still both in the blue zone, both waiting for each other. What's going on? We also have some firefights going on over in Milta. Team 3 and Team 20 are firing some shots at each other, but the way this is developing is extremely interesting with this many teams left alive and two of the top squads going at it already. They haven't fired a shot yet, but positioning-wise, they're definitely gunning for each other.
Yeah, and as soon as that blue circle touches the white one, we're going to have a new zone. And that's something to keep an eye on because it might be that it actually benefits some teams and some other teams might not so much. So something to keep an eye on. Positioning, as I mentioned, is going to play a huge part. You're more than likely going to go ahead and hear me say that a bunch of times. Now, look at Milta. We got Team 14 over there getting sneaked up by Team 20. And as we mentioned, look at this zone. Now, the good thing about this is that this zone does not do that much damage. And there you, oh my God, look at this zone right here. A lot of teams currently not in this safe zone. So make sure, please, get there as soon as possible. And we still have GameStars and Lights Out up there.
Look at how far they are out of the zone. And as the zones continue to go reset and basically generate new zones, the blue zone will tick harder. It will hit you harder. It will start to hurt more. But for the first 2 circles typically aren't too much to be worried about as long as you've got your painkillers and your energy drinks active, which restore your health over time. But as you can see, again, the positioning war between Gangstars and Lights Out up in the northwest corner of the map in Georgia Pole, that's going to be interesting to watch moving forward. We'll transition now again south of Pachinki in the compound here. Team 12 and 6 still staring at each other, now on the edge of the zone, and it looks like Team 12 in one of those houses will be inside the next circle safe, and Team 6 will have to rotate by them. So we'll see if we got an engagement there.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to push here, and I noticed that we already have 2 airdrops in the map as well. Something you want to keep an eye on, as we were talking before the game started, airdrops do provide certain guns that might be a little bit stronger. The AWM is pretty much like a one-shot kill, so something to keep an eye on in the future. If somebody does go to a crate, what kind of gun they can get, and they might actually go ahead and get an advantage just out of that. And look at Team 12 right here, just staring Team 6 down. More than likely, they heard some shots. As we mentioned earlier, if you do shoot, you're kind of giving away your position, not only by the sound, but you will also be able to hear and see on the minimap where they're coming from. And look at Team 5. Team 5 is just being calm, cool, and collected by school, even though they are currently taking damage because they are outside the zone.
On this map, we've got 3 key things that I want to pay attention to. We've got the mess that's about to happen on the bridge to the east side of the zone. You've got Team Solid FPS camping that situation, waiting for people to come across, and there are 5 squads on the immediate other side of that bridge that are going to jostle for position. We also have Lights Out and Gangstars, again, up in Georgia Pole, way out of the zone. Both of them know they have to rotate. Both of them don't necessarily want to fight this early, but the position war is real. We also down have in Primorsk, we've got 2 squads jostling for the best position in the zone, so they think, and it's going to be interesting to see who can establish a foothold and make all the other teams come to them.
And as we see there, Lights Out and Gangstars, now they're starting to take damage, and it's going to increase, as we mentioned, throughout the game. If you're outside the blue zone, if you're not inside that white circle, the zone to be at, you're going to take some damage, and it looks like we got Team 14, look at this, gets caught out, and there you go. Wildcard being able to go ahead and get 2 more kills. Now they know 1 more person is going to be there. Are they going to just go ahead and wait behind the boat? And look at this. They might get sandwiched here by VG. They notice that. They heard some shots. They go ahead and turn around and make sure they address that right away, making sure they heal up, because you don't want to take a gunfight here with not 100% health. And talking about that, look at that right there. They get taken down. Now, is he going to try to get the finish, as they do have 1 team down? It's pretty much like trading a player. There you go. Wildcard being able to go ahead and take 1 out. Oh, he waited, and he takes 1 more out. Wildcard being able to go ahead and get destroyed there by VG, and Wicked very low on health. Win. There you go. Lucifer actually gets the kill on Win, PB.
We're going back and forth. Right now, we're trading. We've got people knocked all over the place. Wicked taken down there. VG Arceus getting the kill on Wicked. He is knocked. He's got a chance to be picked up here. Lucifer running around trying to get things done, but low health on Arceus here. The zone is coming. This is bad timing for him for sure. Everyone is knocked. They're in the blue. They're taking damage. This is going to be really difficult to rebound from. Both of these squads are just going to knock each other out, courtesy of help from that zone.
Yeah, and this, as you mentioned, this zone, it plays a huge part here. Do you want to go ahead and just kill the other team because you are taking damage even though you are not getting into a gunfight? Do you also want to go ahead and pick up your teammate? And it looks like VG is currently corner camping there. Lucifer is able to spot him. He is actually able to go ahead and take him out. Is he going to have enough time here to go ahead and pick up his teammate? Because he also has to worry about picking himself up.
Oh, and what I mean by that,
what
do you think about this? Should he have gotten the revive?
I don't know. I don't know. They have to do positioning here. I think he should have just left them and just work on positioning. They already got some kills, which is great. And look at Lights Out and Gangstars finally starting to move up. It looks like they didn't engage. Lights Out went ahead and just started positioning themselves a little bit sooner. And Gangstars just realizes that, hey, they cannot stay in this zone anymore. They need to get to the safe zone as soon as possible. And look at Chilled Chaos here. Oh, baby.
Chilled Chaos and his team. They're positioned up on that hill, looking down on Team 10 here, down in this compound. They are camped. I'm not sure if they're aware of the presence of Chilled Chaos and his squad. Yes, they are. We got shots being fired, but there are a couple of squads here. So this is really interesting. UAZ comes into the compound. There's the shots. Oh, and a great connection there. Manaber's getting knocked, and that was not what he was hoping to happen. Novocaine spots him early. Novocaine getting the knock, but unable to get the finish.
Being able to use that M4, and it looks like that 4-time as well. Look at this M16 and this 3-time, and oh my gosh, they do have a car, so that's good. Now, another thing that we just noticed here is you don't want to necessarily stay still for too long. Even if that means laying down, even though you think you might have a lot of cover, people will still be able to spot you, especially when you start shooting. Something to keep a huge eye on. And look at Wildcard here, still not moving towards the safe zone. They will have to go ahead and go through that bridge, but it looks like Team 2 is now starting to get to the safe zone. This safe zone is going to be insane. And there we have it right there. Oh my goodness, it is in the military base island. A lot of teams outside the zone. This is going to be interesting. Night Owl being able to go ahead and get some kills there from Team 12. Chill Chaos. It looks like that didn't work out. Just waiting. There you go. Chill Chaos gets taken out as he was just standing still trying to line up his shot.
Pirateer, a brilliant player, absolutely taking him down there. I like how the crates that dropped on that southern island provided a clue as to where that final zone was ultimately going to be. Down in the southwestern portion of the southern island, the military base, very, very tough spot to get to. There's a couple of teams already positioned there, but now we focus our attention on Team 5 and Team 12 here. Camsey eyeballing Pirateer in that upper window, trying to get him to peek, trying to get that knock.
And look at this, they're just waiting. I wonder if we can maybe see some replays there from earlier from those kills. Look at this replay brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. And Nabar just trying to go to his teammate, and then he gets caught. Chill Chaos just gets caught peeking as he's trying to find that person. Check out this shot right here. Oh man, baby. I'm just getting super hyped by this ending. Look at all the teams. Now Team 16 looks like they're gonna have to swim there, which they might want to go ahead and start swimming now. It looks like Team 4 is already doing that.
Lots of teams trying to make their way to the southern island. This lends itself to not necessarily a bridge camp, as the zone is just a little bit too far south for that. But at the same time, a lot of people know that they're coming through that choke point. Oh, the boat is destroyed. Egnix absolutely destroying a boat with a whole bunch of people in it. And we've got Lights Out holding the gate here while they get across. It looks like they've made it. They've destroyed their competition. And that was a fantastic execution there, taking out that boat. I would love to see that again if we can get that done.
They were able to get that kill, but now they're in a peculiar spot here because one of their teammates is now down. There you go. They're able to go and move up. Juicy able to get that kill on chat as he did have the height advantage. Lights Out here showing that they come to get the kills.
Ooh.
Not only the win, and look at that movement, man. I love that. And there you go. They're actually being able now to go ahead and pick up their teammate. They noticed it was just one person shooting at them, and they're also going to have access to this sniper rifle. And we have 15 teams left, and in the backdrop, we were also able to see another airdrop falling there. And look at this, Derpy being able to go and take out. Oh,
look at
another
Sixless.
one.
Woo! That is the boat that was coming across, and they are absolutely destroying coming across this island here. So, wow, Sixless getting the job done. Is that the mini with an 8 times? Holy goodness. Absolutely making it difficult for teams to get across. We are down to 14 now. That was an incredible shot by Sixless there. I would absolutely love to go back and check that out again. Lights Out doing work here from the southern island, taking boat after boat out. Sixless looking at the boat. Look at this. Here it comes.
Just waiting. One by one, and it explodes. It looks like boats are not the way to go right now. It seems like cars just might be the way. And look at TSM Solid just getting some shots on GameStars, even though their team seems to be just pinned down on one area, and they actually don't have the height advantage, although they do have the Car 98, a very, very powerful weapon.
Absolutely. Car 98, obviously my personal favorite. One of them, bolt action, feels so buttery smooth. So good. Yes. Want to see more of that for sure. Let's check the zone here as the teams start to thin themselves out. Still a few trying to make their way in. We've got Team 17 stuck in the zone right now trying to make their way across the bridge. 16 is about to be in trouble as well as they're looking to swim or take a boat across this body of water. But perhaps taking a boat is not the wisest move, as you can see the wreckage here off the shore. It looks like freaking Normandy here. Lights Out making absolutely a mess of the other squads coming over in these boats.
And somebody there from Team 15 notices that Lights Out is currently in a gunfight with somebody else, and they're starting to sneak up on them. We got a shark in the water.
Absolutely.
He was going underwater, and look at Echo here just putting some pressure on Wildcard as they are outside the zone, and there are also damage. So a lot of stuff to look around here. ASAP Echo realizes that they're getting shot. They have to work on positioning here. Wildcard currently outside the zone. Team 6 outside the zone. And as we mentioned here, there you go. Lights Out notices that there is people currently swimming, and Prince is not want to go ahead and get up.
Kregma's taken down. Kregum's down, and he is finished. They're just gate gatekeeping this waterway, knowing that everybody is trying to get to the zone, and with the plane path as it were, there wasn't going to be a lot of squads on that southern island, so they're gatekeeping, doing a brilliant job, and look at that, they also have control of the short side of the zone. They're going to be having teams rotate to them en masse. This is going to be really interesting. Want to point out Team 3, Wildcard. They have made it into the zone from their earlier engagement in Milta. It looked like they were going to be really close to not making it out alive. They, in fact, have, and I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do here as we enter these final circles.
And I also want to go ahead and point out Team 4, VSG. They had the zone earlier, but now look at that. They are by themselves on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. They want to go ahead and start working towards the zone, especially because it's going to do a lot of damage. And I mean a lot of damage to the point where, yeah, you do not even want to get shot once, or you just might end up going down. And your teammate are not going to be able to revive you. And look at GameStars here, being able to go ahead and position themselves a little bit on the high ground, making sure they have the high ground regardless of where the zone is going to be. That great positioning, and they also still have the vehicles in case they need to go ahead and move a long distance.
Absolutely. You can see Beowulf has turned the tables there on Solid FPS, earlier being scoped out by Solid FPS at the top of the ridge. Now Beowulf and squad are aware of their presence, and they're holding that high ground position, looking down on them. We've got an action again. Lights Out Juicy taking down Ish, finishing the kill, and Lights Out continuing to roll through these teams. Wolfie Money taken out as well, and we've got ASAP peeking in from the side, trying to get those Car 98s. Beautiful shot from Echo, taking out the Sigils from across the valley.
And look at that. Some of their teams are also up there. Team 6 versus Team 17 going up the hill. That is actually great. They were able to get that kill as we see GameStars getting into some fights as well. And look at this. Team 17 getting the kill. He's laying down. He's being a snake. AKM coming into play. Whoever mentioned earlier you like the AKM, well, now you're seeing it here in live on your screen, baby.
Absolutely. Down to 11 teams now as Beowulf and GameStars are able to wipe another squad off the face of the earth. Juicy with the AWM in play, picking up kills left and right for Lights Out as well. We've got a couple of teams making statements here early on. It's not necessarily a surprise. The circle shrinks, and we are having teams come together now. This is going to be really interesting as things progress here. This is getting exciting, guys. We've got teams in the middle looking around, Team 17 and Team 6 here. Miss Team KK. Oh, what are they going to do? This is going to be an engagement for sure. Out of the zone, they are trying to make their way in, but this is treacherous.
We have 11 teams still left with this tiny circle now. Miss Team KK, Team 17, looking to go ahead and pick up their teammate, but they do have to watch out. Team 6 is just waiting. They know they're going to have to run. They know both of them are outside the zone. They want to go ahead and get the right angle on them. Now, what I think they should be doing is they should be spreading out a little bit more towards the right too if they want to kill him, but it looks like they actually want to go ahead and get to the zone as Lord Shifero, for some reason, is still laying down.
Look at Team 5 here. They have done it right. Lights Out is no longer gatekeeping. They've moved into the very center of the circle. Could be dangerous as they will have teams coming from all sides. Miss Caliverse over on the left side there. This is going to be really, really interesting. But coming across late is Team 5. They're actually able to get across that body of water safely. Let's see if they're able to get up the hill.
We got GameStars about to go actually against VSG. They know they're outside the zone. They know they're taking damage. GameStars being able to go ahead and take down their Jagger, and it looks like GameStars is just cleaning up. Hassie, it is still left. He might be laying down. He's barely inside the zone. There you go. GameStars being able to get those kills, and look at that custom right there, baby. Ooh, that boy's got the corn.
We got story of two squads right now. Juicy doing work with the AWM for Lights Out. We've got Beowulf, Angry, and squad up with GS. They're absolutely destroying on the top of the hill here. We've got RK, Percasis actually taking some people out as well. Man, this is going to be really interesting. We are below 10 teams now left. 9 remaining, so less than half of the squads now that we started with are still standing.
And we got Derek G here with 0 kills. He does have the DP28, and it looks like his team is just carrying him right now as they do have 3 kills. One of them is currently down. Are they going to try to go for that pickup? And look at Lady Shifero actually gets taken down. It seems like they just waited a little bit too long. They are being smart, though. They do throw those smokes. They do not want to get noticed while they're just staying still for too long. So smart plays there by them, but they do need to start working on getting on the safe zone. If not, they're going to go ahead and end up dying. And it's not a situation, as we can tell right there, Echo just decides to go ahead and leave her and start working on
Sixless with a
positioning.
huge knock on GS Angry. Lights Out, popping. Oh no, Eggman taking down Pyra. Everfury goes down to Pablo. Lights Out getting the upper hand. 3 knocks, only Beowulf is left. Can he save his squad? If anybody can do it, it's him. They're trying to get the finishes, knowing that they're off in the distance. They are going to try to be picking up up their teammates, but Lights Out definitely wants to get these guys out of the fight so they can have numbers moving into the final zone.
And look at Lights Out right here, already with 12 kills, and they do seem to have great positioning. They are currently the only team inside the safe zone. Everybody needs to go ahead and start running, and Derek G, it looks like their team actually got caught outside the safe zone, and Juicy is able to go ahead and just destroy Derek G with the sniper rifle. He knows that more people are going to be there. He's waiting to go ahead and show up, and Echo Arcade Diablo there ends up dying to the zone. Juicy, there you go. We get confirmation that he was able to go ahead and kill him. Team, only 6 teams are left on this, as we do have Lights Out and Team 18 being able to spot him here. How are they going to play this? And we also got to watch out for Wildcard, because Wildcard might be nearby.
Absolutely. Juicy with another knock-on exclusive with AW, and Eggmix with a knock-on exclusive. Holy cow, this is really, really interesting getting the finish there from Eggmix. We've got 3 members of Gangstars back up in action. Pyro was finished by Lights Out, but it is now 3 members of Gangstars looking to push into the final circle here. Again, Lights Out, the only team currently in the zone. They are gatekeeping here, and you know that their attention is fully on that Gangstar squad. It looks like Mr. Flip and Solid FPS, they are still alive in circle. Early position on that Southern Military Island is paying off for them. They are one of the final 6 alive here, so good job to Team Solid FPS.
And Sixless knows that Gainstars is there. There you go, he's able to spot him. They want to go ahead and put the pressure. They're outside the zone. They have to come to them, but Gainstars, props to them, because they are currently using those smoke grenades to the maximum of their abilities, because we do know 3 players from Gainstars went down, and now at least they have 3 people back up.
Everfury crashes the wall. Eggmix gonna gatekeep him, gets the knock, but knocks himself. And this is gonna be, oh wow, look at that. Sixless finishing Beowulf off here, knocks him. Eggmix getting the finish, and Gangstars has been taken down. Lights Out perseveres.
Lights Out now with 19 kills, and we do have Team 18 now pushing up in Lights Out. We do have
3 teams left.
Agnes gets picked up. 3 teams left. Something to go ahead and keep an eye on. Team 18 is still alive, and Team 5, look at this. They are gonna go ahead and move up from the ocean there, and they don't want to get caught. They definitely don't want to get caught, because right now Lights Out is hot. They got 19 kills, and you currently watching at home, let us know, who do you think is gonna win? Team 9 Lights Out, Team 18, or Team 5? Please comment right now, spam it in the chat, because I have my personal favorite here.
Absolutely. This is turning out to be quite the match. Great action there between Gangstars and Lights Out. Big props to Gangstars, even making it into the zone there with that wall of smokes. Very nicely done. I know each of their players likes to carry 10 smokes, but now we've got the suspense building. Lights Out holding turf in the barn. We've got TSM and Solid FPS directly next door in the houses, and they are just going to wait and see what this zone does. They're hoping to outlast Team 5, which is currently out in the field, and add a bit of a disadvantage. You can see the wall of smokes coming down for them. Pirateer and Derpy leading the charge across the field.
And here we got Sixless actually moving into the house that Team 18 is currently on. Great placing there by Team 18. They know they got some positioning. They're winning it out. We got Pablo also starting to rotate. He might notice that there's somebody here. He now knows that somebody's there. He's going to let Sixless know, and Sixless actually goes and moves in.
Mr. Flip
gets 1 out, gets 2 down. He's able to finish them off. Sixless just going on a tear.
We're down to 2.
Oh
2 teams left. We got Lights Out, and we've got Night Owl, we've got Insane Derpy, we've got Zenly Gaming, and we've got Pirateer coming across the field. This is going to be it. We've got Eggmix all by himself. Hey, can he hold turf here while his teammates make his way to them?
Eggman is just making sure he holds them off. He knows that they're trying to get into the safe zone. He knows that, oh, he actually gets caught there. Pablo being able to go ahead and take down Zenly Gaming. And look at Sixless right here with the DP. He's going to pretty much being able to go ahead and let it rain down on him. Lights Out being able to go ahead and use those smoke grenades to their ability.
Oh,
Eggman takes 1 down. There's 1 left. There you go.
Oh, and there
that
it is.
Game, baby. Lights Out wins the first game of the Star Challenge North America.
Are you kidding me? Look at the performance here on screen. 7, 6, 2, 10, 25 kills from Lights Out in this first match. That is incredible. That is well over a quarter of the lobby just by 1 team.
That is something that is almost even unheard of. And look at this replay right here. Eggmas, even though he's actually still in the zone, making sure he gets those kills. Great play there by Eggmas. Man.
That was a truly exciting match. Incredible. My blood's going, baby.
Somebody's a proud daddy, I think.
A little bit. A little bit.
Lights Out Gaming. Wow, what an impressive showing, basically, from them going into that. And there was so much going on in that match that we got to talk about. Breakdown. Zen Gamers taking second place. Team Solid FPS taking third place. And I think Gangstars was fourth or fifth.
I believe they were in fourth place.
Fourth place?
Somewhere around that.
Fourth place. But
a respectable finish, nonetheless. They played very well, especially hanging out in the zone as long as they did.
Absolutely. Well, let's talk about it kind of chronologically. Let's start from the beginning and break everything down that we actually saw there. Our first circle, I can't believe we got a military circle as our first circle. That really put a lot of teams kind of in a very bit of rough position, not only from the beginning of the game, but also to later stages to be able to even rotate onto Military Island.
Absolutely. You saw a lot of engagements happening early on. Teams getting knocked outside the circle, a lot of early engagements being forced more than they probably would have liked due to some of the rotations that were forced. You see this early action here in the prison. We had a great engagement there, and then we also had Rozhok popping off early as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw actually that Rozhok fight going down at the very beginning between Zen Gamers actually defeating Team Chad at the very beginning of the game.
And as we were able to tell throughout the whole game, being on a boat was not a smart place because we did see a lot of people die near a boat. And right here, VG going up against Wildcard. Wildcard being able to go ahead and come out on top from Wicked Gaming. So great place right there. Night Owl, this is when he just went in, took Mambar out, and then on top of that, waited for Chill Chaos to just go ahead and show his head and just pop him real quick with that Mini 14, one of those guns we're talking about. And as we mentioned, look at this. You don't want to be on a boat.
One
definitely don't want to be on a boat.
Make it all pop, and it's very nicely done indeed. And some fantastic final kills coming on from Lights Out as well towards the end of that, completely cleaning up Zen Gamers, not giving them a chance at all throughout that. One thing I did want to highlight again towards the beginning of the game, there's so many notes I have here, I could talk forever about every single one of these games that we're going to be seeing throughout this tournament, is the fact that even something as subtle as Gangstars dropping in Rozhok, obviously there was about 4 teams that had dropped Rozhok initially, they take all the cars away from the teams there, which is a knock-on effect of them just wanting to rotate to George anyway. So there's all these little layers of slight small strategies which then eventually do hurt teams saying Rozhok that might want to transition later.
Absolutely. We talked a little bit about that during the pregame, about teams perhaps wanting to move to hot zone spots, hot loot spots rather, away from the plane path. And right away you saw that plane path was nowhere near North Georgia Pole, and that is Gangstar's bread and butter as far as their loot up zone. Most other mobile first teams know this, and so they went and kind of took South Georgia Pole and positioned them in between themselves and Gangstars trying to get to the zone.
Yeah.
So it was really interesting to see. One thing that I also liked was even though the cars were gone, it took a while for Lights Out in Rozhok to actually make their way to South George. Was worried about them finding enough loot quick enough before they actually had to fight, but it ended up working out.
And when they have the kind of standoff there, just them waiting it out, I think it took like 2 zones for them to actually start moving. They started noticing that, hey, this circle's more than likely going to go ahead and end up military. We don't want to get caught on boats. We don't want to get caught swimming. We want to make sure we get there on time. And they were able to just do that. 25 kills. That is a...
I don't know if I've seen that many.
I think that might be the first time I've seen that in this kind of tournament.
I mean, the compound that they were holding now on the west of Military Island is a phenomenal place for them to initially establish themselves and then pick up the kills from everywhere, because there's not much cover from people coming down or from the hills to that compound where they had to come, where the circle was.
Absolutely, and let's be real here. This was they got blessed a little bit with that circle coming all the way to that northwest corner of the southern island.
Yeah.
It could have been a lot worse, right? Had it gone further south, they would have had to progress through a bunch of squads that were gatekeeping them, but instead they got blessed with the zone and they got to play the gatekeepers.
And we will also be able to see them rotate because remember, one of the members from Lights Out actually got caught just waiting still. One of their teammates was able to go ahead and move up and being able to go ahead and take out, I believe, was Chad. So Lights Out just making sure, pretty much, I would say a perfect game overall.
Yeah.
They had the zone, they had the positioning, they had just about everything. And on top of that, they got first place with 25 kills.
That's a jillion points, I think.
That is...
I can't even do the math.
Yeah, actually, wait. No, you're right. A jillion points. You're right. Yeah.
Perfect. I just real quickly did that on my mental calculator here.
You're not supposed to do maths on broadcast, but you did it, and it was spot on. Amazing. What do you think was the true, real turning point of that match? I'm not even thinking. When I look at how it played out, it just feels like Lighthouse had the best hand dealt to them, really.
I think the combination of things. They got to loot up a very hot loot spot, very dense loot, crates, South Georgia Pole. And no one really challenged them aside from the very first squad that rotated there with them, but they were able to cleanly wipe them off and then take all of South George, get that loot. And again, I thought they were going to risk that early engagement with Gangstars, and as you guys saw, it was a very talented 2 squads there later on in the match. So I was like, oh, is this going to happen early? But it happened late, so we saw them rotate all the way to the zone, and then again, they got fortunate with the position of that circle.
And just basing it off that, that was my main concern too. I was wondering if they were going to engage that early, because it's something you don't want to see from those kind of teams. And the cool thing about it at the end was that we still saw that gunfight. We still saw Lights Out versus Gangstars, and we actually saw Gangstars just being knocked out of that car. Now, they were able to go ahead and just start working with those smoke grenades, being able to pick up their teammates. We saw some of them just not being able to get picked up, and then they started working their way by Lights Out, just had the positioning, they had everything going on, they have the team chemistry, and it was just amazing to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a billion notes that we could keep talking about, but you know, we have limited time here to get into our next game, etc., and things like that. So once again, a big thank you and shout out to Samsung Galaxy Note 9 for continuing the support here for the Star Challenge North America. Fantastic to have them along here for the journey as things continue on. And don't forget as well, we also have our date for our North America final that's going to be going down on October the 20th and 21st. All of that action is going to be broadcast on twitch.tv/ESL_PUBG, like we are right now, which is all very exciting.
Not only that, the cool thing about that event is that they're actually going to be seeing themselves play against each other. Right now, this is an online tournament. In that event on October, they're actually going to be seeing the other team face to face and probably talk a little bit of trash, because right now they're not able to really talk trash, and they're going to just be able to stand. I'm so ready for that. I'm so ready to see how teams are going to react. If maybe the lights might be something that they're not used to, because more than likely you can play this game anywhere. Honestly, it is on your phone, and I wonder if maybe the lights might get to them. Maybe they might get a little bit more nervous, which we have seen people happen today. I know you live stream PB, and sometimes you have really good players that just might get a little bit nervous because they're being live streamed and we can hear them talk.
It's definitely going to play a factor. Having done this a few times, being under the bright lights with all these cameras and people, it can definitely be a little bit intimidating. And the first time experiencing that for some of these players, it might throw them off a little bit, take them a few games to get warmed up, and will it be too late at that point? It's going to be really exciting to see that final that's coming up. You guys at home, if you remember, we are going to be October 20th, 21st, and it is going to be 15 teams from this tournament that ultimately place well enough here to move on to that. So this really is where it's at. All the marbles are going to be had in this tournament. 15 of these teams going to move on, and 5 that are going to be voted in by you guys at home.
5 that you will definitely get to vote. So make sure you go ahead and follow PUBG Mobile on @PUBG Mobile, and also follow ESL @ESL_PUBG.
ESL PUBG.
There you go.
That's the Twitter.
There you go.
That's the Twitch that you're on about. There you go. That's how it works. We're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen. And when we return, we're going to have our first match from Group B. It's going to be first person. It's going to be Erangel. Stay tuned for more Star Challenge North America.
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
here for the Star Challenge in North America for PUBG Mobile, and we're only just getting started, as that was our first game from Group A, and we're going to have Group B begin in just a few moments' time. Gentlemen joining me, we have Powerbang, we have Seven Worlds Gaming, and overall, that was a fantastic game to really get things going.
I couldn't have found a better way to start that off myself.
Yeah.
I was really impressed with a lot of the squads. One that comes to mind specifically, besides the obvious, solid FPS. The position that his squad took early on that southern island and maintaining through a couple of fights there, getting to the good short side of the zone and then working their way in. Really impressed with the position there. Obviously, that experience and that wealth of knowledge that he has coming into play for sure.
And we also saw Chad being able to go ahead and just stay a little bit longer alive. Even though he was by himself, his whole squad died.
Yeah.
He was able to even also take out one of the lights out guys. He ended up getting picked up, but he overall great plays there by him. Now I want to see some of the teams that maybe didn't do so well in the first game, see what they actually go ahead and do in the second game. But this match is actually going to be Group B.
Absolutely, yeah, and we're going to take a look at the teams and how they're going to be able to stack up against one another in just a few moments' time, as well as the points that have been able to be racked up by Group A. But let's take a look at Group B to get things going first, Seven.
And we got Daylight, Fractopia, Hammers Esports, Lady Hammers, Marciano Gaming, Powerpuff Boys, I just love saying that, Rectify, Just Some Dudes, Girthy Dingoes, and Team Claytano.
Very nice. That's the first half of Group B. We've got 10 other teams as well that will be competing here in Group B in the next game. We've got Team Fandy. We've got the Pachinki Bandits. We've got Team V Gaming, Team Firefox, soon, Team G25, Team Gates, Team Hectic, those guys, and Underrated.
Underrated. This is going to be a loaded squad too.
The more I look at all the names, I'm just like, those guys. Those guys. Oh, yeah, those guys.
Absolutely. They're led by a guy named That Guy. So he is also a member of Lights Out. And it just makes sense that it would be those guys, right?
Yeah, it makes sense. I like it. I like it a lot. So looking at Group B and how it kind of stacks up, who are some of your kind of names that you're looking to kind of maybe shine through here in this first game?
Again, we've got a couple of favorites from my side of the fence. We've got Rolex leading his team. He's got a couple of players from the Insane Nation as well. And then we've also got Lights Out, That Guy leading those guys. So I'm looking forward to seeing them play. Another team that I would like to really kind of focus on was that of Iraqi Zoro, a previous pro player in other games. So he's very experienced on mobile. And I want to see if those nimble fingers can bring the heat here on PUBG Mobile.
And not only that, just being experienced is a huge advantage, as we saw there, by just being able to like notice the movement. Something that if you play the game a lot, you start seeing just better movement overall. Now I want to go ahead and also look at Team Hectic. They have Metalcore, they have ASAP. That squad, it always shows up. So I want to see what's going to be the storyline for this game. It is going to be first person, and is somebody going to try to get this more than 25 kills? Because it is, they want to go ahead and, say, hey, I got more than 25 kills.
I think something that really stood out for me from game number one is that even though we had a playing path from Stalba to Military Island, so there was still a little bit of wiggle room on where people could drop, the towns were extremely populated. So there were actually points that just weren't dropped at all. Nobody went military base, for example. I don't think there was really anybody over in Pachinki and places like that. So do you think it's going to be a bit more spread out coming into this next game? What do you think?
I honestly don't. I think you're going to see more of the same in game number one, and I think as the teams kind of have their own personal experience to draw from, I think you're going to see a little bit of a scouting report develop as we kind of continue. And teams are going to look and be like, no one dropped in Yasnaya. No one dropped in Pachinki. That's a lot of loot to leave on the table here to have these early pistol and shotgun fights in lesser populated towns across the map. But you did see that a lot in game number one. Big towns were left completely unattended for fear that there might be that hot drop, and it turned out to be completely safe.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, nobody went military. Nobody went Pachinki, which is a huge surprise to me because usually at least one team goes military. And it all comes down to it is Group B. Full different squad, full different players. It comes down to what they're comfortable with. So I want to see if maybe one of those guys ends up going to military, Novo, Pachinki school. The playing path is going to just give us a huge look of how the game might go ahead and turn out.
I need to hear a lot of phrasing like that. Those guys currently going over there, those guys going over there.
Having commentated these guys dang it, before.
Yeah.
There is a lot of that going on. I think that's a clever name choice by that guy. He's getting some free branding out of it. You know what I'm saying? So,
Absolutely. You could just be talking about anybody, and it would be him. It's brilliant.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I really hope
Smart
to see
move.
some drops on the Southern Island, though, this game. Both Military Island and Novo Rybnoye, my two favorite places to drop in all of Erangel.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't see quite a lot of. We definitely saw the AWM, right? But not that many drops in the main island. I want to go ahead and see what happens there. And if teams are actually going to try to go ahead and go for those guns, because I'm pretty sure Group B was looking at Group A and seeing what they can maybe go ahead and adjust and all that stuff.
If you were paying attention with your hawk eyes, you may have been able to see that we're featuring some tweets here on the stream as well. And you can get involved not only with the hashtag of chicken dance, and you can tweet us your actual chicken dance yourself here for the PUBG Mobile tournament, but also with the hashtag for Star Challenge NA. And yeah, you can get involved. Tell us who you think is going to be winning, as there's a lot of influences here that you have no doubt watched throughout your time over on Twitch, be it YouTube, etc., which is always nice.
Absolutely. Lights Out doing their chicken dance after game one. I want to see who's going to join them after game number 2 here for Group B. Who's going to be doing the chicken dance? I don't know.
I mean, it wasn't, more than likely, it wasn't even a chicken dance. It was just pretty much telling them, everybody to be quiet and sit your butt down, because 25 kills, I'm more than likely you're going to be hearing me say that a lot, because I never seen that.
That's an awfully high bar.
I think that might be the most kills I have seen in tournaments like this.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of other tournaments I've watched, and it's very, very high as well. Again, as you mentioned, literally a jillion points. So there you go. Very impressive.
Definitely excited to see how that wraps up here in the standings when we get those numbers.
Yeah, definitely. And we will be taking a look at that down the line, of course. For now, we're almost ready to start Group B here to see how this is going to go down. Remember, our first game here in each of the groups is actually first person, and then from that point onwards, everything will be third person. So this is our last first person match, which, you know, could be a little bit dangerous. When you drop in those towns, you could be a little bit more cautious, because first person can be a little bit tricky and peeking around some of those corners sometimes.
Absolutely. I feel like there's definitely an advantage for those who have played the game a little bit longer, who might have a little bit more experience. That first-person play, you got to go with your gut a little bit more and have a really good mental awareness of situational, you know, where people are at, placements and all that kind of thing. Whereas in third person, a newer player to the game, you know, they can do that third-person peek around the corner.
All right, well, we are almost ready here to get into our first game of Group B for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge North America, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
I definitely got mine, and I've actually been reading some of the comments. So huge shout out to everybody currently participating in the comments, and look at this map right here. I cannot wait until we see the playing path, and let us know in the comments below, who do you think is gonna take the first game from Group B, because I'm pretty sure nobody expected to Lights Out to go ahead and show up to that extent with 25 kills. And I want to know which one is going to be the squad, especially for this one. Is it going to be Team Hectic? Is it going to be Team Gates? Is it going to be those guys?
We'll have to wait and see. Here's the playing path, though. We are going to be coming in from the southeast portion of the map. We've got Novo Rybnoye and Milta Power in play early, and it's going to be heading right over Georgia Paul in the north. So this lends itself to some incredibly hot drop potentials. We've got Pachinki in range, School Rosshawk in range. We've got, this is basically everything is in range, save maybe the military base. You might see some people drive there.
This is like a dream right here. And we see Team Gates just dropping out. We do have 20 teams to start off with, so something to go ahead and keep an eye on. And actually, it seems a lot of teams are dropping early. I wonder if Team Gates is gonna try to go for that military base, and I cannot wait to see what the zone is gonna look like, because boy did it play a huge part in the last match.
Oh, we've got a hot drop indeed. 3 squads going to Novo Rybnoye. This is gonna be interesting for sure. Quite a few more squads going to the shelter and prison areas. It looks like maybe even further on to Lipovka. Look for Lights Out to potentially head on into Novo Rybnoye early and try to establish their dominance.
And it looks like we have there almost 4 teams going to Lipovka. And look at Novo. Novo, it looks like we got 3 teams as well. This is going to be packed with some action. They are currently landing slow. Team 1, Team 2, and Team 5 already starting to loot up. And as we can see, there's already some action. Potato Sam being able to go ahead and take down Mac Daddy B. Ooh, that's a heck of a name.
Rolex and Team Gates there getting the first kills on the board. They've already wiped one off the map. Still all 20 squads left alive. You're going to see Iraqi Zorro Clictano with his squad trying to loot up. They have drawn a bad card here, though, landing in Novoripnoye down in the southeast portion of your map. You can see that highlighted there, player number 1 looking around. There's going to see some squads looting up, but this is going to be inevitable action here as there is no other loot anywhere around. They're going to be forced to loot up and engage here just shortly in Novo.
Team Gates pretty much just showing up saying namaste. Now go back to the pregame lobby because they're definitely going to go ahead and look to get those kills. I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and match up those 25 kills or maybe even a little bit more. And look at this. Good Cauto already with an M16 level 2 backpack. I'm loving that. And look at this shotgun action with that beautiful skin.
Oh,
my
man.
gosh, does that look good.
Clictano getting wiped out early. That's trouble for him. Clictano representing a squad, Team Clictano. And it is unfortunate he has already been wiped off the map with a shotgun there. Fat Boy getting it done. And we also have Aztec from TG here pushing their way over the wall trying to get some kills.
And Cauto right here being able to go ahead and get him very low. Now they do have a teammate down. Something to keep an eye on. Rolex getting his first kill for the team and about to go ahead and pick up his teammate. I'm pretty sure he's going to go ahead and appreciate that Danjavad, I'm pretty sure. And now keep in mind, Team 5 is still in the zone. And look at, we actually have now a look at the zone. And Novo is barely in it. So something to keep an eye on, and hopefully we can get a full view of the map here just so we can see what's going to be inside the zone and what's going to be outside, and also what are the teams currently looking like as well. Team 1 being able to go ahead and pick up that teammate that was down. Potato Sam now more than likely trying to go ahead and heal up, and John 0G7 with Team 2 making sure he loots up and he doesn't get spotted because I don't see anybody near him. Look at Team 2 just being so separate from each other.
Team 2 are your name favorites, the Powerpuff Boys, and they are going to be trying to get out of there unscathed. They've already taken a few deaths. They are trying to escape Team Gates and Rolex and his crew in Novoripnoye. We've also got some action here potentially brewing up north in Severny. Outside of the circle, you can see the zone is going to be a bit central this time, allowing for much more flexibility between all of these squads. It's not going to be so far south where everybody's scrambling and one team or two is just absolutely blessed with the circle. So we're going to see a lot more potential for things for all teams to happen this game. I kind of like the zone.
And look at this shot right here by Carnage. Carnage being able to go ahead and take down Mac Daddy. He does have somebody near him.
Oh, no, he gets finished.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, Iraqi Dora with the kill. He is bringing that pro knowledge to the game, but Cauto absolutely answering the call. He immediately turns, pops Iraqi Zoro, takes him down, and Carnage finishes off Mac Daddy here, and that is the squad as Rolex takes down John. So it looks like the Powerpuff Boys have been eliminated first here in game number 2.
Team Gates now with 4 kills, being able to go ahead and swipe everybody. They did end up losing one of their teammates, so something to go ahead and keep an eye on, because as you lose more players, you're just putting yourself at a disadvantage. But as long as they're able to go ahead and get that positioning, and on top of that, the kills, and the best thing about this is that now they got Novo all to themselves. They're going to be able to take some time here, because they are inside the zone, and just pretty much loot up, but they do have to watch out for Team 5, pretty much just waiting for them. Now, look at Team 7 currently outside of some Team 20, Team 9, and Team 10 on George Pool. Something to go ahead and keep an eye on because they don't want to get caught outside. We saw a lot of people just getting caught outside and just getting destroyed as they were trying to move to the zone and get better positioning.
Absolutely. We've taken a look at Yasnaya Polyana here on the map, a very popular loot spot. We've got G25 and their squad looting up here along with those guys. Those guys are looking pretty solid here. Denki rocking that pistol, that guy with an AKM and a suppressed hollow sight on that. This is looking pretty good. Richie here as well from those guys. They have a beat on where these G25 players are. Richie looking to push the action early, making his way across the field. He is all by himself, though. He's trying to catch these G25 guys out a little bit solo by themselves in a gunfight. He likes himself in that 1v1 action.
And just definitely waiting there, trying to see what kind of loot they have, because loot does play a huge part into this as we're currently looking at the map, and it looks like Team Gates is now starting to move up, and they might come across Team 5. So something to get in. Pretty much keep an eye on here. And look at this right here. The IKD has a level 1 helmet, level 1 vest, and the other, this guy right now in front of your screen, Mill Sims Ad, has level 2. So something you want to keep an eye on. Obviously, as it goes on, level 1, level 2, level 3, it just gets better. You hopefully want to be able to get some level 3, and we might see some action right here from Team 9, starting to move up. There you go. He gets some shots. He's able to go ahead and see the other guy. Not even zooming in, though.
Wow, Milsom answering the call there. Nice work from him. We've got the kid getting shots off on Heisenberg there after Heisenberg gets the knock. We've got an even fight going on right now. Fatboy getting a finish there in the street. This is absolute chaos here. We are trying to figure out who is going to make it out of Severny up north. This is a really, really tough fight for both squads. They're both trying to save as many members as possible so they can have a shot at finishing high.
And Milsim Dad just waiting patiently. He knows that he's currently outnumbered. He knows that his squad is down and they're more than likely going to be looking for him. Is he going to try to go for the pickup? Is he going to just wait for them to get killed? Who knows? We do have level 2 helmets, level 2 vests in play, and he does have an M4. And he's more than likely going to be able to spot their Fatboy. Now the question is he going to take the shot or is he going to try to go for positioning? There you go. He takes the shot.
Play
He's
by
able
Milsom
to take out
there.
Aztec.
As soon as Aztec hit the street, Milsom waited for that second guy to come on out, had visual on the first one, and noticed he was running away. Milsom popping him and getting it done there. Aztec, beautiful replay on that one from the crew here. Thanks for that. We got to see that kill, shooting him right in the butt.
I like that. Now, the interesting part about that, right, is that he was not able to get, actually, he was able to get the kill. Sweet. Now he only has to worry about 3, and we see Fatboy just moving up. And there you go. Fatboy is able to just destroy him, and more than likely, he's going to be able to go ahead and pick up that M4 and better loot himself.
And that is a squad wipe, ladies and gentlemen. Claytano's squad has been wiped off the board. They are the second to go down here in game number 1 for Group B. And we are looking at the circle now. We've got that map up on the screen. Red zone in the middle, just a little bit to the east of Pachinki. Some teams converging there. We also, a point of note here for Team Gates, that's number 1 down in the south at Novo. One of the favorites to actually win the tournament today. They lost Carnage, which is their shot caller. That's a key loss there early on in this game, so they're going to be going at it with 3 players and missing the guy that calls them plays.
Yeah, losing any teammate just kind of harms your whole squad. And look at this right here. Buck Army takes a little bit too long as he saw somebody just staying still. He is getting the shots. They're trying to locate him in
crossfire.
Oh my God, they get shot down.
Did you see the guy in the background with the afro run by? He picked a bad time to go behind the scope of that rifle there.
Look at this potato aim right here, just trying to get some shots on him. Not quite accurate though, and they want to go ahead and just be able to take people down and pick up their teammate. Sometimes potato aim happens, and it has happened to probably me a bunch of times, UPB, and just anybody that plays the game. But overall, they're using this little cliff right here to their advantage. Now they're gonna get a full view right here as Greg Long is able to go ahead and take one down. He gets taken down by Cooch. So what's gonna happen here as each die just waiting patiently? Look at this. It all comes down to higher ground and being able to see each other as we have that exchange right here. He gets taken down.
Gooch got a little too greedy there on the top of that ridge, looking down on the side. He was able to prevent a beautiful flank there by Greg Long. Greg Long getting a couple of nice assaults on Nate Bro and M-Bone HD. But unfortunately, Gooch trying to protect his teammates here, gets knocked himself, and they're down to Buck Army, who seems to be fleeing the scene. Buck Army, yo, hey, you got 3 teammates down, buddy. Come back. Earth to Buck Army.
Oh, look
what are
at
you
this
doing?
surprise right here as Team 15 was actually able to get up again. Not only that, they're taking people down. They are low on health, so they might not want to go and engage. Nate Brown has the shotgun, misses the first shot.
No way.
Misses the second shot. Misses the next
way.
one. Oh my gosh. Black Army, I don't know what he was thinking. He might have thought that all of his teams were down because he was going away from the action. Now he's coming back a little bit late, and look at that. He's running away again. He wants no part of the action.
I am enjoying this fight immensely. Shotgun fights in the middle of an open field mid-game. You gotta love it. Buck Army now approaching his teammate Choo-Choo, who appears to be just kind of hanging out, waiting to get picked up. But we've also got a full squad now. Team 13 here is getting up to full health, and they are going to be making that push here shortly, 4-on-2.
And there you go. Buck Army realizes that he does have another team waiting for him. Now Team 13 is trying to just spot them. They know now there's only 2 people left. And look at this right here. Currently Team 1, Team Gates, with already 4 kills. They are inside the red zone. And in case you're new to PUBG Mobile or just PUBG in general, the red zone means that you gotta watch out because bombs will start dropping and you could actually die. I know we died a couple times when we were in China last time, PB.
Absolutely. The bombs seem to like my position for whatever reason.
Yeah, they just got tracers on us for some reason. And look at that airdrop right there with the Groza. Oh my gosh.
That's a hot drop right there. Ghillie suit, level 3 vest and level 3 helmet, the tac stock, the Grossa, some ammo, and a level 3 bag. Why bother going to a building and looting? You can just stop off at this crate and you're good to go.
Now with that, you also got to watch out though, because it does appear to be a little bit out in the open there near Pochinki. So you don't want to get caught out in the open. And look at this right here. TG, those guys are
versus
starting to
Metalcore's
move in.
team.
Ooh, this is going to be a great play right here. I'm loving that they're all separate from each other, right? They're still close enough so if somebody goes down, they can pick them up, but they're not too far away. Team Hectic versus those guys. Who's going to win it? You watching right now at home, please let us know in the comments. Team 3 or Team A. Look at Metalcore peeking right there, able to spot him. More than likely going to go ahead and give some information out in Remix for some reason.
They're trying to get out of here. Oh, no, this is trouble. Guys, this is a high-powered team matchup early on in the game. Still 18 alive, so you're seeing 2 of the best teams in this particular tournament. They're fighting early, and look at this. That guy firing those AKM shots. It looks like he's getting some shots landing, but he can't seem to get the finish on Remix. They are in trouble, though, and look at that. He is able to knock Josh P. Remix down with very low HP. Is he going to bail on his teammate and just get out of there? It looks like they are going to say sayonara, Josh P. He's going to be fed to the fishes.
Definitely, and it looked like right there, Remix just going into the tree, not known for his best driving, and kind of cost 1 kill for his team. Now, he does decide to stop here. Interesting place, as they're going to go ahead and shoot up the tires, and he might not be able to get out of there, and he is by himself. So whoever's the shot caller right there, maybe not the best positioning, not the best calls, as it looks like it would have been better if they fought it out.
He only had to drive 20 more feet to get over the ridge. I mean, he could have at least parked the vehicle a little bit further. But hey, it's okay. He's going to have to run away on foot. Richie taking out the tires of both of the buggy there on the back. That thing's going to be pretty tough to drive. So taking a look at the map here, zone is rotating now to the southeast portion of the main island. We've got a Milta Farm final circle potentially, but we've got a lot of people on the northern portion. Nobody coming up from the military island. Everyone's already made their way across, so no danger of bridge camp from this point forward.
And we also got Team 10 currently outside the zone, and Team 14 just barely on that edge. And they gotta watch out because the zone will start moving here in about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So keep an eye out on that because it comes down to where the zone is gonna end up after that. And look at this, underrated, being able to get some shots there with a Mini 14. That man has level 3 vest, level 3 backpack, and a level 2 helmet. So great loot so far by underrated. And ooh, we might get some action here as Team 1 might run into underrated. And look at that as well. Team 6, fairly close. Actually, Team 1 and Team 5 might actually get some action right here pretty soon.
A little close for comfort, for sure. They are right next to each other here, looking around. They are in adjacent compounds. We do have some action, though. Kato getting knocked. Oh, my goodness. Crackdown taken down. Team Gates is Kato, and Rolex answering back with the knock himself. Rolex now with the M4 with the 4x, which is his favorite loadout. He will never use anything else. Got to go pick up his teammate.
Gotta watch out here. They do have 2 teammates down already. There you go. Rolex just waiting patiently, and Team Crackdown does have 2 down as well.
Sam down as well. They are in trouble. Kodo is up. He is going to heal up at this point. Rolex saving the day for his squad at this point.
And they definitely got to try to push there to Potato Sam before Team 5 gets picked up. It looks like nobody is near them, so they might be... There you go. Talking about it. Look at this maniac right here going in the car. Gets a little bit too late, but he might be able to go ahead and pick up one more of his team. Now, they do have some backup, so that's good to see. Hopefully, it would have been better if they would have been there when the other team was down. And what shots there by Claw Kodo.
I just got to point out, this dude rolls up in a vehicle. He's got a teammate down, knocked to his left. He's got enemies knocked to his front, and he decides, I think I'm going to loot.
He wants that blood. He wants those kills. He wants those 15 points per kill. Now look at Team 1. Look at this push right here. They don't even notice. There you go. One's down. There's still one alive. There it is. Team 5 gets destroyed by Team Gates. As, yeah, that push, I'm surprised there. He did not decide to pick up his teammate. He decided to engage right away. And look at this beautiful replay as Potato Sam with the great push from the left-hand side, being able to get him while they were distracted. I'm pretty sure they didn't even heard them coming.
Beautiful replay there brought to us by the Samsung Galaxy Note 9. We've got Team Gates finishing off Squad 5 there. Really, the other squad needed to push the action there while they had both Kodo and Sam down. Rolex was trying to pick them both up. They had some damage taken on themselves, but unfortunately, that's why you got to have your squad together and not one person off somewhere else on the map.
Yeah, that would have been the best play there, but nonetheless, it cost them. I'm pretty sure they're going to know that in the future. We do have a couple more games here coming up. The next ones are going to be third person, so make sure you stay tuned to that. Different tactics from first person to third person, so be ready. And I'm just loving the level 3 helmet on this, man. Level 3 out of its freaking mind. As I wonder what happened to Team Hectic. I wonder if Remix was able to get out of that situation, or if it's only going to go ahead and be Metalcore, and I believe it was ASAP Ray. So hopefully we can get a look into that, and it seems like we only got a couple teams here. Oh, look at this shot right here by Team 12. Gets behind the little shack. Now, is the teammate that's down going to be able to get there? Let's see. Is he going to get those shots? He's barely able to get behind the shack, and more than likely picked up as Team 12 is not pushing, though. They're currently waiting patiently.
That was impressive here. Pachinki Bandits on the roof, just guess what, south of Pachinki. And yeah, they've got some great shots. They're led by Hodded. They're actually able to take down a couple of enemies here. They're hiding for their lives, but they are also seeing those guys roll in a vehicle pushing through the zone, so they know they're not alone. They definitely want to focus on taking down these guys that are isolated at this shack, smoking themselves out in the middle of nowhere. They do have a buggy. Let's see if they pop some of the tires and try to disable the vehicle.
And just to go off of that, they did actually pop some of the tires, so something that we already seen twice. The teams, if they notice they're in the car, they want to get those tires popped so it slows down the car, and if you pop enough, you're actually not going to be able to get away. You're going to be stuck in that situation. Now, Team 12 playing it safe here. They could go ahead and push them. They have the numbers, but they don't want to do that just yet. There you go. They're able to spot them. They see him outside that smoke.
Beautiful
and
shot.
Look at this shots right here with the M16 single fire. Damn!
Riding out there just trying to dodge, but it's unsuccessful, and he is going to get pummeled as well. So now there's the finish on DL Riggs. It looks like we have the Pachinki Bandits getting the last laugh here in this engagement. I'm not sure where the other teammates are of Team 10, but we do have him knocked. We'll have to see if they're able to support a little bit later. Interestingly enough, Team 15 with Buck Army and Team 13 both still alive after that close encounter out in the field by Ruins. They are making their way into the circle now. We do have some other engagements moving in. Surprising, though, how many teams are inside the final circles here already. So it's definitely going to be a compound camping type of circle. We've got those guys there camping a compound already. All 4 players left alive. They have taken a little bit of damage, but Grimes, that guy, and Richie from Lights Out have made a nice little piece of safety for him in that compound.
And look at Team 18 now making a push here to destroy Hammers. They do got 2 players down. We have also smoke grenades on play, and they seem to have some great loot. Oh, here comes the grenade. Kobe, baby! Get somebody.
Absolutely. Team V Gaming here, represented by Miss Vixen. They are doing work, throwing grenades, trying to stay alive. We got Hammers. This is Hammers Esports pinned up on the top here by the road. They've got smokes down. They're trying to get out of there unscathed. Where are they going to go? They hop into the US, and they want to disengage from this situation.
I thought they were about to go straight at him.
No, Mrs. Vixen's too scary, man. Miss Vixen's too scary. She's going to scare him off down the hill. They're going to disengage. But we do have a knock. That guy getting popped by G25. Again, that earlier potential engagement. They're trying to take revenge.
They definitely are. And now, something to go ahead and keep an eye on. We've seen already 2 teams that were far away from each other go down. So we want to make sure we see all these teams together. If not, they might have the same fate. And look at this, Metalcore Remix and Ray Metalcore.
Oh, no.
Actually, Remix, once again, doesn't want to take the fight. He wants to flee. Luckily, there's no trees nearby. Oh, there you go. Oh, I was hoping he didn't hit that tree.
Close, awfully close. NXS and Miss Vixen making their way down the hill. I do not know if they were spotted by Metalcore and his squad, but they bailed. They were gone. We've got Hammers doing work now on Team 16. Vitali finishes off the kill. I'm Rewind goes down here, and it looks like they're going to be sitting in this little sniper tower like compound overlooking the field, trying to pick off any stragglers making their way across.
And it seems like Lady Hammers, Team 7 is just waiting patiently. They do not want to engage. I don't think they have even engaged once. They seems like be playing for positioning. That's something we're going to see here by a bunch of teams, right? We already seen Team Hectic do this. They don't want to go ahead and fight yet. They want to get higher positioning and then worry about the kills later on, which is completely fine, honestly. As we saw in the previous game, Team pretty much lights out, being able to get 25 kills towards the end of the game. And look at this right here. Now they're engaging Metalcore there with the Scar, getting some accurate shots, getting Tony Wizard down. And
for those
Metalcore,
shots.
ooh, come on, baby, use
He
that
dodges.
lean. There
Here
you
comes
go.
the peek. He's going to peek those windows. Got a good little pre-fire going. We got a nice little volley of shots going back and forth here. I did notice, check out that crate on top of the tower. Who's going to get it? Absolutely nobody.
And look at this. We got
that's the
Remix
RNG
pushing in
finest.
with the AKM. Is he going to be able to get those kills? He's able to secure 2 kills. He notices somebody moving up.
And, oh
There
my gosh.
He
reload.
runs out of ammo. He doesn't notice he's behind him. There you go, Team Hectic. Being able to get 4 kills and get on the board as they did some mistakes there earlier in the game. Oh my gosh. As you mentioned, look at that crane. Look at this replay. Beautiful replay there. Remix just knows that 2 people are down, being able to go ahead and call that out. He gets another one out. It looks like Ray getting some potato aim, and Remix just being from behind, waiting patiently in case Ray needed some help.
In that situation, when you're the last one alive, there's not much you can do. I mean, yes, he's behind him, but if he turns to shoot him, the other guy's behind him then. So he's just got to pick one and hope to knock him as quick as possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't pay off for him, but Metalcore and his squad, they're going to pursue. Oh, man, look at this. We've got another Pachinki Bandit kill going on. A-Dan getting taken down, and Potato Sam from Squad 1 here getting the mini in action, and they are back in business. Rolex and squad. We've got Team Gates on the board now with some kills. They're up to 7.
From Team 17 currently snaking outside the zone. Not the best place where they want to be. We actually got 2 players from Team 17 just waiting patiently, laying down, and trying to see if they can get up and get those kills and surprise Team 12 because they might not know that they're still there.
Look
Team
at the
12
patience.
still looking at them. Yeah,
Look at the patience.
They're looking
crawling
around.
in super close. It looks like Team Fandy here crawling their way through the... Oh, he's going to make it in. Randy's in. He is into the zone, and they are just stalking
heal up. Now, the thing is
Hotted
that the
has
zone
no
is not
idea.
nearby.
Hotted has no idea they're behind him. These guys are looting up. Will they call attention to themselves?
Drinking
I don't think they're
energy
going
drinks,
to.
pills.
They're just happy to make it into the zone alive at this point. They're not going to force the fight. Happy to see these guys drive away.
And that's something that Team 17 might want to go ahead and keep an eye on because they don't want to be caught outside the zone. And as we can see here, Team Gates currently outside the zone. They do have a car. They only have 3 players left. If you're just tuning in to remind you, actually, they lost one at the beginning. And it seems like we got some engagement there between Team Hectic and Underrated. And Underrated might go ahead and come out on top. They do come out on top as Team Hectic places 14 out of 20.
Not too bad there. They had an impressive showing. It didn't show in the standings, but they were on point with some of their pushes. Unfortunately, they just got the better of that time. It looks like G25 here firing some shots in. Pachinki Bandit's taking a seat at the moment. G25 with the pressure. They're pushing their way in. Hotted and crew are in trouble.
G25 getting that squad wipe pretty much. Now, the thing is that they still have their car. I love seeing when squads still have a car available to them. And we only have 12 teams left, so get ready because the action is about to build up even more as we see teams now starting to get into the middle. And this is the most team I have
This
seen
circle
in the
is
safe zone.
small for how many teams are left alive. 12 squads still remain, and this circle is very tight, stretching between Farm and Milta. A lot of houses here you can see. Oh, look at this. We've got Lights Out members versus Lights Out members. We've got Rolex versus that guy. And look at that. Kato getting popped from the window. He's going to have to use a first aid. He has definitely been spotted there by that guy.
That was fairly close now. Potato Sammy seems like he was waiting in the car. They were maybe trying to see where the zone was going to end. And now the zone is moving. Team 11, as we can see there in the background, trying to make sure they are in this zone. More than likely, they will be. And these 2 teams, Team 1 and Team 8, Team Gates and those guys will be in this zone so they can wait, pretty much wait patiently. Ooh, as Potato Sam gets popped there.
Oh,
and look
man.
at this zone right here. Oh my goodness, a lot of teams outside the zone, and Grimes doing some work there. As he was
getting
able
it
to
done
destroy
too.
people.
Hammers Irene on the board now, getting a knock. Very nice to see Lady Hammers making an entrance. She gets the finish as well. Very nice job to Irene. Very good job indeed. We've got, looks like Rolex here firing those M24 shots out the window. G25 exposed, having to rotate to the zone. It looks like the ultimate rotation will happen here from Rolex and crew as well. They are also, they're outside, but they're close. They don't have to run far. They also have a squad behind them to their right. That is Team 8. I believe that's those guys with that guy. And against Richie as well over there.
And more than likely, they do have smokes on them, which we see that a lot of times. And we actually saw that in the earlier game with Gainstars. So if they do have to run, they're going to have some smoke cover, but they also got to make sure. And look at that. They actually don't even need the smokes. They have the car ready. They're moving into the zone. They want to go ahead and get into the middle of that. And TG Richie here with 1 kill, level 3, everything. Great stuff there from him. And I noticed the airdrop just went down. I wonder if Team Gates is going to try to go for that airdrop as Lady Hammers is nearby, and we already know that Irene got 1 kill. Ain't nobody gonna say #blame Irene, so that's good to see you right there.
We got Miss Vixen's squad is potentially in trouble here. They've got an engagement going on with Team 14. It looks like we've got a couple of stragglers left alive here. Shots from the mini DL taking down Potato Sam. Oh no, it looks like Team Gates getting knocked left and right now. Andy from Team Fandy getting popped by G25. Twinkle's in the kill feed there. We are seeing some action now. Again, it's to be expected. This circle is tiny, and there are a ton of teams left alive. Still 11. We've only seen one other squad wipe since the circle has shrunk, and it looks like Miss Vixen now trying to get a visual on it. Looks like Bobby Plays up the hill.
Bobby Plays just cruelly far away from his team, something you don't want to see. We already seen it too many times here in this game. If you are far away from your team, you might get caught. And look at that right there. Evil gets caught by Web. More than likely, he's going to go ahead and try to push, get those kills. And not only that, he's able to get them off the card.
Web with some huge kills, gets enough damage on Star Snipe there to actually knock him from the zone, and that is going to allow him to finish the squad. Beautifully done, Wamp, with an absolutely clutch performance there for Miss Vixen and squad.
Not only that, getting the kills, still in the car.
Can they make it to the zone, though? They're going to be coming in awfully late and awfully low. They are going to have to stop to heal, but they don't have time. Autocorrect goes down to the zone. They crash into the... Oh, this is tragic.
Oh, my gosh.
This is absolutely tragic. Oh, no, they're all down. Grimes blowing up Bobby Plays' vehicles. Miss Vixen's squad goes down to the zone after that brilliant play, but that's why you can't fool around with that blue zone.
It happens. You definitely don't want to be cut out there. We do have 8 teams left here as the zone is starting to just become smaller and smaller. Look at G25 Bullet here. Gets taken out outside the zone as Richie is currently just hiding behind the shack with his team.
What a great berm they're hiding behind right now. They've got ultimate cover from every angle right now. Although they will have to move a little bit, they are in a great spot right now. Nobody in this final circle.
6.
Team 6 making their way in right now, but everyone is going to be on the move, and this is going to be mass chaos heading into this final circle.
And as we saw in the previous match, last circle positioning plays a huge part. Lights Out being able to go ahead and get some good stuff. Now, who's going to take that center positioning in this match? As we do have Team 10, Team 1 here nearby. What's going to happen here as they are currently waiting? Now, the interesting stuff, Team 10 only has 2 people, and Team 1, Team Gates, only has 3 people. How are they going to go ahead and play this out? And a grenade is being thrown here by Team 10. And there you go.
Wow, look at that. Daylight Jasper getting caught there by Kato. And Kato, Sam, and Carnage is dead. Kato, Sam, and Rolex, they are going to be piecing out from that location as quickly as possible. Get into the zone. They know they've got to take up position in this final circle. They get to the ridge, and this is the best it's going to do right now. Here comes the madness. Irene!
Once again!
Oh, my goodness. The Hammers women are doing work. There are some shots fired back. Potato Sam is taking... Oh, my goodness. This is trouble for the Lady Hammers.
You just got to go ahead and leave them there. You cannot pick them up. You got to go ahead and get into the safe zone. And beautiful plays there by Team Gates. As they were going up on that hill, they actually threw smoke grenades in advance because they knew they're not going to have that much cover. And a lot of teams are going to be surrounding them. There's only 4
teams left. We're down to 4 teams left. Holy cow, teams are falling so fast. Potato Sam is knocked. Shadow takes him down. That guy knocks Crypto. G25 falling down. Little by little, they are getting wiped. We've got that guy and those guys taking aim. Potato Sam gets finished. Danky goes down to underrated. Playzone gets Richie. Oh my goodness, this is complete madness. Grimes gets knocked out, and it looks like only 1 player left from those guys.
And right here, Rolex gets spotted by Alchemy. What's going to happen here? It looks like Rolex is going to have to run to the safe zone. He's not going to be able to stay there, and he takes out the sniper. Look at this gunfight right here. Kodo and Rolex truly in an interesting position. They do go ahead and lay down more than likely. They want to go ahead and throw some smoke grenades, go ahead and heal up, and they do have the car next to them. Will they risk it by getting in the car and going for it? Potato Sam actually gets picked up.
Great pressure here from G-Bay with that Scar out the window, putting shots down, making Sam have to heal over and over again while Rolex and his teammate try to actually get into the zone. They really are desperately trying to get position, but it's really, really tough. G-Bay is in the center of the action here, clearly rotating around, firing at 3 different squads at once.
We see there. Oh my gosh, Fish gets taken out as Underrated is fairly close by. There you go, G-Bay getting that kill.
That is it. Hammer's taken down. They will place 4th, and it looks like Underrated is going to be in the top 3 here. Getting popped from Sam on the ridge. Sam taking advantage of the distraction, and we have a nice little smoke grenade wall coming out for Trollin here. They're going to try to pick him up, it looks like, but the pressure is coming from Rolex and his crew. We also have those guys still alive. Those guys, Team Gates, Underrated, making up the top 3 here. Who's it going to be?
Who's going to win it? Spam it in the comments right now. Team 8, Team 1, and Team 6. As Team 6 currently gets into some action there with Team 8. G-Bay being able to go ahead and take them out. There's only Danky still alive. Rolex, Clockoto, and Potato Sam using those hay bales to their advantage. Throwing grenades, throwing as much stuff as they can. Potato Sam notices that G-Bay is right there. Gets some shots. Is not actually able to hit him. But they got to watch out. You do not want to stay close to that car because if they blow it up. Oh, look at that. Potato Sam being able to get one of those shots.
He's going for the car kill. He was trying to blow that thing up and take out that squad. Look at this. Only 3 left. Danky from those guys is all that remains. He is laying prone in the middle of the field, just casually observing this firefight between Underrated and, oh my gosh, he's in the smoke pile with Underrated. What is happening here? Danky, you're a madman.
In the smoke, and they don't even realize it. Now, Underrated does have 1 player down. Pretty much, Team Gates has a huge advantage here. They have 3 players still alive, and they only have Underrated with 1 player pretty much very low. There you go.
Oh my gosh, he engages and gets the kill. What is happening?
Danky gets 2 down, actually 1 down, and Clockoto is able to go ahead and push up. Oh my gosh, there you go. Underrated goes.
Oh my goodness. Dinky absolutely clutches it. They're now down to the final 2. We've got Lights Out Rolex taken out. We've got Dinky. Oh my goodness. This is insane. Rolex and crew are going to win game number 1 for Group B. And again, a massive number of kills. We're looking at 16.
16 kills. We go from 25 to 16. That is insane. And look at this finish right here by Rolex. Pretty much catches him. What are you looking, boy? This ain't no main score.
I am extremely impressed with those guys and Dinky specifically laying prone in the middle of that field. He was up against 2 full squads, or not full, but 3 members. I mean, that was incredibly impressive for him to stay there, stay out of sight, not make a peep, and wait till he was literally physically touching him to actually pull the trigger. Very impressive stuff.
It seemed like it also helped out Team Gates because they had to, Underrated had to worry about Danky. And Team Gates was just able to go ahead and push up, get them pretty much where they wanted them to be.
Take a nice, easy shot, hold their breath, just casually aim, and pop, 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 all the way to victory.
A great win by Team Gates there overall, and it's not as if it was a calm victory by any means. It was fighting from the very beginning to the very, very end for that team to be able to secure that victory.
Absolutely. Crazy amount of action in that last little bit of fighting. We had that final circle pop up with 12 teams left alive. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the match.
From the start here in Novo, just Team Gates being able to go ahead and get those kills. Rolex actually getting the first kill there for his team and making sure he cleans up everything. They don't want to leave anybody just standing. Those kills actually do mean points.
I mean, they killed Powerpuff Boys at the very beginning of that, and Rectify was one of the teams that was also in Novo at the very beginning, which Team Gates eventually went and killed on Main Island. Team Rectify should have arguably just sat there and been gatekeepers to have stopped them from going onto the island.
I think that with a team of Team Gates' caliber, not that these teams are well aware of their capabilities, I think that that was the play for sure. Force the early fight, try to catch them off guard, and really try to make a statement as Iraqi Zoro and his squad did. They did take down
look at
Carnage,
this beautiful push here by Remix, just being able to go ahead and clean up 2 people. On top of that, getting 1 more down, and that team just gets absolutely destroyed. Great push by them, but sadly, it looks like it didn't pay off as they were able to go ahead and finish. I think it was Team 14.
Yeah, that was an amazing little sequence there.
That feeling when you really wish you had an extended mag and not 30 bullets in your AKM compared to a 40, that would be nice, but...
Absolutely. 1 more bullet, please, 1 more bullet.
You can always switch to the pistol.
Right.
Something that I noticed a lot of, actually, I'm guilty of this. A lot of people don't do this. They forget that they might have the pistol.
Right.
And that you can always try to go ahead and switch it up. But yeah, it's just something you don't think of on that kind of sequence right there.
Very true.
If you're good with your iron sights, or if you have a red dot on it, it can still do work.
Absolutely. Especially close range like that when it's basically touching the person.
Yeah, definitely. So let's talk about the circle overall and how that kind of went down that game, because it was very different from our first game that we had there. A central circle, and we noticed from the very beginning that a lot of these teams in Group B were very much so spread out across that circle compared to the spread that we saw in Group A.
Absolutely. The first game, we saw a southern zone. It was definitely apparent that it was going to be a military island zone, and all the crews started to work that way. But in this game, it was central, and it wasn't quite clear where that was going to be. We didn't know where the rotations were going to happen.
Yeah.
So again, a lot of people just staying nimble, staying quick to rotate, trying to take up compounds, squat on them, and hopefully they get blessed with a zone.
And that's really important because we saw, once again, similar to what we saw in game number 1, a lot of hard shifts on those circles.
Yes.
And there were some teams that were playing edge, and they get kind of hurt by that hard shift if they're on completely the opposite side of the circle.
Especially if they don't have any vehicles. And the interesting part is that last circle, absolutely, there was no team in it. They all had to actually go ahead and push, which is when we saw, I believe it was somebody from Team Gates go ahead and go down because they were not able to just kind of position themselves. They were ultimately being able to go ahead and push, get the right positioning, just wait for other engagements to happen. But yeah, the final circle is pretty much what it escalated everything there.
Absolutely. It got pretty chaotic there for sure, and I think a lot of teams would have wished that, oh man, I wish we could have just been in that circle a little bit. That way we could have focused our attention onto some of the teams trying to make their way in, but everybody was on an even playing field there, and superior gun skills won out. Team Gates getting the victory there. Short-handed, I might add. Only 3 members making it into that final fight. They were able to carry those 3 all the way through. Even with knocks, they were able to pick them back up and ultimately get the win.
Yeah, through the fire and flames, they were able to get the victory. So impressive stuff there by them. Don't forget as well that we have the dates for the finals here for the Star Challenge North America, and that will be on the 21st and 22nd of October, and you can tune in for all the action at twitch.tv/ESL_PUBG for more of that. And again, it's a live finals, so that is going to be all of the guys here. Not only
Absolutely.
ourselves, but all of the guys here. We get to kind of interact with them, see how they're going to be interacting with one another. It's exciting.
That would be amazing. So it looks like right now we've got Team Gates and Lights Out with 25 kills in the first game. Definitely in the driver's seat so far. Very well positioned to make the top 15.
And I'm pretty sure Lights Out is just going to be way ahead with those 25 kills on top of the 500 points they get for winning. It is going to be insane. And just going back to the dates to remember, just October 20 to October 21st, I wonder how, just pretty much how they'll play if maybe they don't do so well in one game, how they will go ahead and react, because you're just not going to be at home by yourself. You're going to have people watching you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, you gotta keep calm, keep cool, and keep collected. And that's going to do it for us here for the moment, lads. We have now a break that's going to be coming up, and we are going to be going over to Group A in just a few moments' time. So stay tuned for more PUBG Mobile action for the Star Challenge North America. Gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge here for North America, as we have 2 of our games concluded for today and 2 more to come. We're going to have another game from Group A, another game from Group B, but this time it is going to be third-person perspective compared to our first-person perspective, which is extremely different to what we've seen prior. Let's talk, guys, about the differences between first and third person, because they're quite important.
Absolutely. So in first person, which you witnessed in those first 2 games that we casted today, you are looking at the game through the perspective of the player. You're looking out of their eye sockets, so to speak. So you're seeing. That sounded kind of gruesome, didn't it? That's not how I intended it. But that being said, we are looking from their perspective, whereas in third person, the camera magically, I'm not sure how, floats behind the players so you can see their whole body.
It's like having a drone behind you pretty much, and you're able to see a lot more, which actually leads to interesting occasions because you can actually put your character straight up against the wall, but you can actually use the eye icon to see maybe somebody's peeking through the other room or where they're actually at.
Yeah.
You'll see a lot more players being psychic in third person, seemingly knowing where folks are at and without peeking. So a little bit more safe to play in third person. A lot more people laying prone in the grass.
Well, from psychic people to clairvoyant potential people, as you were predicting the score that may have came in of 1 jillion points going the way of Lights Out previously. Let's check in with the standings and see what they are so far from Group A. Not quite 1 jillion, but almost 875 from 1 game alone is massive points racked up there for Lights Out.
That is absolutely insane. As you can see, they are basically more than number 2 and 4 combined. That is an incredible score from game 1 there for Lights Out. Zen Gamers at number 2, Wicked Gaming wrapping out the top 3.
And Derek's Killers there at 4, Chaffer Squad there at 3, and in the last spot, we got Chicken and Shrimps Honey Monster with 100, and that is the leaderboard right there, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9.
Yeah, very cool to see, especially of the teams down towards the bottom that you weren't able to place too highly, but still got themselves quite a bit of points on the board there, so there's still room for them to potentially recover throughout the games.
Absolutely. The top 8 are all in the 200s or higher, and everyone else at least with 100 points. So they're definitely not out of it. They've got a few more games to kind of claw back up the leaderboard, but Lights Out really making a statement there with 25 kills and 875 total points.
Definitely. They had a great compound to hold down. Coming into our next game, of course, here, looking at Group A. Who do you think is going to be able to do well? Are you still kind of on the hype train of the Lights Out boys? I know, no bias aside, by all means, but regardless.
I really don't think Lights Out's going to be able to duplicate that performance. Of course, I hope that they come out and execute well and play, to their potential. But that type of game is special, and that's a once in, I don't know how often type of game. I expect Gangstars to answer. I expect some of the other squads that finished a little bit lower to maybe turn it around a little bit. But excited to see kind of what everybody brings to the table in game number 2 here, but definitely not expecting the same thing from Lights Out.
Yeah, and if it happens again, oh my goodness.
Oh, yeah.
I'm ready. I'm ready. But yeah, I'm more than likely Lights Out. I'm looking to see how they go ahead and just go about this game. They do have a pretty nice little lead there in points. Obviously, we still have a lot more games to play today and also tomorrow. Now, what I want to keep an eye on is what Gangstars is going to do. Especially as you were mentioning, they were not able to get into the top 3, I believe it was. So I wonder if they're going to try to play a little bit more safe. Something, I just want to see how everything's going to play out after that first game. And also the different tactics, because as we mentioned, it is not first person. It is third person.
Yeah.
Are they going to be more willing to go to certain zones? Are they going to be more willing to actually get into fights, or are they going to be more willing to just go ahead and hold back now that certain teams have certain points already to their name?
That's a great point too, and with the perspectives and how that comes into play, you've got the third person perspective now in play, where first person was the first game, and first person typically lends itself to being a little bit more aggressive. You can take more chances because you know that somebody's not face against the wall, peeking around the corner. Now in third person, person, if a team decided, man, we didn't place as high as we wanted to, we need to get some kills, it might be a little bit harder to play aggressively to start adding up those 15 points per frag.
It feels like defensive capability and close range capability is very, very strong and prevalent in third person.
Yes, because you can actually have somebody laying down or hiding behind, for example, a bell from the last game at the finals. They would actually see if anybody's moving ahead, something that they might have not been able to see before. So pretty much tactics is just going to be definitely interesting.
Yeah, and let's take a look back really at some of the moments that may have happened in that game number 1, because overall that was, you know, a very kind of hot and contested game coming in from a lot of our teams trying to battle it out for those top spots in game number 1.
Absolutely. It was super exciting. A really, really enjoyable game to watch overall. You can see we've got squads battling it out here in Rozhok at the prison to start things off. Great kill there. Really kind of overkill. And what really was the highlight of the match for me, we'll see in just a moment, was all the boat kills. You can see early on, Wildcard knocking some people out of a boat. And, of course, again, the fight to get to that southern zone was real.
And as you mentioned right there, the zone just moving in as they're currently getting into a gunfight here. So interesting stuff. And as you mentioned, the boats came into huge play. So I wonder how the circle is going to affect now this gameplay.
Yeah.
Not only that, Night Owl just being able to go ahead and just destroy people right here with that minute 14. And as we mentioned, Sixless there from Lights Out just destroying the boat squad.
That's all I took from it. No nautical adventures allowed, all right?
Absolutely not. Boats extremely risky on this particular map.
And Infinite's right here being able to just go at those final kills. Even though he was still in the zone, he wanted to secure the win. The other team was just worried about the front, and they were not worried about the back because there was still somebody there. So something to go ahead and keep an eye on.
And make sure as well to join us on Twitter, of course, with, well, either you can join us by doing a chicken dance and hashtagging chicken dance as well for us, or you can join us with the hashtag StarChallengeNA and tell us who you think is going to be winning and doing very, very well in the series at all. Or you can just berate us with kind of what you think we think. Maybe you think we're wrong, and that's fine by us as well.
I think they should tweet what they think we think.
Yes.
Tweet us your predictions.
Yes.
Tweet us your predictions. I'll be waiting for them. I might even read some aloud.
Crystal
This
clear.
is all sorts of levels of mind games. I can't believe. Anyway, of course, though, we do have Samsung Galaxy Note 9 joining us on this adventure as well for the Star Challenge. So thank you very much to them as it continues on. I have their stylus in my hand this whole time because I'm using it here on the desk. And actually, to be fair, I love this little stylus.
It's a pretty cool little device,
Yeah.
not gonna
Not
lie.
only that, I have this one written in the comments. So yeah, from that to
There you
Kia, Namaste. Danjavad. There you go. Thank you for watching. Appreciate it.
Perfect. So looking towards this second game in Group A, of course, you mentioned that you don't think maybe Lights Out will have as fiery a game, but I think they still have the caliber to be able to do similar damage.
I expect them to perform well. I expect them to compete for a victory.
Yeah.
I just think 25 kills is absurd.
It's crazy.
That is, I'm going to go home and I'm going to buy them all a cupcake.
And 25 kills only with a lobby of 80 people. We got to keep that in mind.
Crazy.
It is not a full lobby. It's not 100 people. It is only 80 people, and that is just unheard of.
Yeah, a lot of people were able to effectively kind of come to them and gift them a few of those kills, obviously, with
like
everybody coming off the beach.
4-pack of boat people? Here, how about another?
Perfect. So those cupcakes will come in handy, yeah. 4-pack of that.
There you go.
Cupcakes sound good.
Very nicely done. One thing that did kind of jump out to me in that first game was Beowulf. I mentioned at the beginning kind of his preferred loadout and just kind of his favorite loadout that isn't necessarily the one that he has most success with. But he actually got a few kills with a Vector
What do
during
you
that
know?
first
You
game.
saw that Vector popping up in the kill feed. I saw Beowulf in the Vector, and I kind of chuckled to myself knowing what you had just pointed out prior to the stream. But yeah, Bale relies on the Vector heavily as well as that Mini 14, and you'll see him go to that loadout time and time again.
And not only that, I wonder how they're going to play this out, because as we mentioned in the first game, in case you for some reason weren't watching, they stayed outside the zone for a very long time until the zone started doing a lot of damage. I wonder if they're going to still try to go for that same strategy, or are they going to switch it up? Are they going to try to go ahead and position themselves in the middle of the zone, which at the start, throughout the game, is not something that I would actually recommend. I think what they did was beautiful, but then once you get a little bit more towards like the end of the game, you might want to be in that divine mansion if it ends up there and just be in the safe zone.
There's only one way to describe Mansion.
It's
divine.
Tis divine.
It's divine.
Most certainly. Also excited to see what Solid FPS and his crew are going to do as the games move on. Let's see some of that brilliant tactical magic from Solid FPS and crew.
Yeah, I think there were a few moments in that first game for Group A that really stood out to me, that showed that a lot of our teams and players really understood the map a lot, even though there may not be as prevalent mobile players as they were. Like, for example, some of the positions Solid FPS and the team had taken on the hills on the west side of Military Island are notoriously very, very strong positions if you eventually get the circle to then cover people coming up from military, right?
Absolutely. It was a really, really strong position. You got the cover from the bridge there. You're looking down on all the compounds, kind of preventing access to those compounds from any squad that would potentially roll up. And then you also got, if it does come to the hills, it's so much easier to go down the hill than it is to go up the hill.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
So many times in PUBG Mobile, you've got that final circle. You're like, please, I just want to get up the hill, and you just can't do it. Mobile is especially bad for that.
And you just got to go from cover to cover, 3 to 3, rock to rock, or maybe just building, and that's just something, you definitely don't want to do. Don't want to get caught in that particular situation.
Yeah, looking at it from PC perspective to mobile perspective, obviously in mobile there's kind of less, I guess, clutter along the ground. So do you think it's kind of easier to kind of spot out people, maybe if they're coming down a hill or something like that, if you're in a compound? What do you think?
I think that's one of the key differences from the PC version and mobile is the ability to spot people on mobile. It does seem a little bit easier. I think the graphical settings you can toggle them quite a bit, so less things render in, right? So you have less shadow or less whatever, and that's on the preference of whoever's using it. It could depend on the power of their device. If they're not as powerful as, say, the Samsung Galaxy Note 9, you know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, so I mean, basically, mobile, you can get around a little easier, less stuff in your way, and you can also see people a little bit easier.
And that's when you don't want to just get caught laying down out in the middle of the field or maybe being too close to the bush. Now, I've seen some actual people just hiding in the bush and the team just passing them by. So it all goes to how much they're paying attention, because some people can actually get tunnel vision, and that's something that we have seen that happen before. So it comes down to that. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how third person plays out and seeing where they're going to go ahead and land, man.
Yeah, I would like to see some of our teams that kind of plays throughout the 10th to 20th spot, maybe kind of shine a little bit more here on third person. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for our second game here in Group A, as I hand it over to our commentary team here for all the action.
Excellent. Super
Hopefully
excited
we
to
can get
bring
a
this
view here of the map. I want to see the map.
We're going to get a nice little map view here shortly. We've got Pochinki. It's kind of the what is that? The point of interest. We'll call it the carnival. Just a little bit southwest there at Pochinki. So that is definitely a spot that is going to be accessible and potentially visited during the game. So we'll keep an eye on that. But just waiting now for the countdown to finish and for that plane path to become apparent. And we'll be then figuring out what the strategies for all these teams. I personally am rooting for a hot drop somewhere.
And something that I'm actually looking for is I'm looking to see if they're actually going to try to go back to Georgeport, for example. We saw Gangstars going straight to Georgeport, looting up, staying there for a while, even though they were outside the zone. And we also saw Lights Out going back to the crates. So it comes down to that, and look at this.
This is an interesting plane path, 100%, because it starts right over Georgopol. Beowulf and crew, not necessarily known for hot drops, but this is their baby. This is Georgopol. Will they go there? We'll have to wait and see here in just a moment.
Especially with that plane path. And keep in mind, we do have 19 teams now in this one. What's going to happen is Gangstar's going to try to go for it. Are they going to try to go for Georgopol? And it seems like they're just waiting it off right now. They don't want to play that card yet. Or are they going to try to go for it here? Yep, they're waiting. They might actually try to go military, Pochinki, and as you mentioned, they do have the Carnival / Ghost Town, and I wonder if we're ever going to see the flare gun in one of these matches. I have yet to see it.
Haven't seen it yet, but Beowulf and crew are out. They did go to Georgopol. They will have company. We'll have to see who's going to battle it out up there. There's a couple squads that are going to be battling for position, possibly crates, possibly hospital. Have to wait and see where they land. We got a bunch of squads heading off to the east and going north in the zone, trying to stay safe, but quite a battle going for the Rozhok garages, trying to get those cars and get over to places like Yasnaya Polyana or even Milta to loot up in peace. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
And look at that. A lot of teams just pretty much spreading around. They don't want to be anywhere near the plane pad. So I wonder if some teams are also trying to go for the vehicles
and then go to a certain location. But as we can see, Beowulf Gangstar's already down, already looting. They want to loot up as quick as they can because they do have some people near crates. And Rosshawk has been a popular area lately. Look at that.
You can see Wildcard, Wicked
5
Gaming's
teams.
crew. They're going to grab the vehicle. Let's see, it is a Dacia, so they do have room for 4. That's always a risk going for those garages. And look at this, U.S. car on the road. Who has weapons? Are they going to be able to fire shots, or is everybody with their bare fists? They wave to each other, they say hi, and they continue on down the road.
And they are going to run right into Lights Out, which more than likely they will have some loot. They notice that, they keep on driving. And now the interesting part is, as we mentioned, they're not going to have any weapons. It is just a squad inside a car with nothing. Just metal surrounding them.
Absolutely.
And Team 7 is nearby there, George Bull. Interesting stuff here. We also see Team 4 being on the bottom left-hand side of your window, and we haven't seen anybody go for military base.
We have some folks north of military base. I thought Squad 14 was going to be going there, but they ended up going a little bit south. They're worried about a potential hot drop there, so they're looting the compounds around the perimeter of that southern island. I'm curious as well to see where the folks from Rosshawk are actually going to go. It looks like in the stairwell here. We've got a pistol fight. Firm Grandpa is taking on an adversary. I missed who that was, but they are engaged now with pistols.
And for some reason they were able to miss some shots. They got one shot, and then he just got out of the house. He's like, nope, I'm not doing this. Let me go ahead and find an actual gun, something that I can just go ahead and shoot you quick with. We do have Team 16 here, Girl versus Dumb's team, going up against Team 19. Who will actually go ahead and come out on top? Let us know in the comments right now. You watching as Girl versus Dumb take somebody down with the SMG.
Nice work with the Uzi there. She's getting some kills. Got Girl versus Dumb on the flank here, trying to finish that knock. She wants to put that trophy on the wall. Claiming victory here, absolutely. Mazda Ball is taken out by Girl versus Dumb. Firm Grandpa here is just content to watch the action, not really help out his teammate. That's okay. That's okay. He wasn't any good anyway, right? I mean, just let him die.
An interesting place here. Look at this. George Bull once again outside the zone. Will Gainstars go ahead and just wait it out? How are they going to go ahead and play this out? Because they don't have the Lights Out buddy there waiting for him. It's a different team. Lights Out is actually near Rosshawk.
They're now in Yasnaya Polyana. They've taken a vehicle from Rosshawk area, and they have gone to Yasnaya. They have it with one other squad right now looting up. But they are at a great position right now because look at that circle. It's definitely shading that way. Could find itself right on Yasnaya as the game comes to a close.
It is, and I think this one, they're just going to go ahead and play a little. I wonder if they're going to rush a little bit more, as right here in Milta, we do have 2 squads. We got Wicked Squad once again by Milta, and we got Team 15 nearby as well. How is this going to play out, as they already have an UMP? By the way, this UMP, it is great in close quarters, not so much once you get to middle to longer range, but in this situation, SMGs are a huge part, and also, if you can control the recoil of the AKM, that thing shreds. So interesting to see what kind of weapons they have, and how it's going to go ahead and play out here.
And pretty much as expected, you've got squads that dropped literally on Rosshawk as predicted. They've gone to Milta and Yasnaya, and they are looting up. Those are great spots to get a lot of gear, a lot of great weapons, a lot of great armor, and they're going to be hoping that that circle comes their way. You can see squads that dropped early on over on the western side of the map, south of Gatka there, just a little bit north of Quarry. They've got a little mess on their hands. They may have to fight here. If we take a look over at Primorsk, we have ASAP and his squad. Looks like we are going to be moving away from there. It's that Lady Kyphera and Lord Kyphera. Gotta love the synergy there on the members.
Matching names, and yeah, it seems like they're going with the separate vehicles strategy, which is interesting. In the previous match, we definitely saw when teams were apart from each other, more than likely they ended up dying. So wonder if they're gonna still try to, even though they're driving different vehicles, if they're still gonna try to stay close. That way, if somebody does go down, they can go ahead and use that backup. And also, solid FPS currently in Novo. They're just waiting there, looting up, getting everything they need. And Team 14 outside the zone as well. The zone will start moving in here pretty soon. Now, keep in mind, this zone at this point, it's going to do damage, but it's not going to do a lot of damage. As the game goes on, it will start doing a lot more damage. So right now, teams aren't too worried about it.
Now, the plane path, if you guys remember, was in the western part of the map. I'm curious to see if anybody is going to think to bridge camp that right side. The zone actually splits the bridge in half. One side is safe, one side is not. So you're going to see people moving and migrating north. That is going to be Solid FPS and his crew, who have dropped Novoripnoye 2 games in a row now. And this is going to be interesting to see. Last time they had a great position in the circle. This time they don't necessarily have one, especially if somebody chooses to oppose them.
That, and as we see here, we actually got a chance to see somebody in a bush just waiting and another person just laying down on top of a roof. Third person, that's when it comes into play. You might not want to go ahead and push that much because you can actually get an advantage by just being patient and seeing where everybody else is at. So interesting stuff there. Now, it doesn't look like anybody's going to go ahead and camp bridge, which if they did, they might get some action there with solid FPS. He would be in some trouble.
Absolutely. Look at Team 19. They're actually splitting and separating around Team 16. That's kind of interesting placement for sure. It leaves them in a great position to do some flanking, but also at a risk of getting caught out. So it just depends on who sees who here first. We've got squads rolling by. It looks like Team 15, Andy Friends, McDizziness, or Mix-a-Lot Boot.
Love that name right there. Team 10 now starting to push into the action right here by Milta Power. What's going to happen here?
There.
They do have the height advantage, and look at this. And Friends being able to go ahead and get some kills, actually get some shots on that person. They're just spreading around. I'm loving this place right here. They're trying to get into a lot of angles, making sure they don't actually go ahead and give out their position by just the mini-map. There's going to be a lot of footsteps all over the map, and they're not going to know exactly where everybody's at. Although Team 15 is currently a great situation because they have people in different levels of that building.
Weeskirm and Friends actually holding down the factory here. A lot of great loot in this spot, and it looks like they are going to be taking on Orion Esports, who has pressed up to the outside of this area. They've got folks on many different sides of the factory right now, and they're trying to figure out, do they want to take this fight? And it looks like they 100% absolutely do, but they're trying to locate some people inside. Thrasher throwing the frag grenade through the window, lobs it in. It does not connect, but hey, they've announced their presence. We are here.
They know. And now, are we going to see some engagement? Are they going to wait? I believe everybody is actually inside the zone. So that's what it comes down to. Are we willing to engage now? Are we willing to wait? And somebody from Team 15 is actually
get the
down.
knock. They were actually just pulling out of this area, and the last frag grenade thrown knocks Kregums to his knees. And it looks like now they're having second thoughts about leaving. Do we take advantage of this knock, try to get ourselves a 4v3? It doesn't look like they do. They're going to take advantage of the knock to actually get out of dodge and move closer into the safe zone.
And yeah, they decide to leave there. They don't want to engage even though they had somebody taken down. And look at this, ASAP showing up and getting some kills there as well in the kill feed. And
Miss Calaverse actually got shot there, so unfortunately for her, it looks like her squad is in trouble. There's the finish right there from Echo. Very nicely done. That's happening on down towards Ferry Pier. So as you can see, a lot of action happens when you're trying to rotate in to get those get to the safe zone. If you're happening to stumble across another squad, it could be trouble for one of them.
Team 14 now is starting to move away, and look at the top. Look at where Lights Out is at. There's a crate there. Has anybody gone to this crate? And oh my gosh.
Juicy is going to be all over that M249. He absolutely loves that weapon. I don't know why, but he likes it. And hey, he's pretty good with it. But hey, on mobile, that's not a favorite when the crates drop. It is probably the least favorite, I would say, of all of the weapons. It's the most often skipped over.
Pretty much. If you're not face-to-face, just stay away from that thing unless you can definitely control the recoil. Yeah, I would not pick that up unless I'm just trying to go ahead and destroy some cars and blow some people up. But there's I don't think there's going to be any boat action here.
Well, unless Gangstars hops in at the river and just, takes a boat Rambo style down the river there through Rosshawk and into Yasnaya. That's the only real potential I see for boats at this point. That's unlikely, to say the least.
That'll be interesting to see for sure. And look at Team 5 and Team 8, VG right here. Just waiting. Everybody is playing it safe now. That's one of the things different between first person and third person, right? They're able to see a lot more stuff that they're not able to go ahead and see in first person. And usually in first person, if you know somebody's nearby, you have to go ahead and push the action. Now in this one, people just want to go ahead and wait a little bit more, see where everybody's going to be at, and then push the action. So even though you might not be seeing a lot of action here, trust me, they're setting themselves up for the end. And I'm pretty sure it's actually going to go ahead and be more teams alive than the first game in third person at the end.
Absolutely. You can see they are playing it safe. No one's really engaging right now, and there's good separation. You can see there's pretty good distance between all of the squads. So nobody really in danger right now of engagement, and they're just kind of making their way to the circle, trying to stay safe. But as this thing constricts, you will have action being forced. I think the closest thing we have right now is going on in Yasnaya, and that's with Lights Out and team number 20 here. I'm not sure who that is up there. Can't read the names, but we could see an engagement there as they are in the same city. So that's probably the most likely thing we have right now.
And just going off our sponsor here, Samsung Galaxy Note 9. Somebody in the chat said, King said, the Note 9 is so smooth. Boy, I agree with you. I've been playing with it the whole day pretty much, except when we actually had to cast.
Absolutely. Takes fantastic pictures as well. So Chad and his squad here, they are looting up Lipovka way out on the east coast of Erangel, and they're happy to be there, man. In the zone, safe. They've got some loot. Chad and his squad, they're marching on, man, trying to improve their placement from last game, trying to match that of his, his PC counterpart, Solid FPS, who placed third.
Great loot, too. Not only just loot, they also have level 2 loot, and we're about to have a circle change. Let's see what's going to happen here. If GameStars is going to have to start moving soon, and look at this circle. Lights Out gets blessed by that circle as they are smack middle of it, and this team currently outside the zone, Team 17 and Team 4. They're going to have to figure something out.
Absolutely. It looks like, again, Lights Out with a great position in the zone. That's something that they are very good at doing, but it's extremely easy to do this game as the circle keeps going to them. It looks like GameStars is now going to be on the move. It looks like TSM Vis, or no, not Vis. He's not even in the tournament. We got Solid FPS. I'm thinking of the last broadcast I did. Solid FPS and GameStars are the only two people actually outside the zone at this point. So they're trying to make their way in.
Playing part. I wonder if anybody went and looted that carnival right there. The zone, pretty much a lot of players outside the zone. And GameStars, interesting, they are making a move right away. They don't want to wait that much. More than likely, they want to get those kills. They're currently sitting at 2 kills. They know Lights Out got 25 kills in the first game. More than likely, they want to go ahead and try to match that. Who doesn't? Who doesn't want to get the bragging rights?
The good thing, though, is, yeah, there's bragging rights on the line, but honestly, these guys are going to try to play it safe because ultimately there is a big cash prize on the line as part of this tournament, and they just have to make sure they're not doing anything stupid. They, not this tournament today. As we continue on, the finals will progress.
Oh my gosh,
goodness.
Larry being able to blow up the car, and he's going to get that kill right there. Where are you crawling to, man? Sit your butt down, Larry says.
Crates littered out in the field. Look at this shot here.
Replay right here. Oh,
man, Larry doing mad damage there to Mad Insane Max. But as we were saying, they're just going to play it safe, Top 15 out of 40 move on, which is a pretty generous amount. And I think that's what you're going to see are the teams really just trying to secure placement here.
And look at that, Derek G being able to go ahead and take out Chill Chaos. I think that is the first time he got a kill, and he was on top of that, being able to blow up the car. Great moves there by Derek G, as he's not getting carried, and he's actually putting points on the board for his team. Love seeing that.
Absolutely. Zen Gaming here, shooting out the window. Zen Lee actually getting some shots off. Very nicely done. Pirateer, Night Owl, and Derpy also parking in the adjacent buildings, but they have trouble here on their hands. Bang, Diablo, Perkises, and Derek G have decided to take the fight. They're hopping into the adjacent apartment, and this is looking pretty good for Derek's Killers. They're going to stop, they're going to loot up, they're going to go ahead and heal, and then you're going to see a nice little fight happen here between Zen Gaming and Derek's Killers.
And they do got to watch out there for Bang. He is currently down. His teammates are throwing up some smokes. Zen Lee Gaming's team seems to go ahead and they don't want to engage anymore. They don't have the numbers. They want to back up a little bit. And look at all the action that we're getting here from the map. Teams that are currently outside the zone just engaging, and teams that are currently inside the zone just trying to get better positioning, as we do have 2 airdrops now playing on the field.
Thank goodness that bombing zone is on the military island. I mean, it's not in danger of hitting anybody. We've got people moving into the zone. Look at how many colorful dots there are in this safe zone here. We are definitely going to see some action here shortly. Watch out for that buggy parked in the middle of nowhere. Megan or Meg.
Oh, boy.
Missed the buggy, couldn't miss the tree. Those things definitely jump out at you.
It happens. They pop out of nowhere. We actually saw it in the last game remix, just going straight into the tree, but that actually cost him a teammate. So something to keep an eye on. If you're not good at driving, just stay away from that. Let somebody else drive.
I will say that is pretty universally difficult on mobile. I think most players struggle with driving. It is not easy to do. A lot of wipeouts and such, and I think in PUBG in general, just driving has always been pretty funny.
And look at Beowulf right there, trying to get some shots with that gun. Sadly, that team goes out of their scope, and they're actually, it looks like they're going to run the 2-car squad. And look at Fyra. Love that outfit, Fyra.
Absolutely. So we got a 2-car squad, and they have rotated. Look at their position. They've gone from out of the circle entirely to being dead center in the zone.
Smack
and they've
middle.
grabbed a great compound, and now people have to come to them. So this is going to be really interesting to see. Gangstars really excels on Erangel, especially in this part of the map towards Yasnaya.
Yeah, and something interesting also to point out is that the bombing zones have not been anywhere near where people are at. So something that the teams don't necessarily have to worry about right now, but they might have to go ahead and worry about as the circle starts getting closer and smaller, and everybody's just going to be up on each other's faces.
Absolutely. We've got some action here potentially. We got VG holding down a compound just outside of school. And they're going to continue to hold it.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what this zone right here is going to do. We do see this zone moving forward. A lot, as I mentioned, not a lot of action there at the beginning, but there's going to be a lot of action at the end as we still have 18 teams still alive. Only one team went down since we started. That's crazy, man.
This is a lot of people clustered in that same area. I would like to see the zone shift and go north. There we go, Mr. Flip from Wicked Gaming getting the knock on Meg and Meg out in the field. And that's going to be a finish there for sure. Solid FPS able to get that finish.
The next one. And let's see what this circle is going to go ahead and end up here. Oh my gosh.
That actually is not Wildcard. That's Wildcard member on a different team. He's with Solid FPS. So getting the kill there.
Thanks for pointing that out right there. Getting some points there for Solid FPS. I like it. Once again, the bombing zone just in the middle of nowhere by shooting range. Ain't nobody over there. And look at Team 1 waiting patiently. ASAP representing there. They are fairly close. Actually, Team 17 is fairly close to Team 6. We might see some engagement right here as Tank gets caught just jumping around. He's currently being just... Oh my gosh.
Tank is getting kills here. What is going on?
Seagulls just looked a little bit to the right, he would have noticed Tank, but he didn't.
Tank lit them up, dude. He was all by himself out on a tree. I mean, look at his position. He is in trouble. And I think the Sigils here is probably trying to probe the house here to see if the rest of the team is there. Sigils doesn't look like he's pushing it a little bit.
He gave out his position. He randomly shot.
Tank immediately cues onto that gunfire, pops over, and Lord Kaifero's team absolutely in control here.
He says goodbye, Sunshine, and now Tank is still not healing up. He's waiting it out. His teammates are still waiting in the house. He's pretty sure asking for help. There you go, Echo being able to come up from this side and destroy their miss. I actually forgot her name, but damn. That was interesting plays there by them.
All I gotta say is,
oh my gosh,
Lord and Lady Kaifera, they have recruited very well. They've got Tank. They're just gonna hang out in the house, have a nice, calm, cup of tea. Tank's gonna basically take on a whole squad by himself, knock him, finish him. Good stuff from Tank there.
Yeah, an interesting zone there as we now have 17 left. And the zone is so tiny. And as we also see, we see another airdrop just coming down. Who will actually go into those airdrops? And we also see Team A just moving up, trying to get Lady Kafera and Lord Kafera's team. Will they be able to get some kills? And Derek Killers pretty much being able to go ahead and position themselves inside the zone as well. And we also see a player just by himself from Team 19.
Absolutely. We've got some interesting movements going on. With lights out, rotating around the outside of the circle, trying to get to the short side of the zone. We've got some others trying to push their way in. Lord and Lady Kaifera leading their team on into the zone here. But again, we are looking at
currently
VG here.
looting a lot here. Stay still for too long. They didn't notice, though. Team A now starting to position themselves. They might be able to get some shots here as they're going up the hill. They notice Tank. Are they going to take shots? They're waiting. There you go. There's the shots. Tank gets taken out as he didn't have any cover near him.
Overdue, I think. Tank was exposed there for quite some time. Nobody happened to notice him. But Win Sanity and his crew there finish off Tank. They get the kill, get the knock, and they're going to keep moving on. Rolling in behind here, it looks like Kaifera is going to have to watch his back here, and he's aware of their presence. They're coming over the crest right now. And shots fired. Good shots landed there.
Very low there. And I don't think he realizes where the shots came from because somebody's literally right next to him on that tree. Now he's going to notice, there you go, using that third person to his advantage, taking them out, making sure he gets those kills. Great plays there by ASAP Echo. And what is he going to do here?
I don't
He has
know,
a
man.
lot
They
more
are
people
up
coming
to
up.
8 kills.
Oh
Team
my gosh.
Echo has 8 kills. That's really, really impressive. They are absolutely lighting people up, taking full advantage of that third-person mechanic of being able to see what's approaching you. Had that been first person, he would have never known that guy was coming.
Definitely, definitely. And maybe if we got a little bit closer, but then it would have been too late. And look at this transition there. Echo with the great shots. Echo gets taken down from the side. He's probably asking for help. He's probably asking, where are you, team? I don't see you there. They're actually a little bit too far away. And Arcus.
Untimely knock there with the zone
Yes.
coming in like that. You guys see the zone coming in. Everyone right now is outside of it. Looks like Kyfera is on the actual border here. It's at their back, but Winsanity, they have to push. They have no other option here.
And this zone hurts.
It's not going to work,
You do
man.
not want to be on this zone. Winsanity currently in a bad spot. Is he going to go down to the zone here? He's not. But if he gets shot, there you go.
There
if
it
he gets
is.
shot just one
Ooh,
time,
they
he's going to
trade,
go
though.
down.
Epic trades there with Lady Kyfera. Kyfera getting the kill on Winsanity, but Epic returning fire, taking her down. And it looks like ASAP Echo now taken out by VG Epic. So it looks like Winsanity and his crew, they have a chance here. They're not going to have time for the revive. Hopefully they realize that and push their way in. But unfortunately, they are being held
going
down
for
by
the
Lord Kyfera.
revive. They are actually going for the revive, even though Lord Kyfera is going to be outnumbered, but he's going to be able to just go ahead and shoot him. And keep in mind, everything, all the cover is outside the zone. If they actually go ahead and move into the zone, unless they start rotating to the right or the left, the east or the west, they're going to be in huge trouble as they're still looting here. And Lord Kyfera just decides, you know what, I'm just going to go ahead and move out. And look at this zone right here. Almost every single team, except for Team 2, 9, 10.
Quick rotation here from Gangstars. You see him already moving, trying to get in. Lights out, already in the zone. We also have Barrett Killers is sitting great in the center. One of the strongest positions so far. And we've got action still. VG, we got Winsanity here trying to make it in. They've done a great job to get inside the zone. Holy cow, we are down to 15 teams.
And as you mentioned, lights out, Gangstars currently inside. And also, Derek Killers just pretty much waiting patiently. And we do see some people going for the crate. Hopefully we can see that.
Look at the rotation heading for Gangstars right now. Every squad on the right side of the map is heading towards Gangstars. This is going to get crazy.
We got solid FPS pushing in as well. They might have just tried to gun a little bit more to the center and not just wait there. We also got Everfury here. Some shots with the Car 98. He gets tagged a little bit. They got to watch out, though, because they're currently on a dip.
They love these berms, though. They absolutely love these berms outside of the compounds. This one in particular, they can push. Holy cow, out of nowhere comes the car. Outsider gets the knock on Pyra. Wow, Everfury returns fire, takes down Wicked and Sika. Holy cow, Angry taking down Outsider. This was not the move. Bale will finish him off, and that is it for Wicked Gaming.
Everfury just destroying Wicked Gaming, telling him, sit your butt down and go wait for the next match tomorrow, because we will be live tomorrow as well. Now, Everfury's got to watch out here. Looting a little bit too long, maybe staying still for too long, because there is, as we mentioned earlier, there is going to be a lot of teams coming nearby, and Fire needs to go ahead and just heal up as soon as possible. The good thing is that they do have vehicles to their advantage. They actually have 2 vehicles, so if somebody pops out the tires, they can hopefully go ahead and use the other vehicle and just get to better positioning, as right now, they're still fairly close to outside the zone. They are in the safe zone, but we got to keep in mind where we're currently at.
We got a wrecked vehicle here, and it did look like solid FPS was inching closer to Gangstars. Spruik getting taken down by Derpy here from Squad 5, and that looks like trouble for them. We also have so many people in this circle. Look at the car coming in from the northeast. Here we go on the edge of the zone, rotating around. Solid FPS and his squad out in the field, but they are trying to use smoke for their advantage, and they hear a car behind him. Mr. Flip is going to key on that and try to get some shots off here. Pyra taking down Conform Police. Holy cow.
Oh my gosh. What's it going to play out? Look at that. Look at all the teams that are currently outside. Now,
another
Lucifer,
shift on the zone. Look at that. It has gone all the way to the southwest part, and lights out now on the far edge of the zone. They are going to have to get moving if they want to get anywhere close to the first place they got in Game 1.
And Gangstars is just in the best positioning right now. Inside the zone for the moment, and being able to go ahead and pick up anybody that's currently trying to get into the zone. I wonder how many kills they got as we're currently looking. Solid FPS. His team has now 2 kills, 6-less, being able to go ahead and take out Pirate Tiger.
That's a big kill there.
It is. It's a huge kills, and VG with 6 kills as well. They are actually inside the zone, so they don't even have to worry about moving for the moment, but they do have to worry about Team 7. They might not realize Team 7 is behind them.
Yeah, definitely. This is going to be extremely interesting on these rotations. It looks like Lights Out is lighting up Squad 5 here. Solid FPS is gatekeeping, sitting on the edge of the zone, looking behind them, and it looks like they are able to eliminate another squad. And what do you know? We're down to 10.
And it looked like Perkins was actually able to get 2 more kills there for Derek's killers. And look at this positioning. They're currently outside the zone. Are they going to try to push now? Lights Out outside the zone as well. It looks like they might not want to worry about too many about the kills. They want to get first place and just see if maybe they can go 2 for 2. Win after win.
They did just hop into a vehicle, and they're about to start rotating. It looks like Gangstars has the same idea, but Gangstars approaching 3 squads now as they're going to be trying to get into the zone. They have their work cut out for them. Here we go, jumping into Angry's point of view from Gangstars. They are looking in, trying to take out this squad in front of him. Chad is returning fire, but unfortunately, he is going to be outmatched here. Holy cow.
He does not realize where he got shot from. There you go, Trasher being able to destroy Chad. Now, as we saw earlier, Gangstars and Angry, it seems like he was missing a lot of shots, and that's because the other person was just moving side to side. He was strafing really good, and I'm happy to see that. That means pretty much they're comfortable with the game. They're comfortable with the controllers. They got the movement down, and look at this action.
Look at
right
the rotation
here.
coming from Squad 9 and 7 here. Lights Out driving right by. We also have Eggmix getting some shots here. Sixless getting it done with the Scar. And oh my goodness, this is going to be absolute trouble here. Game investment in Phoenix. Phoenix laying cone in the grass, taking on Derek's killers.
We got some kills right here. Fire, look at Fire. They know they're behind that rock. He notices somebody else there too. Now he is outside the zone. He's got to push out, get those kills. Son, there you go.
Man,
they're up to 8 kills. He gets taken out right
Bayo gets
here.
knocked. Bayo gets knocked, and this is trouble. The zone's coming. They are slightly outside of it. They are going to be crawling towards safety, but I don't think he's going to make it. This is awfully close. Is it going to take him down all the way? He might just get in.
Beowulf gonna be able to make it. He's barely there. There you go. He was able to make it. Pablo being able to get some kills, and Beowulf actually gets taken out there by VG.
Oh my goodness. Wow, this is insane.
Beautiful Molotov right
People
there.
starting to drop quickly here. It's all going to come down to who can react most quickly. We got Team GV absolutely doing work here. Phoenix hanging out in the grass. Eggmix getting it done. Diablo from Derek's Killers returning fire. This is insane. 3 squads just wiped off the map. We're down to 6. We got Molotovs on himself. This is not good. What is going on here?
Kills himself with the Molotov. Now, Derek G gets actually taken out here by Mr. Flip, I believe it was. RK and TSM Solid FPS just trading kills.
Absolutely.
So much action. We told you, third person gets super crazy at the end. So sit down, put on your seatbelt because we're going 100 miles per hour here.
It looks like Lights Out has pushed up to the compound there, killed off a squad, and they have secured, it looks like one of the only buildings near the zone. It looks like the zone has shifted again, and everybody's going to have to be on the move. Derek's Killers getting knocked with some grenades here. That's trouble for them. They are going to get pushed here. Looks like Team Solid FPS able to kind of work their way in. There's some shots. Nice finish there from Solid FPS, getting some flank action in on the final squad there. Wow,
Derek's Killers gets taken out there. Interesting stuff there. I noticed his teammates were actually trying to pick up Derek, and that didn't seem to play out to their advantage. That seemed what got him killed. Sometimes you just got to sacrifice the player.
We're down to 5 guys. 5 squads remain. Again, Gangstars, Lights Out. We also have Team Solid FPS. We got Winsanity across the way. Epic getting knocked just now by Everfury with the Car 98. We got Mr. Flip getting knocked by the play zone or something. I don't know what's going on. This is chaos. The zone is tiny. Everybody running in at the same time. Lucifer getting knocked down. Eggmix getting a kill on Solid FPS.
Look how much damage that zone does. Lights Out might be able to get some kills here on Solid FPS as his team is trying to use those smoke grenades. Great strategies. I'm loving the strategies of this team, and there's only 4 teams left. 9, 18, 1, and 8. So you currently watching at home, let us know in the comments or tweet at us, who do you think is going to win this game number 2 from Group A?
We've got Lights Out. We've got Gangstars. We've got Team Solid FPS, and we have Winsanity. The final 4 remaining. There's 12 left alive. It looks like Lights Out has all 4 players up. Looks like Team Solid FPS has 3, 2 for Winsanity, and Gangstars just off screen here, but they should be 3 or 4 players as well.
They're waiting patiently, and look at all this smokes. Look at Lights Out just coming up behind Solid FPS. Are they going to be able to clutch these kills?
Juicy hanging out on the other side of the zone. See him flank here.
Solid FPS takes Pablo down, and Sixless is able to go ahead and bench that there. 46. Memo, is he gonna take out Ignis? Ignis goes, actually Ignis is at 1 HP. There you go,
goodness.
Ignis goes down. Lights Out here going down. The arch rating player, Sixless, is still alive. Sixless goes down as well. Juicy is the only one standing right now from Lights Out. Is he gonna be able to come and help up his team, or at least finish off Team 18?
Absolutely huge there from Solid FPS. Getting that first knock, that was absolutely crucial. They thought that all of the team had rotated, but they left one behind, and that's what got everything started and got things turned in Solid FPS's favor.
And Team 8 currently has one of their players down, and there you go, Juicy doing the work for Lights Out. He's able to finish off Team 18.
He gets him into the top 3.
That's what I'm talking about, Juicy. Look at him, moving back and forth. Ooh, don't let that zone touch you. No, I believe in him. He's got to get to that tree. Angry's missing some big shots there. Juicy is about to go down.
And
there
that
you
is
go.
it for Juicy. We're down to the top 2. We've got Gangstars making it there, and Win Sanity. We've got Win has already knocked Arceus as their final hope. Gangstars in full control here. They should wrap this up shortly. Juicy with the 249, though, getting 2 clutch kills from across the map and able to wipe out
Angry getting some shots right there. There is it. Angry with the last kill on Arceus. Gets destroyed, and as we mentioned, Gangstars showed up for game number 2, and they put in the work, they put in the action too. My goodness, 13 kills, not close to 25, but still a lot of kills on the board. In great positioning too, and look at this replay here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. Everfury pretty much putting the pressure right there, and Angry just being able to go ahead and move up on him and get that sweet angle.
Well, there you go. Coming into this, I think it was a matter of time before we saw Gangstars actually get themselves a victory, coming in as one of the big favorites, I think, into Group A as well. And they do manage to secure it here in game number 2 of Group A. And big consistency coming out from Gangstars, Lights Out, and Solid FPS's team as well.
Absolutely. Very excited to see Solid FPS perform extremely well, having his team in great position, per usual, it seems. And really clutch play from him to take out Pablo on the push there. Pablo, Ignix, and Sixless were on the push there from Lights Out, pursuing them at the end of the game. And Solid FPS is like, you know what? I'm just going to stay. I'm going to snake around a little bit. I'm going to prone, and I'm going to get some work done. And he did just that and was able to take him down to start that fight.
Not only that, standing his ground, at least being able to go ahead and damage some of the Lights Out players, and also having the ability for his teammates to go ahead and come back and being able to go ahead and take out the rest of the Lights Out players.
Yeah.
That I believe it was Juicy still staying far away from that team, and that was huge right there. We actually seen it. It's different, huh? In first person, we saw when teams were separated from each other, it wasn't that good thing. And right now, on this finale, we were able to see that actually was good.
It paid off. Who knows what would have happened had Juicy been with the group in the first place, though. But credit to Solid FPS's crew for quickly reacting, coming back to the action, not only to try to save him, but they were able to turn around what could have been a bad situation and them getting actually chased down from behind. They were able to flip the script there and actually get some action done themselves, taking care of Lights Out.
So transitioning from game number 1 to game 2 here, we saw, I think, big differences in how people were able to drop. We saw some similarities for positions, obviously Gangstars going up to North Georgia, etc. But even teams like Team Chad, the Legend Squad, they've spelled it really weirdly, but that's what it says. They actually dropped Rozok this time, and like they did last time, but they took the cars, went away, played it safe, and were able to kind of play it out into some of the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and that's something we actually saw at the beginning of the game. We saw 2 teams in Rozok, both in cars. They didn't have anything. They just had the car.
Gotta go.
Trying to get to the safe zone. And look at this, Larry. Larry, just beautiful replay there.
Lighting them
Larry
up.
taking them out.
Oh, no.
Is it?
Oh.
Yep. That'll happen.
The replay of shame.
You always want to avoid that highlight reel.
It happens. It happens.
Good shots there from Solid FPS's squad for sure. And then
right here, Tank
really had a
went off.
standout performance there, taking care of business, being all out on his own.
To see them get 8 kills with 57 left alive is crazy, but unfortunately for them, they came up against Win Sanity towards the end of that circle situation, and were unfortunately taken out.
Definitely. Win Sanity, really kind of a miracle that they got out of that zone at all. They were back against the wall, figuratively and literally. That zone coming in, really, really impressive stuff that they made it all the way to number 2.
Yeah, it's just really good
replay there by Juicy too, being able to go ahead and take out that squad. I don't think they were expecting them to be there, especially because the zone was already starting to move in, and Juicy was just able to go ahead and take them out.
It was
I believe it was the M249.
It was the M249, as we called out earlier in the game. I was like, Juicy will go for that weapon. I guarantee it. He's good with it. I'm not sure how he does it, but hey, he's able to make it work.
You guys, I heard you join the cast. I heard them, and they said, you don't like the M249 that much. I like the M249.
Oh.
It's a really good gun.
It's a good gun up close. Like, up close, I love it, right? It's
can
up there
still
with
be a
the
laser, man.
DP28. It's actually, it's a throw-up. What do you think? DP28 or M249?
Between those two, I would probably go with the M249.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah?
M249 for sure. In close especially. But sometimes the M249 at range can be deceptively good.
You just got to have that quick control, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I don't play as much mobile as you guys. PCs, it can be very good, but I guess there's differences during the game. The
Definitely.
control of the gun, I think. Right?
I think the recoil control is the hardest part.
Recoil is
That
just...
bullet land. Yeah, so I mean, the differences between between the mouse and between like pulling down with your thumb or your finger, definitely could see some differences there for sure. So.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're right. What do you think any kind of turning points were going into that game? Anything that really stood out as to whether victory was secured, etc.?
I think the hard shifts of the zone, there was a lot of times where the circle just kept bouncing back and forth. And I think the crews that were a little bit more experienced on mobile, like Lights Out, like Gangstar, the quick reactions and the knowledge of, let's go now, I think that really paid off for them, and you saw them both secure a top 3.
Well, this is something that I wanted to ask you, because in the last 3 games that we have watched throughout this tournament so far, which is the only 3 games that we've watched so far, hard shifts are prevalent. They are very, very common so far in these games.
They are. And we noticed that in the previous match as well, where we saw the zone pretty much not having anybody inside, and all the teams just scrambling, trying to figure out where they're going to go with position. Yeah, pretty much, oh gosh, we're in trouble here.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see if maybe a little bit later on today, they're able to predict where they're supposed to be a little bit better, because right now, these games are coming down to gun skill, and everybody is running, strafing, trying to stay ahead of the blue zone and firing at the same time, and then trying to work their magic as best as possible, smoking their way in, trying to basically cover themselves, and you're going to see these experienced mobile players have the advantage in that scenario for sure.
And another turning point that I want to go ahead and talk about is that I noticed this a lot. Teams are actually sometimes not deciding to go ahead and sacrifice some teammates. For example, Derek's Killers, they saw Derek, their team leader, go ahead and go down, and one of their teammates actually go ahead and picked them up, even though, at least to what I'm thinking, is they should go ahead and go up with Diablo, because Diablo was just positioning himself for the next one.
Right.
If you go down, at one point, you're just pretty much going to have to sacrifice at least one of your teammates.
Well, they got completely demolished by grenades over and over and over from 46 Memo on Solid FPS's team, which credit to them. Great grenades coming in to finish that team off.
Absolutely. Awesome grenades coming in when you're clustered around like a tree or something like that. Oftentimes, you're kind of an easy target. If you're not able to get something going and get some momentum, get some knocks yourself, you end up just being kind of easy bait there.
All right, well, of course, there is going to be our next tournament that's going to be going on. 15 of these teams will be going there during October the 20th to the 21st. We will have our live finals here from the Star Challenge North America for PUBG Mobile, and it is going to be good. It's going to be here, same stream, same place, which is going to be great.
With
you
a
guys are
lot
gonna be
more
there too?
people.
I will be there as well to cast that. Super excited for it. I would like to meet a lot of these players in person. Have a good time. See how they interact with one another, and see what kind of banter we can get going for the finals that are going to feature at least 15 of these teams.
I'm ready for that.
And then possibly even 5 more if you guys at home are voting them in.
I'm ready to see just how they react. I know I mentioned that a lot, but I'm just ready to see how they will react to the lights, maybe having a camera on them as they're trying to get a kill. I wonder if that will come into play, or I wonder if they're just going to be in the zone trying to get those kills, trying to get that placing, and more than likely trying to get to the championship, which has not been announced yet, but it's going to be insane.
It'll be big.
600,000 prize pool. Oh my gosh.
That's a lot of money. That's more than I'm getting paid today. That's crazy.
Just barely.
Yeah, just
a tiny bit, right?
Barely. This guy.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, make sure to join in the conversation on Twitter as well with the hashtag StarChallengeNA, and you can also tweet us your funny pictures and videos
Chicken
of you doing
dances.
the chicken dance as well. We're going to go to a short break here, ladies and gentlemen, and when we return, it's going to be the final game of the day. Group B goes into Erangel once again.
The new Galaxy Note 9 has more power than you need. Like a remote control for a phone. Why would you... Oh, that's why. The new Galaxy Note 9. It's got more power than you need until you need it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for one more time today here for the PUBG Mobile Star Challenge for North America, as we have one more game to go, and it's going to be from Group B. Yes, Group B at the moment has already been having one game before, and now we're going to have a second one. It's going to be on third person as well, so similar to what we just saw from Group A, we may see some safe, steady plays to try and get themselves to the final moments of the game. To my left-hand side, as always here, I do have Mr. Powerbang, I have Seven Worlds Gaming. Gentlemen, final game of the day. You just saw a blistering finish to that game as well. What are your thoughts?
I thought it was a fantastic game. A little slower than the first person. I personally prefer first-person perspective over the third person. I find it more competitive, but that's where we're at. We got third person for this fourth and final game today, and it's gonna be impressive to see which teams can kind of take advantage of the different mechanics and ultimately persevere and get that victory.
And not only that, we also saw a lot of teams still being alive at the end of the match. Something that we didn't see in first person. I think it was like 17 teams still alive at one point. So not a lot of action there at the beginning, but they're just prepping themselves up. They're making sure that they're ready to get those kills there at the end. And I'm really looking forward to see what's going to happen on this one. Are we going to see the exact same thing? Are we going to be seeing teams being more a little bit more aggressive? For example, in the last one, it's something that we mentioned, right? Gangstars is going to be a little bit more aggressive, and they actually end up being that. So who's going to be the team for this next one that's going to be pushing a little bit
You noticed
more?
on their first rotation last time, Gangstars kind of played it safe the first game. Second game, they went and plopped right in the center of that zone and really kind of forced a lot of people to rotate to them to get a lot of kills, and they needed that to ultimately push themselves up the standings.
Well, let's take a look at those standings, in fact, as we do have those ready for you and good to go for Group B so far, as Team Gates, with the 16 kills and the victory from game number 1, managed to bag themselves 740 points. So no chump change at all.
Absolutely. Gotta love it. Team Gates, led by Rolex from Lights Out, dropping 740 points. Those guys, led by that guy from Lights Out, with 11 kills and 530 points. And you got Underrated, which is an extremely good mobile team, with 435 points, dropping 8 kills. So lots of kills all the way through here.
Important to note, though, as well, Seven, is that it seems like Group B is just a little bit more competitive than Group A. In Group A, you saw quite a few kills with quite a few teams with no kills whatsoever. However, you can see in Group B, it's hotly contested.
Here, everything is spread out, too, as you mentioned. For example, when we saw the Group A, there was a team up there with just 25 kills. They pretty much destroyed, right? Now, in this one, they got 16 kills, 11 kills, and interesting stuff, too. Hammers Esports and Lady Hammers are right next to each other
Oh,
here.
my goodness. I'm rooting for the ladies.
Me too.
Not going to lie. Lady
Hashtag
Hammers,
make my rain.
go get them. Go get them. You pass your boys.
And you can see there that overall, still a lot to play for the teams down towards the bottom. And of course, they'll be able to fight throughout this next game as well. And there is the potential that some of those teams might just be better in third person than they are in first person. It gives you some different dynamics to work with. And what do you think about kind of finishes when it comes to third person? Where are your favorite spots to finish? I really enjoy the concept of fighting around towns like Yasnaya and things like that. I love those finishes because they're utter chaos. I know people don't necessarily like playing them, but I love watching.
Sure. I like those building finishes, as you mentioned, in the towns. What are they going to do? How are they going to, peek around corners and actually get the jump on people? You've seen many times where somebody with low HP, one person left, is able to take out a whole squad because he can see them coming and he's able to get that jump. One thing I don't want to see is that zone out in the middle of the grass where everybody's snaking around and they're using that third-person peek and just firing from a prone position without aiming down the sights.
And we saw some of it, and I definitely don't want to see that. And just going off by what you were asking, I like to see where it's in the town, especially with third person. It's just going to push the action. People are going to know they're right there, and it's going to come down to, honestly, just gun skill. Who has the best gun skill? And that's what I like seeing. Long range fights are cool. Don't get me wrong, especially with snipers. My boy here knows exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, I like those close action scenes.
Yeah, we had a brilliant moment at PGI Berlin where during the third person tournament, one player's behind a hay bale, the other person's behind another hay bale. The circle's coming in. They can see each other, know exactly where they are because it's third person, and then I guess they eventually have to pop out and just shoot at one another and hope it's for the best.
Right. Yeah, and that's when pretty much gun skill just comes down to. So if we can see that, I mean, I don't mind that, but I definitely don't want to see any snakes. Spam us some snakes in the chat if you're watching right now.
They love spamming snakes, don't worry.
They do.
Any way you can provoke them for that, they'll do it, no problem. So looking at how kind of game 1 played out for this group, of course, you had Team Gates, those guys underrated. Lady Hammers actually took 4th place, but didn't get as many kills as some of the other teams that were able to rank up there. Who do you think is going to be able to prevail coming into this game? Any thoughts?
Again, I expect Team Gates to perform incredibly well. Not only did they win last game, but they also got one guy just absolutely murked, killed off in the first part of the game. Iraqi Zoro squad's taking them down. But if they have all 4 members, that's going to be a pretty mean squad. And consider that they also dropped Hot into Nova with 2 other squads. Maybe they're a little bit more careful this time around, knowing that they're in the driver's seat in first place, and they really are only trying to shoot for the top 15. Although bragging rights obviously are desired. But again, getting to that next stage next month, the finals, is going to be most important.
That's pretty much their goal. That's what they're putting in all these hours. I'm pretty sure they had to put a lot of hours to just get here to the semifinals. Now, are they going to be able to show up here? We have seen some teams show up lights out. Definitely showed up. In the last one, we also saw a lot of teams show up. For example, Team Hectic, I want to know how they're going to come out on this one. Are they going to go ahead and come out aggressive metalcore, remix the ASAP squad, or are they going to push back and try to go more for positioning? So I'm looking forward to see how games are going to come out right off the bat.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of the final moments and some of the moments during that first game here from Group B as well. Personally, one of the standouts for me was G25 being able to kill off the Chinky Bandits, but overall, there was still a lot of good highlights all over the place.
Oh, while G25 didn't finish extremely high, I believe they got 5th last round, they were still impressive. A lot of the gunfights that they had were on the move, taking another squad by surprise. They were able to get some really nice work done. As you can see, Vimsim here taking down some folks out in the middle of nowhere from behind a wall, but good stuff from him, and then Richie from those guys absolutely doing work with that M16.
And look at this action right here. I remember this exactly. Potato Sam just coming in from the flank and being able to go ahead and destroy them, catching them off guard. And something that was on the previous match is a lot of teams, especially with Group B, a lot of teams were playing it split apart, so they were not all together and kind of did not play to their advantage. So I wonder if they're going to try to go ahead and go for the same strategy, or they're going to try to go a little bit different. And Remix here just with a beautiful push, taking out 3 people, and then I think that's Ray being able to go ahead and just come in and just finish that whole team. Great plays overall.
Yeah, that was I mean, just all those moments where you go around a corner and are able to finish one guy off with the other 2 guys down, and then you see all 3 puffs of green flare smoke come up at the same time. That's a satisfying feeling.
Very satisfying. That's the exact word I was going to come up with as well. The best is when you've got like the whole squad knocked and you get that final and just amazing.
Pretty.
Amazing.
So much loot.
Fireworks. Exactly.
Make sure to join in with us on Twitter as well, of course, with the hashtags, either hashtag chicken dance for the dance that you want to be doing, or you can join us with the hashtag Star Challenge NA as well. What were you doing?
We were kind of chicken dancing. I'm not getting a chance to play today, but I still want to chicken dance.
I'm trying to test them out because more than likely after this tournament, I'm going to go ahead and play. So be ready.
Yeah.
We will be playing.
Heck yeah.
That's the feeling I always have. Whenever I do a tournament, instantly I'm just like, oh, I just need to play. I just need to play. Do you
got to fire it up. Absolutely. Got to load it up. Man, I wish I was out there. Anyway.
That's right.
Especially after all these matches. Great action. So, yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready for game number 4.
Yeah, definitely. Any kind of deviations that you may see in terms of like how some of these teams are going to approach this next game? Any thoughts?
I think the plane path is really just going to dictate a lot of that. Last time you saw the plane path starting right over Noye, and it was a very like nice drop for a lot of these teams. They're like, oh, I want to go there. I want to loot up. You see, for example, Solid FPS has gone there every game so far. And, you know, for Group B, I think just having a deviation in that plane path is really going to dictate a lot of like what happens for the start of this game.
Makes sense? Thoughts?
Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm going with, too. The playing path is going to determine a lot, especially just to see how Group B is going to go ahead and react to third person. Are we going to see a little bit more action at the beginning, something that I mentioned earlier, or are they just going to go ahead and play it off? So I'm looking forward to see, especially how Team Gates is going to do, right?
Right.
How are they going to do? They did great on the last one. Are they going to try to go and do the exact same thing?
We'll see if Carnage can actually make his way through to mid-game here instead of dying early this time. 4 players is always better than 3, so we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. I want to see kind of less hard shifts because these have been severe on these teams.
Every game so far, the zone's been bouncing from one side to the other to the blue zone, and it's just incredibly hard to plan for as, you know, you try to get to one side or another so you don't have to move as far for the next zone, and you're seeing a lot of brilliant rotations and brilliant play, and then oh, that's counteracted and all for naught,
Oh,
you know,
absolutely.
3 minutes later when the zone shifts again.
Especially when edge play for a long time was meta pretty heavily, and it really does punish those players on the complete other side.
It does, and the zone's just going to play a huge part on this. What kind of zones are we going to be able to see on this game? Third person, are we going to see zones again where there's just nobody in it and everybody's just going to have to rush in? Or are we going to see some zones that are favorable for some people and they're going to be smack down the middle of the zone and they're going to be able just to look around and hit people? Or I'm just really excited to see how that plays out. What kind of zones, the plane landing? Yeah.
Fortifying that middle position of the zone versus trying to edge your way in. Definitely trying to figure out like what the meta actually is. Going to be interesting to see how that plays out, but definitely a risk when you try to edge your way in, although you are eliminating a lot of different angles to be shot from.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, of course, to Galaxy Note 9 from Samsung to joining us here for the PUBG Challenge. And overall, they're going to be following us throughout the course of this tournament as a whole. It's time now for the final game. Game at number 4 here for day number 1. Take it away, boys.
Excellent. We've got, again, the point of interest starting in the northern part of the map. It's up at Severny. We got folks running around the swimming pool, and this is actually pretty good stuff. They're getting ready to drop on in. But again, taking a look at the map, last time, as we mentioned, the plane path started at Novorotnoye and went a little bit northwest up towards the shooting range. And we will have to see exactly what happens this game, and that's going to really make it, you know, dependent on where these guys jump to.
Yeah, and we also pretty much it's just going to come down to what kind of cover they have, right? Third person, there is going to be some snakes, as I'm seeing some snakes there in the chat by John Huergo. So it comes down to the playing path, and I'm ready to see this because is anybody going to go to military? And look at this playing path right here.
It's exactly opposite of the last game. It's coming in from the southwest this time, from Primorsk all the way up to Stalberg. Again, very central, a lot of options. Again, you're going to be able to jump almost anywhere, but I do expect a lot of car drops here and trying to get up to places like Georgopol.
And look at this, smack down the middle in Pochinki. I wonder if any team is just going to try to go ahead and risk it, go there, or if they're going to go ahead and try to stay away because they know the plane path is literally going straight down the middle through Pochinki. I want to see at least one team go for it.
I would love that. I'd like to see like 6 teams go for it. That would be more exciting in my opinion.
That'll be some action right there.
Absolutely. Teams starting to make their way out of the plane at this point. They are going to be hitting the first part of this map quite a bit. Who is going to head over to military base? Looks like Team 3 is on their way over there. Very excited to see if they're going to be able to get that all to themselves. It definitely looks like they will. So here we go. Making their way halfway across the map now. We still have quite a few people in the plane.
Yeah, and as we're actually seeing, is this Team 3, are they going to try to go for military base? And look at that. It doesn't look like anybody's going to try to go for Pochinki. It might be a little bit too much for them. And what I'm trying to see here is where's Grimes going to try to go as well.
Absolutely. I'm really kind of curious to see if we get a single drop at any point in this tournament in Pochinki. You've been wanting a Pochinki drop, and we're just not getting it so far, Seven.
We're not, and we're not even getting a military drop as well. Look, Team 10 right here. Ooh, that outfit. Ooh, my goodness. Team 10 just showing off the outfits that you can get in PUBG Mobile. I'm loving this, man.
Absolutely. Nice work on the outfits for sure. That does look pretty good.
That suit right there, not being able to jump through that window, that happens sometimes. You know, sometimes you're a little bit too thick. It happens. Got to start working out.
Come on, Sevens. You know nothing about this. We got Team 9 all the way up in Kameshki here, looting up, and that's quite the jump on the parachute. They are still in parachutes. As they hit the ground, the zone has set itself. The very first safe zone will be in the southwest portion of the map. It's going to be at least on the main island, and then the military base still in play as well.
Yeah, and Team 12 right here getting that kill already right off the rip by Apartments. He says, where you going, boys? Sit your butt down. And G-Bay getting some kills. And look at Team 12. They currently only got pistols. Will they be able to go ahead and use that to their advantage? Or do they want to go ahead and just stand back a little bit more and loot this whole map? And we actually got the first zone, too.
Absolutely. We got, oh my God, it's Firefox over on the other apartment there. Taking some shots down to about 50% health. And it does look like she is potentially in trouble here. So we'll have to see if she's able to make it out.
Still with that pistol and also taking painkillers here out in the middle of the open. Maybe not the best thing to do, but hey, there you go.
As you predicted,
about it.
Getting popped with the 1895 revolver from across the compound. For some reason, That is why you definitely don't
Yes.
do meds and painkillers and boosts out in the open. Very simply, just had to walk around the corner and go inside, and she would have been just fine.
Just don't do anything out in the open. Pretty much. That's pretty much what it comes down to. It happens to me a lot. I'm not gonna lie. You know, I'm a pro noob sometimes, and it happens. But yeah, you know, I'm pretty sure they'll know by tomorrow, and more than likely they're not gonna go ahead and do that. And interesting stuff here by Prison, as Thunder is currently already in prison. And look at this, by Divine, the mansion, the one we've all been waiting to see.
We've got Miss Vixen and Team Soon here colliding at the mansion. It does look like these guys may end up actually colliding and fighting, but we'll see. They're a little bit away, but also very close at the same time.
I wonder what's going to happen here. Look at all the teams currently outside the zone as well. We got a zone that's currently favoring military base, and look at that. There's actually finally a team in military base, which is kind of good to see. And they have military base all to themselves. And right here, Richie getting some shots on Mac Daddy, I believe it was. They are by the hospital. Those guys just being able to go ahead and get some great loot, and not only that, making sure they let them know, hey, stay away. We're here. We're pressing. You don't want to come here right now.
Not at all. It does look like we have our first squad eliminated. We're down to number 19, it looks like, and we are looking at those guys here looting up at the hospital. I like the hospital, but it is a little bit difficult to get in and out of that location, as there is the gate in front and back only, and pretty difficult to jump over those iron fences that are surrounding it.
Yeah, and I want to see what teams that didn't do so well in the first game, how they're going to go ahead and react to this game. Especially because this is the final match of the day. We will be back tomorrow, so make sure you go ahead and tune in at the same time, 11 a.m. Definitely not p.m. Everybody might be sleeping there. Pacific time, because day number 2 will be coming your way.
Sounds amazing. We have Daylight running across the field, heading towards Claytano here. Claytano and his squad are getting ready. I don't know what they're doing. They're just kind of hanging out in the grass. They should be looting or going somewhere, traveling, doing something. Claytano's looting up. They're at literally a single house, all 4 of them. I'm not sure what's going on.
I wonder. And they're fairly close. 20
Daylight doing the same thing, though. This is going to be an interesting fight.
I want to see what kind of loot they currently have, if they're ready to engage. Oh, they got a shotgun. You do not want a shotgun in that situation right there. What?
UMP. So we have submachine guns versus pistols and shotguns here. I really don't know what the play is on that. Perhaps maybe not being aware of the map itself and where the buildings are, but they definitely need to get some loot, because right now, even killing each other, they're going to be looting shotguns and submachine guns from the other team as well. So
I'd rather stay away from that. I don't think that's worth just killing somebody for a shotgun. I'll wait maybe until they get like an M4 or something I'm a little bit more comfortable with. With the shotguns, I'm used to just whiffing a lot of shots. Ooh, Aztec right there gets pissed. Is he going to be able to go in and take somebody down from the car? It is underrated currently in the car. They're not stopping. They're still going. Aztec just getting some shots. Get somebody really low. Both of them low on health. He's not able to go in and take them down. And on top of that, he didn't get taken down himself. So that great plays, actually.
That was extremely risky there from underrated. Swinging by a guy with an assault rifle in the open and then missing. That was extremely risky. They got really lucky to make it out of that situation with 2 players alive.
And talking about that, I actually want to go back to that, because underrated, there you go. One of them is dead. And G-Bay, pretty much super low on health. If TG decides to go ahead and take out the tires here, he's going to be in a lot of trouble and in a lot of hurt.
Absolutely. You can see that fight kind of developing. We got the red zone on top of the school in Squad 12 there. And then up north, you see, again, North George being a very popular spot for a lot of these top squads. You've got Team Gates up there looting up uncontested.
Ooh,
and they're going to be loading out with pretty much fully geared players from North Georgia Pole.
Look at this here. We're going underground. They're trying to see what they got. And look, once again, in pretty much the same thing we saw from the first game. Team being separate from each other, they get hurt. Underrated, having 2 players not even close to where they actually got killed earlier, it's hurting them, because one of them is already dead. They're currently down just to 3 men.
Yeah, it's true. We've got Miss Vixen and her squad taking care of the shelter right now, trying to get all of the precious loot that is at the shelter, and we have some stuff developing up in South Georgia Pole potentially. It looks like Lights Out, those guys comprised of Lights Out members have rotated into South George, and we've got an engagement pretty much brewing here shortly. We've also got Swoosh Man, I'm Rewind, Crazy Lightning looting up a small compound here out in the middle of nowhere, getting ready to grab some Jeeps and head off to the northwest here towards the shelter.
And kind of a little bit what we saw there from the first third-person game. Everybody's just taking it easy. Obviously, we had some got some deaths here and there, but for the most part, everybody just wants to go ahead and wait for the final zone, loot up as much as they can, get positioning, and get ready, because it's gonna get crazy here. It can get crazy at any moment, to be honest. But right now, people are just more focused on just wanting to go ahead and loot up, get positioning, see where the zone might be landing, maybe even go for some airdrops, as we saw some airdrop guns come into action in the last game.
Absolutely. Taking a look at South George now, we got the Powerpuff Boys taking on those guys. Powerpuff Boys led by the Dawn Iraqi Zorro. He is heading across the field now. Goofy getting shot by Richie. He is in a world of hurt now, less than half life remaining, and these teams definitely now know each other are there and they are looking at each other. So this is going to be interesting to see if those guys are able to put some pressure out. They may go for the knock first before they try to push, but you can be sure they're going to try to take these guys out before they rotate.
And something I want to go ahead and see as well is if somebody's outnumbered, are they going to try to go for the knock, or are they just going to go ahead and try to play it safe? For example, in the last one, what we saw, it was just one guy up against 3 people. He was able to knock somebody down, but by doing that, he gave away his position. And not only that, he didn't get any points because the guy ended up getting picked up. So something to go ahead and keep an eye out here on this game. And oh my gosh, I'm loving that lean there for the M16.
Map. Up in the north, you are losing a couple of guys earlier. They have actually rotated all the way up to Stalber. They're going to ride the edge in, but they don't know that there's actually somebody behind them in Kameshki that's doing the same thing early, so they could be in for a bit of a surprise here, focusing our attention back on those guys. We've got Richie, third person peeking the window, and when you hear me say third person peeking, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You notice how he's not exposing any of his body, but he's aware of what is going on outside, and he will only peek when he has a shot lined up.
And interesting stuff here by the team, by Military Base, are just pretty much by themselves. And look at this right here, AWM. And this one, people might actually go for this. It's pretty much in the path of where
right
people usually go to.
This right on the middle of the road. The bridge could be there. If the zone goes north, you could even see the guys on Military Island happening right across that. We have, it looks like Underrated has split. We've got G-Bay up north at Stalber. They're employing a strategy here for placement. G-Bay has gone off on his own. They are going to be having him camp out, stay alive. They've given him all of the meds. Guaranteed. If we check over on G-Bay's character, he's going to be rocking like 10 first aid kits or something stupid, sitting out in the blue zone. The rest of his team is down south of Pachinki, so they are nowhere in the same neighborhood. We got shots fired here from Team Fandy here inside of Rozhok.
Rozhok, Team Fandy, 17 versus Team 12. Are they going to go ahead and push right here? Somebody gets caught outside the zone. He's got to watch out. He's got no gun now. What is he doing? There you go. Finally go ahead and takes out the gun. And look at this, the M24 actually coming into play as he's getting some shots out, and somebody's just peeking there back and forth. He does get taken out. 2 of Team 12 currently down. They gotta watch out.
That is the Pachinki Bandits there. Hotted and his squad inside. They're in serious trouble, but Kanoa is firing shots back. He gets the knock with the M16, and it looks like we have some pressure here right outside. And what just happened? I don't even know. He looked at him and just like, listen, I'm gonna get naked and shoot you from point blank.
And here comes the smoke grenade. He knows that his teammate is pretty much getting picked off. Is he going to try to go for it? This is something I was talking about earlier. Oh
nice
my gosh, that
Kanoa.
beautiful shot right there.
He's doing work with that M416. You guys saw that on the cutaway earlier on in the broadcast. The M416, the choice of many of these mobile players. It is a fantastic rifle, and Kanoa here is demonstrating how valuable it is.
And we actually got a 1v1 right here on 12 and 17, it looks like. So are they going to be able to clutch it here? Now, keep in mind, Kanoa actually has a level 3 vest, so if he decides to go ahead and go into that house, it might favorite him, honestly, because he'll get up close and personal. And there you go. They spot each other. They know where they're at. And actually, one more guy from Team 17 is still alive. So something to go ahead and keep an eye on, as Kanoa is currently outnumbered here on your screen. He notices somebody there. He was able to shut him down. Kanoa being able to get that down. And he's now up to him and Randy. Now we got the 1v1 I was talking about.
Absolutely. Oh, look at that. Shots again from Kanoa. Oh, Randy down to 1 HP. He's going to have to apply some bandages. Kanoa, I don't know if he's been watching the kill feeds. I don't know if he knows that it's just one person left. Hotted actually passes away, unable to get the revive in time, and Randy's going to try to run and get some cover here. Heal up. Will he go for it? Oh, no! Kanoa comes out and gets the shot, the finish with the M16. Says, forget the M4. I'm just going to single tap this guy to death, and that is a squad wipe, ladies and gentlemen. Clutch play from Kanoa.
And that's why sometimes you just got to sacrifice your players. He decided, instead of healing up, trying to go and pick up his teammate, and that was the death of them. Oh, man.
That's a great point.
Really sucks.
You just brought that up at the end end of last game. Sometimes you've got to take care of yourself first. A lot of people look at that and say, well, that's selfish. Well, it's the smart play. It's strategic. You got to go in, heal up, clean yourself up, lick your wounds, and then come back to fight another day.
It definitely is. And we got Protopia here. What are they going to be able to do? They're currently sitting at 0 kills. Evo pretty much just looking at Lady Hammers. Lady Hammers just decides to get out of there. They don't want any part of that, and they are currently way outside the zone. Look at this zone right here. Looks like we're going to have a main island zone, which boats are more than likely not going to come into play. And also Team 3, Team Hectic, by that airdrop, was somebody able to pick up that AWM and put it into play? That's what I want to find out.
It looks like Fat Boy here has got I'm Rewind pinned behind a tree. He is in serious trouble. No sign of his squad. So they are going to head up and finish him off. It looks like Aztec, Heisenberg, Marciano, Tech will be bringing up the rear here. He does get the finish. And beautiful Uzi still in tow for Fat Boy late in this game. So again, team alive. We've got 18 still on the board. We've had a couple of squad wipes so far. One exciting one we just watched in Rozhok with Kanoa getting that clutch action going 1v4 and actually coming out victorious.
And Team Gate still over there in Georgeville. They're pretty much playing the same tactics that we saw from Gang Stars. And another airdrop comes through. Everything level 3 and the Groza, which if we end up being, as we were talking earlier, we end up being close in a close quarters end zone, that's going to come into huge plays. That gun just shreds.
It's a great close quarter combat gun. A little bit harder to use at range. I would recommend a 2x scope or less on the Groza, but it is a very mean weapon up close and personal. We've got a zone now centering on the middle part of Erangel, and we now know that the military island and up north in the shooting range area, this is all out of play. So all the teams now trying to get south, with the exception of Team Gates, still all by themselves up north looting in Georgia Pool. They have the entire city to themselves. They're happy to just sit up there, sit on their points and their placement, and let everybody else duke it out, and they'll come into the zone a little bit later on when it's more clear where they need to go, and they'll be looted and booted.
Hey, we've seen some teams do that. Pretty much just wait until you actually definitely have to push the action lane, so you just can't be outside the zone any longer, and just come and clean up kills, which is something that they were kind of able to do there towards the end of the last match. They were able to perform just amazing, but they waited for somebody to just go ahead and start engaging and just come in and swoop them up.
Absolutely. Daylight is doing similarly down in the south part, down in Primorsk. They are looting up still. Again, the difference between them and Team Gates up in the north is they're still inside of the safe zone. The blue zone is coming in now. They will have to rotate. But again, so far they haven't been taking zone damage.
And we got another airdrop coming into play. And what's funny, after seeing that map overlay, right? There's absolutely nobody near Pochinki.
It's right in the center of the map. Nobody wants to go there. Nobody wants to go to Pochinki.
They do not want to. And actually, I don't blame him, honestly. I don't blame him. Just go for the placing, go for the kills. Don't go to anywhere where you might think there's going to be a lot of people. But just off of that, they might be able to, if anybody does go, there's going to be some great loot there because nobody has been there.
Wamp chooses to watch these guys drive by, not give away his position. Probably smart as he only had a red dot on the AK. Maybe not enough to land a kill shot there. So he just chooses to watch, take note of their position, watch where they're going, and he stays quiet and stealthy, which sometimes is the play. You never know.
And it's interesting to see their two-car strategy. Just one team with 2 cars, just in case one does get taken out.
Oh no!
Underrated G-Bay currently getting shot. He has to watch out. They do have the DP. That could destroy his car.
Absolutely.
His vehicle. Don't be anywhere near that, as you are the only one, I believe, from underrated. Stay away from anybody with a DP or any type of light machine gun.
That guy and those guys have taken aim at G-Bay. He has made his way. I can't tell exactly where he's at on the map, but I believe he may be making his way back to the squad. I'm surprised that he showed his face again, given how far north he was at Stahlberg. He really took a detour and went up north.
And look at this news flash here. Underrated still has more people than just G-Bay. That's good to see. Thunder is still alive. I guess they were just kind of playing with that thing. We're just away from each other. And this man, Thunder, might having some issues there just controlling the recoil. It's all good. It's the M4. You got this. I believe in you, baby.
Absolutely. That's a tough distance to go at full auto with an M4 with a 2x. I mean,
G25. G25 currently taking out Lady Hammers, I believe.
Oh, no. Trollin getting a shot there, getting the knock as well.
And we do have a new circle here moving in, so
we might just go to Pochinki after all. This circle is headed that way.
Can you imagine?
To the east towards Pochinki.
Oh, I might just get my wish here. which is going to be definitely interesting.
Absolutely.
And look at all the teams
Look at
growing
Kanoa
outside.
up north, still riding the zone on the ridge just south of Rozhok there. Again, the last survivor coming out of Rozhok, and he is going to be rotating by himself, just trying to outlast. There are, again, guys, still 18 teams alive at this point. Everyone vying for placement as the points do jump up. There's a shot there from Evo YT, taking down Wamp. Wamp's had a great tournament so far. Bobby Plays getting some shots out the window, and Miss Vixen lighting them up. Good play.
Vixen gets pretty much to their 25. Look at Evo just with that beautiful control of the recoil there with the Mini 14. Let's see if he's going to go ahead and push him. What are they going to do here? They do have the advantage. Some of the teams from 18, right, Vixen's team are currently down. And look at this. We might have somebody going up. And G-Bay takes out Irene. Irene gets taken out. Lady Hammers and Evo gets taken out there by Vixen. Vixen with a great play.
She ain't messing around, man. I didn't know that she played PUBG Mobile at all, but she can handle herself. Look at her out there with the Mini, popping off shots, getting some work done here. Miss Vixen, very impressed so far with her.
Bobby Plays there, gets pretty much caught outside. He wasn't moving that much. He gets taken out. Is he going to get revived? Is autocorrect going to go ahead and push the action here, as they do have some players currently from Fruitopia currently down? They need to push.
This great is the push coming in from Miss Vixen. They're able to cover this ground while their teammates are healing up here. It looks like autocorrect did a great service to Miss Vixen, allowing her the time to get across that open field. They were in a bad spot, and now they're in a position of power.
And look at Evo. Evo decides to go ahead and go just at the top. I think they were able to go ahead and pick up Bobby Plays as well. Here comes the nades. Here comes the flashbangs. Here comes the smokes. As G25, we actually switched to G25 and underrated. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Vixen, look at Vixen too coming in. Vixen being able to destroy there the end. I wasn't able to see that name. And look at this right here. Star Snipe. Star Snipe needs to go ahead and help out his team. He's pretty much peeking. He is using. Oh, Bobby Plays gets destroyed.
So close.
But Star Snipe being able to clutch it there for his team. And now everybody's getting picked up.
Unfortunate for Miss Vixen and her squad. I thought they played that really well as they possibly could have. And unfortunately, it doesn't work out for them. But fake Star Snipe.
What an exchange there. Beautiful plays there by Star Snipe as he was able to go ahead and just pretty much get everybody up. And now we got Team Gates currently engaging with,
check it out.
I believe it's Lady Hammers.
Yeah, looks like they are in trouble. We've got Danikins off in the shack to the other outside of the engagement here. We've got Animosity up north, and again, Rolex super low. Irene and Knight have already been knocked and killed, so it definitely looks like Rolex is going to be pushing the action here. But let's go ahead and take a look at the fight that just went down on the other side of the map. We had DT gone YT getting pushed here. Miss Vixen unable to get it done. Autocorrect, though, trading shots, and it looks like he is in a position of power until Star Snipe shows up on the scene, and the final two members of his squad are able to push and finish off the squad to get the kill there.
Star Snipe, beautiful play there. Beautiful replay brought to you by Samsung Galaxy Note 9. Now, I noticed how Bobby Plays was able to go ahead and come into the action there, and he was able to distract autocorrect, and Star Snipe able to come in and just destroy everybody. And now we are currently 15 teams are left on this final game. Who's going to win it? PB, who do you think you got so far?
I think right now it looks like Rolex and his crew are in a really good spot, getting some shots off here through the window. Nice shots on Quintano, dude. The Mini 14 has been very well used today. A lot of squads are rocking that as their secondary weapon and really using it nicely.
One of the guns we actually mentioned at the start of the broadcast. So interesting that we've seen some of the guns that we mentioned earlier actually coming into play. And yeah, I think I might have to be there with you, right? It seems like they're currently outside the zone, but they are getting those kills, they are getting those knocks, they are getting those points. So they're looking to go 2 for 2. Can they do it? You currently watching at home, let us know in the comments. Tweet at us. Do you think Team Gates is going to go ahead and take it? If not, let us know. Who do you think is going to win? Spam it right now in the comments.
That's right. You can also tweet us at us on Twitter, #StarChallengeNA, and that'll get our attention. All right, we've got Lady Hammers there holding town. It looks like Team Gates, but Kato is going to actually knock Danikins, and now they're in trouble down to their final member, and they are going to turn on them and finish them off. Rolex getting Danikins taken out. Animosity trying to get out. Shots fired. Gets her right on the tail end there. Kato getting some shots off, and then Carnage peeking the corner, and that is another squad down. We have 14 remaining at this point.
And something I want to point out about that play right there, if we can actually go ahead and have a replay, because that was beautiful. Just seeing how everybody was flanking from different sides. They were not just just going straight at them. They were actually flanking and getting different angles, which is something I just love seeing. Look at this right here, Carnage, right? Carnage knows that more than likely she's going to be getting shot by somebody, and he's able to go ahead and get that kill. He knows more than likely Claw Kodo or Potato Sam was able to go ahead and call that out. Beautiful, beautiful replays there once again.
Good teamwork. It looks like Claytano and his squad are back up. They were able to survive those shots from the Mini 14 on Team Gates, and they are now headed to the zone, rotating away from Team Gates. Probably a smart move. We also have those guys trying to make their way in as well. It looks like up north we still have Konoha all by himself, edge of zone, probably laying prone. There are those guys getting some action in right now. Grimes getting popped, Dinky getting popped. Oh, the AK up close.
The
is fantastic.
coming in and reaching. Look at that with the M4. He says, hold up a second. Hold up. I'm here too. Look at that guy.
Oh
that
my goodness, that guy's finishing it. Look at him go.
Oh my gosh.
That guy absolutely throwing down, saving his teammates from a bad situation. 2 knocked here, and that guy getting the kills for those guys. And Richie and him will go ahead and pick up their teammates, and then we'll move on. Mac Daddy getting some shots in from the distance with the BSS. Wow, not too shabby there. Mac Daddy representing Don Iraqi Zorro from the Powerpuff Boys.
One of the guns that actually looks overlooked sometimes in remakes. They're getting some kills also for Team Hectic. I think that might be the first kill there for Team Hectic. Remember, they did land in military and then decided to go ahead and start moving up slowly and slowly. And I think I did see somebody there with the ghillie suit, so I wonder if they were able to maybe get
that crate. Yeah, we'll see if the AWM is indeed in play. We do have a lot of action going down right now. We have Raiden getting some fights here. Who are they taking on? We got ASAP going on against Star Snipe.
What's crazy, Star Snipe's team gets taken out by Team Hectic. You go, Metal Course team. Woohoo! That was awesome.
7WG has his own hype he's brought to the chat, guys. Do you have some as well? We've got people driving around out in the middle of nowhere. What are they doing? P90 Princess and her squad really trying to make their way to the zone. But Don Iraqi Zorro is putting down those M16 shots from a distance, and he's pretty accurate with them as well, landing some shots. The zone has shifted hard, ladies and gentlemen, and it is looking like we're favoring a couple teams right now. We'll check those on the map in just a moment, but yeah, it is small
once again,
and no one is in.
Only 2 teams inside the zone, and we currently have 12 teams, so that means 10 teams, doing the quick math there in my head, have to go ahead and start positioning themselves a little bit better. And it looks like Team Gates is currently in a little bit of trouble here as they are caught outside this zone, and they might get sandwiched, although they are currently split. Look at that, they're going for the split. 2 players in one side, 2 players in a different side, and Carnage is just doing some work with what I believe it was the
definitely have an engagement right now with Kato and Carnage taking on TG Heisenberg and crew there. Potato Sam and Rolex going to be rotating over. We are down to 9 teams now. Another squad has been wiped. Rolex, Carnage, Kato, and Sam still all 4 alive, on foot now, trying to get to the zone. Guys, they have a long way to go. So for those of you rooting for Rolex and crew, the odds are stacked against them right now. Will they be able to overcome? We'll have to see as this game continues to move on.
And G25 here getting into some trouble again against Team 20. I believe that's Clayton, right? Oh my goodness. There you go. I'm loving this.
Look at those guys. Are they going to go for the crate? They are right on top of it, out in the middle of the map. We'll have to see if they're stopping by it here shortly. It looks like G25 and ZF the Kid, they've got a knock. Oh, man, this is bad for Claytano. Claytano's knocked as well. They're going to try to get their squad back up. Looks like they're down to 1 member left. Yes, Quickscope saved the day so far. He has not fallen victim to G25's bullets.
And he's got to watch out here. He does have another teammate, but more than likely, I'm pretty sure they're going to go ahead and try to sacrifice him here as Claytano needs to go ahead and heal up. Quickscope. Oh my gosh, a grenade very, very close to him. He has to watch out for that. Claytano decides not to heal up, and he gets taken down by Twinkles. Interesting play there by Claytano.
I wonder if he didn't know where he was getting shot from or what the story was, because he went and crouched right in line of sight of the players that knocked him in the first place, and they were able to wipe him down.
And look at that.
Now they've got to deal with the zone.
Nope, not going to pick you up. And right there. Wow.
And that right there caused him big
point.
time.
Huge turning point right there. And I think I saw Rolex go down there. Denki taken out as well. Clay Cotto being
Oh,
able to
look at
take out
that. The
Denki.
lights out crews are fighting each other. We've got Rolex taking on that guy. That guy gets knocked, but it looks like Potato Sam goes down. Richie taking down Rolex, and that is a squad wipe. Rolex and crew have been wiped out by that guy and his crew. That guy and Richie are now down to the final couple of people. It looks like there is a third party stopping in, TG as well, trying to push their way up the hill here. This is absolutely
And
chaotic.
Look at this
The
zone
circle's
once
tiny.
again. The circle is so tiny, and it doesn't look like anybody is currently inside the zone. Something that we saw in the first match of Group B. It happens once again. Now, I'm loving the placing here by that guy.
Look at this
right?
rotation.
Except Aztec. Look at that rotation by Aztec. Beautiful plays there. He's actually looting? I believe, yes, he is looting.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Big
my
time mistake
gosh.
from him. Going to loot. Had the menu up on his screen. That guy's going to take
going
full
in.
advantage of that. Him and Richie cleaning house right now. They do get a knock there. Richie having to stand up. It's all up to him right now if those guys want to continue on in this tournament.
Richie for the win, being able to go ahead and take them out right there, using that third person to their advantage. And honestly, I have no idea why they decided to loot.
Oh my goodness.
They know it's third
that
person.
better make the highlight reel right there. That was an incredible play. Clutch play by Richie, standing up to finish that one off. But the curious decision to loot in that scenario, maybe they didn't know they were there, but there was just a fight that broke out right, 2 seconds before that between Rolex and his crew. Now we've got G25 pushing into the zone. We also have Squad 15 there. Not sure who that is exactly, but they are pushing their way in just ahead of the zone. And this is looking to be absolute
Look at
chaos
this zone.
as
Look at the
5 teams
damage.
are left.
Look at the damage by that zone. 15 M Bone HD taking a lot of damage. He might actually go down right here. I don't think he's going to have enough time to heal up. There you go. 15 gets taken out by the zone. The zone, you don't want to get caught on it. And right here, Team 15, named Bra, is going to run into some snakes, it looks like, because they're not moving.
Oh, he is.
Oh
he has
my
no
gosh.
chance there. G25 just waiting for him, saying, thank you.
But
they're
going to
take him down on the way into
Look
the
at this
zone.
right here. He decides to lay down. Is he going to try to go ahead and pick him off? He could actually pick him off. I don't think there's any ridges right there. And Richie and that guy currently sitting at the top of that little hill. Look at that right there. Richie using third person to his advantage, taking out
Richie
one time.
with the kill. He's going to push, or is he not? He's going to stay. He sees some people down the hill to his left. He sees Bullet, and he's going to key in on that, using the grenade instead.
Ooh, he was able to move. I think they're going to go ahead and get picked up. I think they're going to go ahead and just wait it out as that smoke is coming in. I think Richie just wants to play it safe a little bit. And look at this.
Oh, G25's in a world of hurt right now. They have the most players alive out of everybody, but they're stuck in the middle of everyone, and everyone seems to know where they're at. Incoming bullets, a hail of bullets. Another knock there. Richie gets knocked inside of smoke. There is a chance to get picked up here, but everybody's in trouble. That guy with a huge clutch kill.
Definitely. He's definitely going to be able to pick him up. Now, keep in mind, 20 seconds pretty much until this zone is going to start moving, and the only team that is currently inside the zone is Team Hectic.
Yeah, it looks like Metal and his crew are very well positioned. This is going to be really, really difficult for G25 as well as those guys to try to make their way in. Getting picked up right now is Richie. He is up. They've got a heal. He's got 6 seconds, and it is not looking good.
They gotta run for it. They have no other option.
Their goal right now is to take out G25.
That guy trying to get Crypto. He's not able to get that many bullets on him. He gotta run, boy. Look at the damage of that zone. And Twinkles trying to, there you go. Those guys get taken out. Now, right now, Team Hectic is in the best position possible. As Team 15, we only have 4 teams left. 4 teams left. So let us know in the comments right now. Who do you got? 11, 15, 12, or 3? Spam the number as Ray is able to go and pick out somebody there with the M4.
Oh, nice shot.
Twinkles is trying to get behind the tree as the zone is right up on his butt. And Metalcore actually crawling down. Oh my
goodness. Great clutch shots here from Twinkles of G25. He's got to get a quick heal off and keep pushing their way in. We're down to the final 2 guys, ASAP, and it looks like Metalcore and his guys parked in the house, obviously in the better position. They're going to try to pick up by Metalcore here, get him back in the action, but it is a 4v2. 6 alive, 2 teams. Who do you guys got? Is it Metalcore and his crew, or is it going to be G25 and Twinkles up there? Crypto getting shots on him. He is getting lit up out in the open field, trying to push his way across. Oh, and he goes down.
Remix being able to go ahead and take out there Crypto. Twinkle. Oh, I really hope Twinkle doesn't try to go for the revive here.
Oh,
He
no,
needs
he's
more smokes.
He's on fire, man. Molotov cocktail for you. Enjoy. He's in the zone
There
now.
you
That's
go,
going to
right
do it.
there.
And Josh P finishing it with the mini, taking down G25 Twinkles. So great game there. Really nice job by Metalcore and his guys to get that position.
Pretty much getting carried by his squad. He's gets 0 kills, Raid 3, Josh P 4, and Remix 4. Great stuff there by Team Hectic as they just went on a tear.
Absolutely. Man, that was a crazy into that one once again. Again, slow starting at first, but as those zones kind of shifted again, we saw a really hard shift on all of those circles, and it left teams like those guys really just kind of out on a limb on the other side. They had no chance of making it across.
Yeah, and Josh B being able to go ahead and just get that right angle, make sure they have different angles at everybody. And that's something that we saw earlier in the game, right? Teams just pretty much rotating around, making sure they got everybody. And then every now and then we had that person that just decided to go ahead and loot in the middle of in the gunfight. I don't know why.
Hey, sometimes you just got to get some extra bandages.
Sometimes.
Maybe a few extra bullets. I don't know. Maybe he was out of ammo. We don't know.
Team Hectic able to take the victory. Very impressive stuff by them. And running down, you saw Team 25 obviously taking second place. Pachinki Bandits taking third overall after all of that craziness going down in Rozhok as well. So good stuff by them overall.
We got that beautiful replay here as they're able to go ahead and move into the house. 17 just taking those shots. Says goodbye. Ain't nobody going to pick you up. And Konoha, actually, he was able to go ahead and stay alive for a very long time, even though he lost his whole team at the start of the game. And right here, this is huge plays. This is a big turning point as pretty much Star Snipe was able to clutch this. You're going to go ahead and see it. Autocorrect, actually, we're not able to see that, but Autocorrect was able to go ahead and pretty much get squad wipe there. And that's what I'm talking about right there. Carnage. Carnage just with the beautiful flank and being able to destroy one of the Lady Hammer's girls.
Great plays from that guy there as he takes out 3 inside of the house to finish off the squad when they were not in great position to do so. And continuing on with more highlights later on, that guy absolutely crushing it.
Absolutely.
Plays here.
Yep, very good stuff. And we kind of got our wish. We didn't see as many harsh circle shifts, which really did lend itself a good availability to a lot of these teams to be able to get in. One team that really benefited for a long time was actually Team 25. They were in a compound down to just south of Pachinki for a long time there. We were able to sit around there for a long time.
Absolutely. Sometimes it pays to be able to sit and wait a little bit, loot up, have a little bit of teams rotating towards you rather than you being exposed on the run, getting your car shut up. Speaking of the cars getting shut up, what was underrated doing early on with the I couldn't figure that out the whole time. G-Bay went up north. I thought he was going to try to wait it out, lurk in the zone, and then he grabbed a Jeep and headed back into the play zone.
Maybe he was AFK at the start of the game, then didn't drop with his friends.
Could be. But there was 2. That's interesting. Now, the interesting stuff about the zones, right? At the end, pretty much every zone, nobody was inside, except for Team Hectic. And it seems to play in their favor. Kind of like what we saw back on the first match where we saw Lights Out just being able to go ahead and get that advantage by the zone being on them. That is huge. And I mean, it's dropped a lot because it is random.
The zone is
you never know when it's going to be.
Absolutely crucial. And you saw there Metalcore and his squad sitting in that, like, the only house inside the final 2 zones there. You could just tell as it was building up, they're like, they're going to win. Like, there's just no way sitting inside that house with 4 members in cover, everyone else having to run from them, getting shot at by each other inside the zone. It was pretty chaotic, but Metalcore, they did what they needed to do. They got the clutch. They got those kills to finish things off and finish in first place for Group B, round 2.
And even though they were inside that house, they were still able to get different angles. Not that the whole team wasn't just in one room, and that's something I like seeing. Just
4 people peek in the same window.
Trust me, I seen that.
Pro strats.
Absolutely.
Pro plays.
So also, didn't see anyone drop Pachinki again. It eventually did get looted by Mersanio Gaming, I think it was, during that, because it actually nicely fell in the circle, and they were able to rotate quite nicely. So overall, we saw a little bit of Pachinki being utilized, but what do you think about the concept of going away tonight, looking at these replays for some of these teams and maybe using it? Because it's a great launch pad as Pachinki to eventually get yourself to any circle that may pop up.
Anybody that makes it out of Pachinki is going to be in really key position, right?
Yeah.
Because they don't have far to rotate. There's plenty of vehicles, plenty of loot there to loot up a squad. But at the same time, when you're in Pachinki, there is that risk of, dying early. But if teams go back, do a little scouting, maybe watch this stream tonight, it will be on replay for you guys. If you do see that, hey, nobody dropped hot any game.
No.
Maybe we drop hot and it's not actually hot, and we end up being, in a good position for a rotation later on.
Yeah, and we saw that. And actually going back to the winners of this last match, Team Hectic, they decided to go ahead and go to military base, and they have military base pretty much to themselves. And on top of that, when they actually got into the main island, crossed the bridge,
Yeah.
they had an airdrop just literally waiting for them right by gas station.
With that AWM.
Oh my gosh.
It's a nice prize to accept.
Yeah.
Indeed.
I'll gladly take it.
So let's recap how this thing went, man.
Well, we're going to look at the standings from Group A as we had the 2 games go down today. And Lights Out still at the top with 1,280 points. Safe to say, I think they're going to be standing in the top 15 at the very end of this. 31 kills to their name as well. It's no small feat at all.
Absolutely. That's a massive amount of kills. As we pointed out, 25 coming in game number 1. Still completely ridiculous. Gangstars, as expected, in the top couple there at the top of the leaderboard. And those 2 teams, you know, long time to play still, but they're looking in very good control to get to that next final stage. Wicked Game and Solid FPS and Zen Gamers wrap up your top 5, all of whom are in the 700s.
I think it's fair to say our teams 11 through 20 here are going to have a big performance tomorrow to try and get to that top 15.
Definitely, especially the one with 0 kills. I'm pretty sure they want to go ahead and get on the scoreboard there to at least get 1 kill. But yeah, I love seeing those consistent plays too. For example, Lights Out Gangstars is a team that we kind of mentioned at the start of the game before any games happened. And we just kind of knew that they were going to come up and show and what they're pretty much made of.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can take a look at Group B as well down the line here because we can see how all of these things are going to be shaping up. Of course, as all of these teams, I think that Group B especially has been a bit more hotly contested.
I think you're going to see some closer scores there. I think it's going to be less of a spread, and it's going to be more about how Group B, well, those points, how do they fit into Group A? Where do they sit in that spread, and how many people are going to be able to jump?
Right, because I think if you look at it, if we kind of retroactively go back and look at Group A and talk about that for a moment here, you can see that the top 5 teams there, they're pretty much guaranteeing themselves a spot already because of how strong they have been in Group A.
Absolutely.
Yeah, unless something crazy happens. We see right there, Lights Out with 1,200 points, almost 1,300 points, right? Gangstars with 1,000 points, and then 3rd place we got 755 points, so definitely a huge difference there. And if they can just continue to get good placing, they don't even have to honestly get like crazy kills.
Exactly.
They can just get good placing and they will go ahead and secure themselves to a nice leaderboard standing.
Absolutely. I mean, if you remember, there is 500 points for getting a 1st place victory, and there are more than 1,000 points between some of these squads in the top teams.
And here is Group B as well as it stands so far. After the 2 games they've played, Team Gates with 1,075 points. Team G25, 930 points.
Great performance from them.
Yeah, after looking at them in game number 1, it seemed like they were going to have a good time in game number 2 as well. And it seems like they've been able to score very nicely, 7.
Yeah, and Team Hectic also being able to just go ahead and go up there. And look at this. You are sitting with 10 kills, 500 points. Now soon at the bottom with 230 points. I'm pretty sure tomorrow they're going to just come in, try to get a lot of action.
Absolutely.
Yeah, just interesting placings here. I cannot wait to see all the placings just together. I'm pretty sure if you're currently watching at home, you can kind of just rearrange them yourselves. But it is going to be interesting after all the teams know their standing, where they're currently at, what they need to do, what kind of action they're going to come back tomorrow. And don't forget that we are going to be having the live finals October 20th and the 21st, twitch.tv/ESL_PUBG.
It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a very good time here for 15 teams that are going to qualify from these 2 groups, of course, being able to come there, as well as 5 invited groups coming out as well. Gentlemen, it's been a great day. Any highlights that have really stood out to you? You had a good day?
I've had a fantastic day. So proud of the boys participating in this tournament from my side here. Really excited to see a lot of the placements. A lot of players that I honestly did not expect to do extremely well really came out and killed it today. Miss Vixen being one of them. Really solid play from her. And, you know, we had Iraqi Zoro really doing some nice stuff as well. There are a couple teams.
That's true.
Rectify, Soon, Claytano, all of those guys still looking to pick up their first kill.
I mean, you said solid performances. I think solid FPS. 4th place currently.
Solid. Absolutely.
Very good.
Absolutely. Solid FPS. Massive shout out, dude. Great positioning in every single zone. You guys have been a wonder to watch play today.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to see what Derek's killers have. They were actually able to show great stuff, great team. I want to see what they can actually go ahead and come and do the second day around. Overall, pretty much it's been an amazing day, and hopefully you watching at home, hopefully you had a blast, because I know I did.
Absolutely.
And, this is just awesome.
I better see you guys tomorrow on the stream, though. Same time, 11 a.m.
Absolutely.
We're going to be doing this again. We're only halfway finished, people.
Guys, I barely even have to say everything. They've said it all. That's very nice. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure working with these guys for the very first time as well. And that pretty much wraps things up for day number 1 here for both of the groups. Don't forget, as mentioned, same time, same place tomorrow for more PUBG Mobile Star Challenge action.